Scooby-Dee-Bee-Dee. Ha ha ha. Many years to you. Thank you so much. Crack a beer. Crack a beer with me. Oh, where are my workout people? I hurt something right here. Doing, I think this. I think that. I don't know, but I don't know. Man, it's a risk working out. It's a risk not to work out, though, so. It's okay. I'll get it back. I'll get a bionic arm. Would you ever paint an icon live? Maybe if I, God willing, I get this new place. I don't have the capacity to do it right now. That would sound nice. That sounds nice. With the gambler's fallacy that Steelborn mentioned by a branch of the problem of the induction mentioned by a branch. I'm sorry, Christopher. With the gambler's fallacy that Steelborn mentioned by a branch of the problem of induction. What are you trying to break my brain before a debate? What is this, a riddle? What are you, a riddler? I don't know. I have no idea. What am I, a nerd? What do you think, I wear glasses or something? Gosh, I don't wear kids. Man, what an insult. Oh. If it's joint pain, I deal with it. It's not I don't think it's it's like right here. It feels a little muscly, but maybe tendony. I guess I'll just have one big arm. This one. Ha ha. Aha! I understand. It'll be cool to see how it's done. Well, I do time lapses. I could probably do sections. I could do that. I could record sections and sort of talk to you. It's just that I do icons in everyone's home. I don't have a studio space that's quiet, so you'll just hear craziness. Too much intimacy. Too much of a window into my home. You might as well come into the bathroom with me. Tennis elbow? I don't think so. It happened I was pretty aggressive with the curls. I was pretty aggressive with the curls. I meant be a branch. Oh, it sounds like right, but I wanted another opinion. Oh, be a branch of the Oh, I see what you're saying. The problem of induction. Maybe. I need to draw that on a board. Today should be good. I prepped it. I included the essential properties distinction, which I'm really excited to see how that plays out. Shout out to Dr. Nathan Jacobs for that. Yeah, I might just go trans arm. Terminator was a trans movie, by the way. You never think about it until you think about it. Then you're like, oh my gosh, that's a metal troon. Hi, Jimbob. Good luck. You're about to get intellectually owned. Huh? Intellectually owned? I don't know if you realize the position the person's in. Sounds like painter's elbow. Yeah, I don't even use that elbow to paint. I don't even paint with my elbows. You'd understand it. Well, I studied the guy a little bit. He's going to use a lot of modeling, which doesn't do him any good, actually. So it doesn't do him any good. No rigatoni recipe yet. I'll finagle one out. Rigatoni, eh? Betcha bacio, betcha bottom dollar, eh? Mi vespi, eh? DPH probably curls he just curls TVs and things around the house. He just picks up his guests. Heat and ice. I did ice it. Actually, we have an ice machine that's pretty awesome. I'm going to use it. When Megbob had her surgery, there's like an icing machine that's pretty epic. James. Come here. Can you close that, please? Renewed my passport. Thank you for renewing your passport. Thank you so much. Your elbow is your proto-crab claw nub. Oh, it hurts to even do that. Ooh, I'm worried. Cheers, buddy. Much love from Texas. Thank you to Gooch for a big 20 before the party starts. James. Thank you, bud. Oof. Orthodozer. All right, I'm gonna call in. I'm gonna mute myself, you guys. So don't worry. Everybody, don't freak out in the chat. How about this? Try to meet the goal before we start. I'm going to mute myself on this end, and I'm going to get into the Zoom call where we can set up everything, okay?
Jimbob, people in my chat are saying your shoulders are looking a little bigger than normal. It's good. Good. All right. I am guessing, and maybe, I want to keep it a little to the minimum axiom as far as like during the debate, but I know you got to share your screen. So if you want to.
He doesn't have slides, guys. He doesn't have an opener. It's over. It's over. Oh, my beer hand hurts. Okay, live in 3 minutes. That's right. Beer, a Juicy Freak IPA. I don't even have suspenders, but I'll get them. The curly, yeah, arm sleeve. No, you're not supposed to be hearing them yet. They're just setting up, so I didn't want to show you guys the vulnerability. Talking to your cat? This is gonna be a fun one. You guys, this one's gonna be fun. I'm pretty pumped about this one. Congrats. Awesome. That's awesome, dude. Nice. I will try to use a monotone voice for you. Gentle. Yeah, I'm going to put you to sleep instead. My opponent says he's very tired and he's on drugs. What do you mean, why did they make me buff? Look at me. Freaking ripped, dude. I'm like a dozer. I'm like an ortho dozer. Yeah, he's muted. Don't worry. Thanks for the raid. Oh, look, it's Vagine. Someone we don't want to hear
Annihilate
from.
the satanic heresy of Judaeolution once and for all. May God bless you for tackling it.
You're welcome, Vagine, for you and your people. Maybe you guys can figure out how to make toilets in your country. Shout out to my gingers. Shout out to the gingers in the chat representing. Represent. Represent. Butterbee. He's affirming. He starts. No. Alrighty then.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. I'm your host Mike, subbing in for James this week. Tonight we got Made by Jimbob and Axiomatic Reasoning. We are back to discuss the topic of evolution on Modern Day Debates here. Before we start, like the video, please. Subscribe if you're a new viewer, and get your tickets to DebateCon 9. We got those in the description. It's going to be in Orlando. If you haven't seen the new ads we've been putting out, it is attached to a water park. So if you pay for a hotel through James's link below, you will be able to have a resort waived.
Lakewood
Resort fee waived, and you'll be able to go to the water park all day in between debates, or slide right into the debate from the slide. I think we're setting that
right
up.
up to your baptism.
But without further ado, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Axiomatic Reasoning here. Bobby, 5-10 minute opening, however much time you need. You don't got to do the full 10 minutes. And if either of you have the stream up, I have a timer up there, so you can see your time.
Oh, okay.
Keep it muted so it
Gotcha.
doesn't give me double audio for the chat. And then I feel like there's something I'm forgetting, but I'm sure I'll remember once we start. But I'll start the timer once you start talking.
Will you
Bobby.
give us a...
Oh yeah, it's
right.
to tell everybody specifically. Prompt is real general. The specific prompt is general on evolution here. Obviously, Made by Jimbob's taken the affirmative action against evolution, and Axiomatic's gonna defend it. So he's got the affirmative. Technically, he's affirming it's a thing, and Jimbob's going to go against it. So go ahead and start, Axiom, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Yeah. Hi. Thank you everyone for attending. I'm very happy to be here. I want to, of course, thank Modern Day Debate and Jimbob. Thank you for agreeing to chat with me. I think it'll be fun. I'm new to social media, so my name's Bobby. Just started a channel, Axiomatic Reasoning. Please feel free to come join the Discord. We talk about politics, religion, mathematics, physics, whatever it is that is of interest. I'm a mathematician by trade, so any mathematical questions I can certainly help and answer. So today's topic is about evolution, or I guess concerns with evolution or whatnot. I've done a couple of debates on these already. In general, I guess the concern with the evolutionary discussion is typically on the sides of having doubts or concerns with like scientific inquiry or scientific method, or the things that have been established through various scientific literature. And I guess on the other side would be doubting those things, or simply ignoring those things or whatnot. So there's quite a bit of evidence for evolution. I mean, we could talk about it in a number of capacities. We could talk about the carbon-14 dating, or we can talk about various other radiometric dating, or we can go over the physics of it. I think in a last debate, I went over the physics with Kent Hovind on C14, and then in the most recent debate with Donnie and Sam, I went over stochastic pathing and some of the issues that arise from that type of modeling. So I'm free to have the conversation go in whatever direction we like. I guess if we wanted to hone in on a specific thing of interest, I always like to try to think of something new.
Maybe.
I do apologize. I'm a little bit under the weather, so maybe not as prepared as I could be. I have taken a lot of drugs, though, to try to mitigate the snotty nose and everything. But for the for a topic of discussion, I thought it might be of interest just to discuss something like limestone. So I was doing a bit of calculations maybe a few weeks ago.
Bro,
I was like trying to look up limestone. How does it work? How's it created? You know, these types of things. What it is we measure in the environment.
bro, limestone.
And so very simple calculations. You look up a couple of numbers. You look up the conversion rate, the chemistry, and whatnot. And approximately the amount of limestone on the planet generated by biological material is approximately equivalent to an enormous amount of heat, right, that would be generated
Wow.
from it. And so we could go through the calculations of it if we wanted to. I have them written down.
Look at the
Maybe
stones.
Jim Bob and I will go through that a little bit.
Based on the stones.
But anyway, the point is that the calculations come out fairly astronomical. Like if you tried to squish them into a few thousand years, you get on par of like, millions of degrees on the entire surface of the planet. And as we all
This
know,
is
right, stuff like steel and whatnot vaporizes at, 10,000 or 20,000 degrees or something. And so things reaching 1 million degrees is obviously way too high, right? But yeah, anyway, I don't have a whole lot more to present per se. I don't have any slides or whatnot, and I'm happy to have a discussion. So I'll turn it over to Jim Pop.
I can't hear you, James. Mike James,
Not James.
not James.
That's what Caleb in the chat calls me. Yeah, I'm resetting the time. I just wanted to unmute so I could let you know. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, cool. The debate is evolution, about evolution. It's about the defense of evolution. It's about affirming evolution and all of its trinkets. Evolution is the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. Evolution is touted as the single most well-established scientific theories in human history. You would think that the most well-established scientific theories in human history would, at minimum, be able to make its way through the scientific method, the basic one that we learned in 7th grade. Well, the reality is, and you've seen this in all of my debates, every single time, the fact is, evolution does not make its way through the scientific method. In fact, it's actually worse. The proponents of evolution who claim it's a scientific theory, most of the time don't even know the scientific method. So at minimum, you'd think, well, that would be necessary. Well, it's not. Apparently, to tout evolution, it's not necessary for it to be a scientific theory or go through the scientific method. Evolution holds 4 key mechanisms through which the process takes place: natural selection, mutation, genetic drift, and gene flow. I'll be focusing on the first 2 because, like the scientific method, the proponent of evolution can't get through the first 2 anyway. Natural selection and random mutation. Random mutation is said to be the source of all genetic variation. Random mutations happen at the population level. The issue is populations themselves are an example of genetic variation. But you need populations to have genetic variation. So how does genetic variation produce populations if you need populations to produce genetic variation? This is a circle, and a circle you'll see all throughout the evolutionary paradigm, which I hold is mostly philosophical and at best or I should say at worst, an extrapolation from adaptation. The other issue with mutations is that most mutations are neutral or harmful, but even the ones that are claimed to be beneficial, as non-existent as they are, the opponent must explain how they produce extremely complex systems with dedicated tasks and functions in the body. The evolution proponent just says that it happened, and with enough time it happened. We can't quite understand how it happened, but it definitely happened. My opponent must defend the position that random mutations build specialized features like the vestibular system or the liver or the brain. But not only that, he must defend that random mutation also builds the mereological relations between these features inside the body. He can't do either. All he can say is that it happened and it took a long time. What's worse is that he must hold the position that something as complex and precise as the vestibular system or the brain is purely incidental in its form and its function. In plain English, it accidentally is awesome at what it does. How does this happen? All we really get from the evolution proponent time and time again is that it just does. And keep in mind, while all this accidental precision engineering is occurring accidentally, the environment is acting as a real-time quality control system. They call this natural selection. Natural selection has its own problems as well. The idea that mutation is random but natural selection is not entirely true. Natural selection refers to the external environment selecting for existing traits. But the environment itself is an abstraction that consists of a collection, an aggregate of particulars, most of which are themselves biological organisms, also changing constantly. Then the physical conditions of the environment are also in flux. So the question is, well, from this view, how does an ever-changing system of organisms, ecology, and physical conditions allow for a regular process called evolution? None of it's regular. It's always in flux. Animals need other organisms to survive. Those organisms need to maintain the nature of what they are in order for them to play a necessary, important role in other animals' existence and their own existence. But these identities, from their view, they're always changing over time. There is no regularity you can point to as an evolution proponent to claim that this process is even occurring, which brings up perhaps one of the most brutal counters to evolution, the changing of accidental properties that is assumed to cause eventually the change in an essential property of an organism. Now, I'm going to use a summary I heard from Dr. Nathan Jacobs. I recommend you follow him on YouTube to demonstrate the issue of essential properties and accidental properties. Let's take a square. For a square to be a square and not some other shape, we must have at least 4 equal sides, right? We want to define a square so that anything not a square cannot be defined as a square. That would be an essential property. Now, there are essential properties of a square. Now, if we paint the square orange or change its angle or position or size, location, it doesn't change the essential property, nor does it change what it actually is. It's a square, no matter how much you change the color and whatnot. It just changes its accidental properties. No amount of accidental changes to the square will change into something that isn't a square, no matter what. If something called an essential property actually changed, it wouldn't definitionally be an essential property. It would now be an accidental property. In order to study the nature of a given animal, now to transpose it over to biology, which this topic is about, there must be at least one essential property that makes an animal what it is. For example, a mammal. One essential property could be mammary glands. Maybe there's a list of others, but maybe they don't all meet all of them. But at least one is met by all of them. Mammary glands. One essential property for a mammal is mammary glands. The issue is, under evolution, mammary glands must have evolved from an organism or a population that preceded it that didn't actually have mammary glands. That is to say, mammals didn't always exist as mammals. They evolved from something that wasn't a mammal. That is to say, mammals themselves are not themselves an objective category. They are themselves. The category, the non-existent category that you call mammals, are in fact an accidental property of nature. That means they're accented. I don't mean accidental like dice. I mean like they are accents, the entire thing. The issue is, under the evolutionary view, mammary glands must have evolved, which means they are not essential. They are accidental. The contradiction in evolution is pretty simple. P, essential properties of organisms exist. Not P, essential properties of organisms do not exist. It's a blatant contradiction of P and not P. You will see this issue of P and not P around every turn for the evolution proponent. At the category level, whales, mammals, or at the particular function of an organ, a liver, a heart, a brain, these things. Are they universally what they are based on essential properties of what they do? This applies to genomes, the way we study genomes, right? For example, how do you study the nature of a whale if there are no essential properties of a whale? That is to say, what you call a whale is a temporary fixture at a nominal level that's actually in flux and on its way to not being a whale. In fact, it was produced by something that wasn't a whale, definitionally. Pakicetus. How do you study the genome of a whale if the genome is an accidental property of a particular creature? It's not universally an essential property of a whale. You're not even studying the whale's genome. You're not comparing the whale genome to any other thing. This goes for anatomy as well. Everything about an animal at the particular level, from the evolutionary view, is an accidental property, none of which are essential properties. This is a massive problem. This is an undercutting philosophical defeater to even examining and talking about evolution. Now, leads me to fossil record. which a lot of these examinations, the fossil record, we dig up a fossil, it looks like something else, the anatomy looks like something else to some degree, and what you say is, well, it looks like that thing, so it's either the ancestor of that thing or it has a shared ancestor of that thing. Well, I'm sorry, but for that to even be the case, which they can't demonstrate, you would still need to affirm the thing they deny, essential property of a thing. But those things are in flux. We're in pure nominalism at this point. Evolution, proponents attempt to draw common descent with similarity. Not only does similarity in anatomy not confirm relatedness of common ancestry, but evolution was true. It would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would also be related. So it's not really a key point for an evolution proponent to say, look at the similarity between animals in the more recent timeline. You go, wow, that's amazing. Then you go back further in time, and suddenly the argument is dissimilarity, that dissimilar things are also related. Which is it? You can't use both. One doesn't have any real power or meaning if the other one has this equal power. Dissimilar, similar, who cares? It's all from one thing. Luca, okay, what's that from? Fuca, what's that from? They're just going to keep making up necessary start points. Evolution is essentially a philosophical, religious creation myth, right? It's creation and the basically the manifestation of multiplicity from something singular. It's actually incoherent in its chronology as well, not just is it incapable of describing how random mutation builds a heart or builds a brain or builds a spine, along with its function, along with its mereological relations to other functions. It can't explain any of that. It just says it happens. But it actually argues something insane, that from a singular simple organism that is itself part of a population, through random mutation produces massive diversity, not just diversity in kinds, but diversity internally of what happens inside of those kinds. Not a single demonstration of this. There's no demonstration or reason to believe that something like a Pakicetus, if you grant it, a wolf-size...
That was so loud.
Sorry, what?
Did
I go over?
Timer does
sorry.
Well, that was the time, but it just did a big gong that I was not expecting.
I thought you'd give like a minute warning or something.
Okay. You can finish up here.
You can take
cool.
all the time you'd like. I don't
Yeah.
mind.
I'll just go back. I'll just kind of summarize. The problem with evolution, which I think we should go through, is one, it's touted as a scientific theory, but it doesn't actually go through the scientific method. Scientific theories, actually, to be called scientific theories, actually require some criterion, or else everything's a scientific theory. Two, the explanation, the actual biological explanation of random mutation, doing the building of vestibular systems, actually constructing things with precise function that does something that's task-oriented. There's no reason to believe random mutation, with everything we understand about mutation, there's no reason to believe random mutation can actually engineer something accidentally. And the last point there is that the philosophical problem of universals or categories, the evolution proponent can't really affirm these things because those things are in flux. So there is no essential property of an animal as a category that you can study it in isolation as if it's its own category compared to another category. There are no categories. Evolution is basically biological monism. And with that, I'd love to get into the exchange.
All right, guys, like the video. If you're just joining us, we're about to get into the hour back and forth, or was it 50 minutes? Let's do 55, and we'll do some 5-minute closings if you guys want to hit the hour. Okay, so I'm going to start it now, and you guys take it when you want to take it.
Yeah, I want to start with the scientific method because I hold that for something to be a scientific theory, it should be at the tail end of the scientific method. If not, there's really no criteria, and we can call anything a scientific theory. So do you hold that evolution makes its way through the scientific method?
I assume. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by scientific method. Can I ask you a couple of questions just so I know the baseline of where we're at? Like, are you a flat earther? You're not a flat earther, right?
What? No. What is this?
And do you think the Earth is 6,000 years old, or that
this is irrelevant to evolution? Why are you cross-examining a topic that has nothing to do with evolution? Look, is evolution a scientific theory or not?
Jimbob, I wasn't trying to be mean.
This is well poisoning. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the topic evolution. Let's say I believed that the Earth is a soccer ball. No.
I wasn't intending on being mean.
I'm not. I didn't say you're mean. I said it's outside of the bounds of. I'm questioning you.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Okay, it's out of bounds.
In any case,
it's out of bounds.
Is it okay if we talk to each other like we're humans?
You're a human. Well, no, actually, evolution denies that there's a universal category of humans.
Okay, great. So I'm just trying to talk to you like a person. And all I was asking was, are you someone that believes that the Earth was 6,000 years old, or are you someone that thinks that there's
It's
an older
irrelevant.
Do you mind letting me know?
It's irrelevant.
We're on the same page.
It's irrelevant. We're not on the same page because the topic.
Maybe Bobby asked your follow-up question.
This is what is the topic about, Bobby?
So the general concern I have, obviously, is from what I'm considering anti-science, right? And so in general, when there's anti-science or pseudoscience,
you don't even know what science is, Bobby.
In general, we talk about things being called science, right?
Is evolution science?
Human knowledge and exploration.
No.
Right?
Scientific theory, not science generally. Now, I ask you a pointed question. You're saying, can we talk like human beings? Okay. I ask you a human being to human being question. Bobby, do you believe that evolution is itself a scientific theory? Yes or no?
Yes. Okay. People call it a scientific theory.
Great.
Yes.
Do scientific theories need to go through the scientific method?
I suppose. I'm not sure what you mean by scientific method.
What is the scientific method, Bobby?
Well, there's probably what we teach in grade school.
What is that?
That has something to do with like hypothesis and testing and whatnot, affirming a conclusion. Yeah. Or verifying your conclusion or whatever.
Cool. Yeah. That does evolution go through
general,
that?
Right? In actual research, right? We're not worrying about whether or not we're stipulating the specific steps of the scientific method. We're more so concerned in trying to expand human knowledge. So we're going to be exploring data, looking at evidence, hypothesizing about what it might mean, collaborating with other people.
Bobby,
right?
Do we have knowledge of what causes I don't know, sicknesses, let's say scurvy. Do we have knowledge of what causes scurvy?
We have some idea, yeah.
Do we have some idea of what causes scurvy absent taking it through the scientific method with an experiment?
Yeah, somewhat, I guess. I mean, it depends on what you mean by scientific method again.
Like, scientific method means observation. I observe a phenomenon in nature. I ask a question. In this case, what causes this phenomenon, right? This set of symptoms that these humans have, right? I don't know I don't know what scurvy is. I just see a set of symptoms. What's causing this is the beginning of my hypothesis. Let's say I say maybe ingesting this thing or not ingesting this thing causes scurvy. Maybe that's the case. Now, when I come up with a hypothesis, the reason that we call something a scientific theory, Bobby, is because we can formulate a valid, viable hypothesis that we could actually manipulate, produce repetition, and to draw out a summary of a likely cause, but also draw out a summary of a null cause, that maybe the thing we thought was causing it isn't causing it. Both are valuable. So I point to scurvy because when we develop scientific theories about phenomenon in the world, in nature, we actually have to be able to be scientists, which means we have to manipulate, introduce the variables, and remove the variables if we're going to come to any conclusion. Further, for any competing hypotheses, right? Competing hypotheses, you need an arbitrator. An experiment inside of natural science is the only arbiter between two competing hypotheses. Now, evolution, I don't even know what observation you'd start with, right? Because the scientific method starts with an observation. What do you have an observation you're going to start with to try to take evolution through the scientific method?
Well, again, the word observation being used there is just a general word that's talking about, the inquiry that people are going through. It's not meant to be like literally your eyes are observing something. That's obviously not the point, right? So, like, for example, you could be analyzing a bunch of data and doing statistics on it.
How do you analyze something without looking at it?
What do you mean? I'm talking about
you just said observing doesn't necessarily mean using your eyes. How do you analyze data without using your eyes?
because you run it through a simulation. You
Do you have
calculate
to
it on a
observe the simulation?
computer.
Do you have to observe the simulation?
I mean, blind people could do this. I'm not
Do
sure
they
what you
still
mean.
need to observe through their senses what the data is?
So, yes, everything we know comes through our sensory information. Yes, correct.
Okay. Did that statement? Do you know that statement? I mean, let's
As
not
far
get
as I know, yes.
Okay.
As far as I know, yes.
peripatetic axiom. I learned that word. So the thing is,
Okay.
what I demonstrate through all my debates about evolution is it's touted as a scientific theory. Let me just ask you a different way.
Did you want me to finish my response, or
Is there
did you just want to
anything?
move on?
Is there anything required for something to be considered a scientific theory versus not one?
Well, you asked me a question. I didn't know if you wanted me to, like, do you just not care what I had to say, or?
Well, I wanted to be pertinent to the topic, which is evolution.
No, but okay, whatever. It's fine. What's your next question?
My next question is there a set of criterion that must be met for something to be considered a scientific theory versus a not scientific theory?
Yeah, well, the general criteria is typically it needs to be collaborated by many other people. It needs to go through a peer review process. We're normally expecting things like testable, reproducible, type of stuff. There are certain exceptions to these depending on the particular field and the particular study and whatnot. But in general, the hope is that it tells us something new about the world in which we live, and then we want to document it so future generations and people can make use of that information. Right?
Okay, and let's say two people have all the same data, and they have different models or, from your view, hypotheses of explanation.
Yeah.
How do you arbitrate between the two without an experiment?
Well, they both hopefully provide some type of way to test the difference between the two. And typically they publish that, and then people do further experiments to try to figure out which one is more
Okay,
viable
are you
than
saying
the
an
other
ex-
one,
okay.
or which one has more support than another one. Right?
Are you saying that an experiment then is necessary for something to be considered a scientific theory?
I guess it depends on what you mean by experiment. Sometimes experiment is just simply observing older data. Like, for example, in medical research, we're not typically literally causing a particular thing to happen. We're instead observing what it is that is happening, or tabulating the information and then running statistics on it.
Okay.
Sometimes we have phenomenons that are only like one example large, right?
Okay,
and
let's
then
stop
those
there.
get documented.
Stop
right?
there. If you say what we can do instead of an experiment is look at more data, but the question was, can two people who have the same data, how do they arbitrate between their models or what they're concluding about two sets of the same data, right? They have the same data, right? And you said an experiment. And I said, okay, would you say that it's necessary for an experiment to arbitrate between two models? And you said, no, we go back to more data. Right? What's in question, Bobby, is if two people, you and I, share the same data, and the only way to arbitrate between, the hypothesis that we both have that are maybe contradictory, the only way to do that is through an experiment. And then when I ask you, okay, finally, is it necessary to run an experiment for something to be considered a scientific theory? You said, no, you just go back to the data. But that's where we started. We started with the data.
I'm a little confused.
I know.
This just seems to be a semantics thing, right?
It's not a semantics thing.
Yes, it is. When we are writing a research paper and we are, for example, summarizing a bunch of tabular information from another research paper, we may not refer to that as doing an experiment, right? Now, you might say, ultimately, I think is what you're wanting to say, ultimately, all tabular information or recorded information or tested information boils down to some experiment in the past. Sure, you could say that if you'd like, right? But the question was whether or not every researcher, when they're trying to make an assessment or understand a thing or calculate out some particular relationship or whatever, that they're doing an actual experiment. They may not actually be doing an experiment. They might be doing simply calculations, right?
Okay, but are calculations, is math a replacement for experiment?
It's just a vocabulary thing. We normally wouldn't refer to someone calculating a confidence interval as doing an experiment.
Okay.
I mean, unless they went out and did the survey and collected the data and did the thing.
Is there a difference
took
between
the stalagmite measurements and whatever? Right?
Is there a difference between explanation and description?
Explanation and description. I mean, I can imagine those words being used in different contexts.
Okay, is mathematics descriptive or explanatory?
I don't know. What do you mean by descriptive or explanatory?
So
I mean,
if
think
I
it's
if I
both,
see
right?
well, no, if I see an observation in nature and I describe it mathematically, I'm not by describing it mathematically, I'm not actually producing a viable hypothesis of the cause of a phenomenon, right?
Well, you may, right?
No, how? How can I look at a phenomenon, put it into math language descriptively, and the use of math alone develops the cause? How do you produce a cause through math?
Well, I don't know why we're calling it a cause, but literally that was done by like Maxwell, for example, right? Maxwell's equations. He developed them because he wanted to understand electricity and magnetism. And then if you take those equations and you multiply out the coefficients that come together, you get the speed of light, which is why everyone pretty much had already thought and believed and kind of had some confirmation that the speed of light was finite. But more importantly, that and Maxwell didn't see this, but Einstein did decades later, that the speed of light is the same for all observers, no matter what velocity they're traveling, right? And that is immediate from Maxwell's equations if you assume that there'd be no way for you to tell your velocity if you're just floating in space, right?
Did he test them?
Yes.
Okay.
They were tested later. When you say him, you don't mean literally Einstein.
I understand. Yeah. But the thing is, what I'm getting to is you had to make the leap to an action we call science, the scientific method in action or a test in action. What I'm saying is I'm making a necessary distinction between mathematics, which is descriptive, and science, which is explanatory. If you don't make the distinction between math being descriptive and science being explanatory, then you might as well just do math and call it science, and you don't have to test anything.
Well, just because there exists instances where something came out of a formula that made us think, hey, maybe that phenomenon exists, like black holes or the speed of light being finite, right? Doesn't mean that all things that we could ever want to derive come from pure mathematical formulas. Right? We still want to confirm those things, probably doing experiments or whatnot, or looking for observations, right? So like Einstein's equations predict both, and well before we discovered these things, right? Black holes and white holes, right? We've never seen any white holes, right? So we don't know if they exist, but we have seen black holes. And so we're aware that black holes exist, and they're a solution to Einstein's equation of relativity, right?
Okay, so let me just try to conclude here. Do you, yes or no, do you believe we can call evolution a scientific theory if it doesn't go through the scientific method?
I suppose not. I mean, scientific method's very broad, but sure.
So wait, you would call it a scientific theory if it doesn't go through the scientific method?
I'm sorry, I said that backwards. So in general, the phrase scientific method is a very broad statement about just trying to capture the research that researchers do, right? And the evolution is a theory that has been through quite a bit of scrutiny and development. It's got, millions of research papers to its name.
The scientific method is not broad. That's what makes it so valuable. It's actually pretty constrained.
I just gave you examples of how we figured out the speed of light without
That's not
doing
the
any
scientific
measurements.
method.
But it's most would consider that part of science. They consider it part of physics.
We're not talking about colloquial, the body of knowledge you call science. We're talking about natural science, which needs to be experimented.
Okay, if you're going to use different vocabulary, I don't know, like
I've been using scientific theory this whole time. I've been using this. I'm making the distinction between science.
Which is understood as just meaning things we get from science topics.
No,
right? Theories from science topics.
No. Theories aren't from topics. Theories are from experiments. Give me a theory
Theories aren't from topics.
No, you don't get
experiments.
You don't get the theory from just talking about stuff. You get a theory from actually going through the scientific method, man.
I already granted you that if you want to say that every single thing we know fundamentally came from an experiment at some point in the past, that's fine.
I don't say that. We have philosophical knowledge that doesn't require an experiment. We have trial and error that isn't actually the same as an experiment.
Was the publication and, quote unquote, discovery of black holes through looking at Einstein's equations, was that considered science?
No, that's not science.
Oh, okay.
That's like theoretical physics.
Okay, I mean, most would consider that part of science. So
no, if you say I already granted you, if you say science broadly is just a collection of things we think we know, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the scientific theory that has to be bound to something strict called the scientific method. I'm simply asking you, Bobby,
Sure.
I'm simply asking you a question. Do you think we can call something a scientific theory if it doesn't go through the scientific method?
Well, I was giving an example where I thought that would be considered the case according to the way that you were talking about the scientific method, right? Like the discovery of black holes through Einstein's equations. Most would consider that
that's an observation.
Science, right?
No, that's just an observation.
Okay, I mean, listen, I'm fine to switch whatever definitions you want. It's just I'm just noting, right, that you're not considering finding
if I observe any
equations as science, right?
No, I'm saying I already categorized that properly as theoretical physics.
Great, that's fantastic.
Theoretical physics. I'm just saying theoretical physics, the action of theoretical physics is not identical to the scientific method. Do you agree?
I guess.
Okay, good.
If that's the way you would like it.
Cool.
So,
is evolution theoretical? Is that evolution theoretical, or is it actually go through the scientific method then?
Hang on, I want to make sure I understand. So do you categorize all of theoretical physics as not scientific?
No, it's not scientific. It's theoretical.
Okay, gotcha. I see. Okay.
Yeah. It's just theoretical. It's like even some of the leading physicists like Michio Kaku knows this, and he's actually honest about it. He says, oh, look, it's a lot of guesswork. It's really fun to do math and sort of like extrapolate out what we think might happen in this case or what's happening out there. And maybe the math actually meets up with our observations. Okay, that's cool. I think that's cool, actually. I'm not dismissing it as not cool. I'm just saying it's not strict science.
Quantum computers, right?
Well, no, building is engineering. That's actually experiment.
Okay. I mean, who do you think they're hiring to build a quantum computer?
People who do experiments and who can build that stuff.
Theoretical physicists.
Yeah. Yes. And does does theoretical physics have any real meaning unless you can apply it in applied science? Does it matter? Does it really matter unless you can actually actualize it?
It depends on what you mean by that. It has real meaning in that, in general, trying to solve and resolve the equations that we have to model or understand the
applied science
is very important. Right?
Yeah, but applied science.
This is why people like, Noether, right? Her theorems of symmetry are considered monumental in our understanding of how physics works.
Okay.
But she didn't do any experiments at all.
That's fine.
Right?
Let's move on to the actual mechanisms of evolution, because that's what's really at hand. I think I established this pretty early for a reason, that when you tout something as a scientific method or a theory, if scientific theory is very elusive and floaty and it's flexible, then it really loses its rigidity, which is my point. Now, some people actually just agree with me and they go, you know what? You're right. Scientific theory needs to be bound by some strict criterion, or else we call everything a scientific theory, and then we get into pseudoscience. Now let's move on to the mechanisms of evolution, right? Do you, to hold an evolutionary view, you would actually hold that random mutation would be basically the source mechanism for building highly precise, task-oriented systems, right? Inside the body?
Sure. There's a little bit of stuff that's not quite, I don't think, being represented quite correctly. Sure, we observe random mutations occurring, so we're aware of this particular phenomenon, right? We're also aware of particular functionality, new functionality arising due to random mutations. We've seen that happen in a couple of different places, right? There doesn't appear to be any particular meaning or specificity to the particular, information that we have. In some sense, it feels, like it was developed from some type of random stochastic,
Okay.
pathing into the past, right?
Let's start there. Let's stop there.
And
That's a lot. Let's just start with
okay,
what you said
sure,
there.
sure.
How do you determine the thing you're observing is random?
How do you determine? Well, we can cause it to happen, and we know the mechanisms by which it happens.
That wouldn't be random then. If you could actually replicate it, then you know the cause, you know the sequence of dominoes
Well,
falling. It wouldn't be random anymore.
Well, when we say replicate, we mean we could replicate the fact that, bits are flipping in the DNA at random.
How do you know it's random?
And
You're just asserting it's random. I asked you for a methodology.
well, okay, so if you want to, the word random is used in science to typically refer to basically our knowledge and how we would model or categorize the information that we're witnessing, right?
Methodology.
So if the only way to categorize it is through the use of a probability density function, we call that random. Now, you could say philosophically maybe nothing's random, but that would be irrelevant to whether or not we would call it random.
That's fine. I just want to.
Paper.
That's fine. If you just want to use the term random
Okay.
to use the term random to mean that you don't fully understand its full cause with all the variables, that's fine.
Well,
now
some
you're
of these things are proven out. Some of these things are proven out. Like so for example, there are many phenomenon that we witness in which we can demonstrate that there is no bias being exhibited, meaning that the particular phenomenon is literally doing a pure stochastic process, right?
Okay, that's fine. That if I just grant you that random just means that you don't have all the variables, so you don't know. You're just to your observation. It's like
it's more than that. That there are some phenomenon where the knowledge of the variables is insufficient, right?
okay. Yeah, we don't know. That's what I literally said. That you don't have access to all the variables, right?
I didn't say it correctly. There's some phenomenon where the variables you would want to measure, you would hypothesize they have a measurement. I just haven't witnessed it yet, right? But in reality, they don't actually have a solution. There is no measurement, right? And so there is some phenomenon that doesn't fit in what you're saying. We don't have answers.
Okay,
right?
that's fine. Forget about how we categorize it. The mechanism, the instance of a random mutation producing, because for the most part, random mutations are they're neutral or they're harmful. In the smaller amount that you're appealing to for the grand mass narrative of evolution are the ones that produce something beneficial. Can you explain to me from the evolutionary view how random mutation, and add in any other mechanism you want, how random mutation produces something as complex as the vestibular system?
I mean, over an incredibly long time, right? I mean, it didn't happen immediately.
So it just happened? That's your explanation of how it happened, is that it happened?
We can witness, right, taxonomical smearing throughout the entire animal kingdom at present. Meaning that any particular system of interest, like, for example, the eye or the nervous system or whatever it is you want to take a look at, it doesn't really matter. We literally witness every possible variant, size, usage, different
accidental properties,
ways in which it connects to the brain.
No, Robbie, sorry to interrupt, but what's in question is how random mutation connects things to the brain so that they're hyper functional and specialized. What's in question is how does random mutation inside of a population manufacture and engineer highly specific task-oriented systems? You said it just happens. We can see the smearing of populations in this taxonomy. No. To get taxonomy among populations need to already have all of their body parts, right, that are proper to their form, right? That's why you can actually put something in a category, even temporarily and arbitrarily, like a mammal. You have to hold that a mammal, under the evolutionary view, actually comes from a non-mammal, eventually, way back when. And so what I'm asking is not just a question of the particular, how does random mutation produce highly specialized task-oriented system like the vestibular system? How does it do it mechanically? I'm also asking, how does the collection, the aggregate of all accidental mutations and properties changing in a population actually change the essential nature, the essential properties of what something is? Those two questions, all I get from the Evo proponent is, well, there's a lot of time and it just happens. We don't quite understand it, but random mutation really does produce a really high complex vestibular system on both sides of the ears that's capable of transmitting really complex signals through electrochemical solutions that are incidental. Incidental.
So in general, right, creatures are made up of a variety of different parts, some of which are, remnants of past forms or whatever, right? Some of which are useful, some of which are not useful or whatnot. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking for, because you're asking about random mutations and
how does the mechanism
selection.
Dude, I mean, why are you acting like you don't understand the question?
How
does random mutation, the action of random mutation inside the body, produce over time highly specialized task-oriented systems?
It does so through our understanding of how the evolutionary process works. There are environmental pressures, right? And those pressures, right, exhibit particular random phenomenon as being useful or, helping for the thing to pass on its gene, and hence it does so, right?
It does it.
The things that die off, they don't get to pass on their gene, right? That's the way the evolution works.
No,
right?
I'm sorry, Bobby. Sorry, Bobby. No, don't. Please, just stop. No, stop. That was an answer. Hold on.
I let you go for a while, man. You can let me talk for just half a second, dude.
It's just that he's not answering.
I don't know why you're being so aggressive. I'm not trying
because
to be
I think
aggressive with
evolution
you.
is a massive lie, and you can't defend it, and it's offensive that people believe it.
I also think that your pseudoscience is a massive lie.
You don't even know what science is. You don't even know what science is.
Let's
gave
get back on track.
A very clear understanding of what science was.
You're reading into the time.
Evolution is pseudoscience.
Okay. All
right, take 20 seconds here. Get it out.
All I wanted to point out was you're asking for particular mechanisms as though there's a particular, creature or thing in the cell that somehow is doing evolutionary directed bias stuff or whatever, and this is simply not the case, right? Evolution is going to work with random mutations and species, right? It goes through the entire species, and things that are, that don't do anything, they propagate through the species. Things that are bad, they have a tendency to die off. Things that are really useful get picked up by the species.
I understand, dude.
Really easily,
I understand.
Right? And
stop.
The point
this
is
all bloviation.
The point is that not only do we witness these things happening today, because we can actually see this happening, or cause them in the laboratory. For example, we bombard bacteria with radiation, and we literally cause random mutations to come up with, different particular phenomenon or particular,
damage,
useful
all
features.
Right. Do we want to go to timed responses here?
I just wanted to say one more thing, which is we also do this in computers, right? We literally generate models using random, right? We start out random matrices. We generate neural networks.
That's not random, dude.
It is random.
It's a person doing it. It's literally a person doing it. It's not random. There's intentionality, bro.
That just simply means that the environment is set up to exhibit these particular pressures.
Set up randomly or not?
Yes. So Earth has particular pressures.
How do you set up something randomly?
Does Earth exhibit all possible states of entropy? No, right? It literally has specific environmental.
Cool. I'm gonna ask the same question, bro.
Just like what we do in neural networks.
That's great.
Right?
That's actually the opposite of random. Human beings with intentionality, right? Let me talk. Stop. Human beings with intentionality, setting up things, setting up models is the opposite of random, first of all. Second of all, I want to point out that you're totally avoiding the question. How does random mutation produce the thing that natural selection is going to be selecting for? Let's make it more simple. There's a factory. Things are made in a factory. Mm-hmm. Isn't it true that something has to be made in the factory before it goes to quality control? Yes or no?
You asked me a previous question before that question.
Isn't it true that random mutation, right, that produces something that
Jimbob
happens
victory.
in the
Let
factory.
the streets rain with poop.
Isn't it
Hala,
true
hala,
that
halal.
has to be produced before random natural selection could make a mindless decision on whether or not it's advantageous or not? It has to exist first. So
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble following what you're
let's
asking. Can you make it more clear?
Yeah, I'll make it clear. Random mutation through whatever device produces a trait. Only after it produces a trait does natural selection determine whether it's advantageous or not.
True. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not getting to natural selection yet. I'm asking you in the factory, not in the quality control. I'm asking you in the factory part of this. How does random mutation produce something like a vestibular system? How does it produce something like complex mixture of proteins with syringes that come out of rattlesnakes' mouths? You have to hold that random mutation, this event, a collection of these events, actually engineer highly specialized things like fangs, right? You have to hold that. So I'm asking you simply, how does that happen?
Well, by random mutations, right? But not all at once. Do you think that like a single mutation was like poof, massive fangs and caused blood?
No.
Of course not, right?
But you're aware
that yeah, neither do.
Cool. Tell me what you think then.
Oh, okay, excellent. So
how does random mutation, an aggregate accumulation, right? How does an accumulation of random mutation build a fang, build a vestibular system? Tell me.
Again, through morphologic time, right? We have small mutations that accumulate until they become larger, right?
Okay. Okay.
I'm
oh my gosh.
by this.
How does the accumulation of random mutations produce highly specialized things like fangs? You just restate that it does. I'm so glad you asked, Jimbob. Accumulation of random mutation actually builds it. Yeah. How? How does it do it?
It wasn't directed. And in fact, it didn't just build fangs. It built all kinds of other random stuff.
How?
Because there was random mutations that exhibited new features.
That's the assertion, bro. That's the assertion. Do you know the difference between an assertion and an explanation?
That's not the assertion.
Okay, Bobby. Is this an assertion? Random mutation produced highly specialized features like vestibular systems. Is that an assertion?
I suppose it's literally an assertion.
Great. Now, can you tell me another form of a sentence that's not identical to that assertion that explains how that happens mechanically, please?
Yeah, we went over the statements that are used in the definition of evolution, right? There are pressures, there's environmental pressures. If a random mutation is bad, it typically kills off that particular creature. They do not propagate their gene through the species. If things are good or neutral, they don't do anything. They sit there within the species. If random mutations show up in accumulation, right, that were benign, but then provided some particular very useful feature, that propagates through the species because it's very useful to the environment.
Look, how does the beginning of random mutation that's happening in the organism or at the population level produce mechanically the feature? If I asked you how is a car made,
it doesn't.
It doesn't build it. So random mutation doesn't build highly specialized features.
Many random mutations don't do anything.
Great. So what builds? Great. So what builds a vestibular system?
Random mutations.
That's a contradiction.
No, it isn't.
Random mutations don't build things. They do it in a
computer.
You do it in a computer.
Yes, I just pointed out. We create a neural network.
Minecraft.
We literally randomize, right? Matrices, random. And if you want, we could literally randomize the matrices using the environment. So we could like hook up a chip and literally use quantum mechanics to randomize the matrices to make them truly random.
So,
right?
Okay, so your answer
and then
is...
we can train on that, and the environment, we're basically killing off branches.
Okay.
We're not allowing these particular paths to be taken, right? There's even generative model where we literally cut out sections of it, right?
Okay.
We cut out sections of it.
Okay.
the fact that it's called a model doesn't in any way detract from what I'm saying.
Amazing.
Right?
Okay, no, it does, because it's literally outside. You're getting into engineering.
Wow.
So let me actually make the distinction for you.
What
When you
would it
observe,
matter?
I'll tell you what it matters, because models are not actual to biology. Models are not biology, dude.
Says anyone that has
Is a computer
a
biology?
mechanical arm?
A mechanical arm is not a biological one. That's why we call it a mechanical arm.
But it's their arm, and it is for biology.
Dude, is there a distinction between a mechanical arm and a biological one? Is there a distinction? Stop it, Bobby. Is there a difference between a mechanical arm and a biological one?
It depends on what you mean by difference.
Is there a difference between computer and a tree?
Sure. There's differences.
Are computers found in nature naturally?
Yes.
Computers are found in nature naturally?
Are all of the elements of a computer
I didn't
part of
ask if the
nature?
elements... Stop. I didn't ask for the elements.
It sounded like you were asking if everything ultimately is found in nature.
No, I didn't ask that.
Yes.
No, I literally didn't ask that question.
Well, earlier I had asked you about the scientific method stuff that we were going through, and you said, oh, okay, we'll use the definition that you wanted to use. I was like, okay, fine. And then you changed in the middle of it and wanted to talk about, what was it, ultimate experiments. Everything ultimately comes from an experiment, right? And so then, like, here, the exact same thing. And I'm like, okay, well, so we build computers, humans, right?
That's
right.
We
don't find those in the jungle.
That's right.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you for the distinction. So when I asked you, how does random mutation produce highly specialized things like a brain, like a liver, like all of the rest of the organisms in the body that are specifically tasked in the body, and they have mereological relations to other organs in the body, right? It's a big system that all works together. Evolution holds that random mutation, among other mechanisms, engineers essentially, highly complex task-oriented systems that do things precisely in the body, that do something, right?
Yes.
I simply asked, how does that happen? And all I heard was that it happened.
One, we witness it happening, like I'd already pointed out. But two, I pointed out that we could simulate this happening.
Simulation isn't an observation, man.
What are you suggesting?
If I simulated God's creation, does that mean God's creation happened?
What?
If I could simulate God creating the world, does that mean... Listen, focus. If I can simulate a unicorn jumping over a cliff and diving into a pool for a unicorn baptism party, does it mean that happened?
What? No.
Thank you.
If we have particular models, right, and you are doing a simulation with respect to those particular models, they may tell us something about how the real world works.
Or not.
For example, they have done simulations of different types of, like, rockets, right? And in general, that directs the research of how we're going to construct the rockets. How are we going to put the mechanisms in place?
Yes.
How is the plasma going to work with stuff?
Thank you. That's a great distinction, Bobby. Thank you for bringing that up.
Why?
No, hold on.
Right?
Let's one thing at a time. I'm so glad you brought up rockets, which is engineering. You simulated a rocket to further investigate what might happen based on your existing knowledge of a rocket, which is based in experiment.
There are things that we simulate that we haven't invented yet.
That doesn't make them real.
No, but that is part of the scientific inquiry. And so for you to dismiss things
No,
like a
that's
simulation...
engineering.
No, you're basically saying that if I simulate something in a computer and the objective is to try to learn about how some particular mechanism works, that's somehow inappropriate or something.
No, I'm saying
that has been part of the scientific process.
I'm saying that
forever.
I'm saying that if you can simulate something, it doesn't follow that the thing you're simulating actually happened. It's not a controversial position.
No one is saying it actually
You literally
happened,
said it.
But no one is saying it actually happened.
You literally said it.
Well, then I take back whatever
Thank
you
you
think I said. So, no one is saying that experiment you're doing is literally happening. The experiment may be providing insight about what does happen.
Great.
Right?
So how did you determine that random mutation built a vestibular system? How do you determine that happened?
So, like I've said, we can simulate the fact that random mutations, right, can lead to functionality.
That's
like
not random.
Why are you saying it's not random?
Because you just said
are random.
When you say you simulate something, does that require intent and knowledge?
What?
When you simulate
have no
something,
idea what the values are going to be.
Wait, axiomatic.
None.
When you simulate something, is that a mind with intention doing something?
Again, we already agreed to the word random being the word that talks about what our understanding of the information is.
How does the computer know what random means if it's not coded?
We can't. If I take a collection of data measured from some natural phenomenon outside. No, why are you not letting me?
Because you're not answering my question. When someone simulates something, aren't they coding what they determine colloquially they're saying is random?
No, they're
not.
No.
Okay.
Not when it's a random matrix. So
how do you know it's a random matrix if it's built by a human?
I'm trying to tell you. So, if you go outside and you take some data from some phenomenon, like for example, the wind moving around or the tree leaves growing or whatever it is that you want to take a look at, right? And you tabulate that information and you normalize it and you put some bounds on it.
You mean the laws of physics?
You can generate data. And
you mean from the laws of physics?
In theory, right, that data would look random, right?
Not look random. No, Bobby, sorry.
No,
not
just
to
hash
look
it and make it look random.
Not to
right?
look random. We're not talking about looking random, okay? A lot of things look random, right? We're not talking about
difference.
That. Yes, there is a difference.
No, there isn't. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. When you roll on a like a board, you know, like the when you go to Vegas or something, right? And you go to the roulette table. Doesn't it look ostensibly random when the ball lands on a number?
Why do we care about a single instance of a distribution?
I'm giving an example of why a constrained system that's built by...
This is completely irrelevant.
Bobby, when you simulate randomness, it's not true randomness. This is not controversial.
You granted that.
So what you mean by random is not random, right?
I said the word random in general refers to the fact that the best understanding we have of a phenomenon is that it fits a particular PDF. You said, oh, let's call that the colloquial definition, right? Okay. And I said, and then you said that that's fine. We can use that definition. I said to you already earlier that if you want to take the philosophical position that there is no such thing as random, sure. But when it comes to scientific inquiry, the very simple statement of this is random is simply a discussion about the distribution that set of data fits. Okay. And so I'm pointing out the stuff outside and the stuff that I simulate in a computer are both random. They both fit the same PDF. They both fit the same phenomenon. I can't distinguish between the two. If I were to cover up the tops and then hand them to a colleague, they wouldn't be able to tell which one is which. That is what we call random simulation. Right?
Okay, great. So you simulated randomly random mutation building a vestibular system.
Not that, but we can simulate lots of things.
Okay, so you're not going to actually tell me how random mutation produces a vestibular system.
I'm sure we could do it on like a larger level if you wanted, but in general, we're going to study things on the individual parts that we're capable of doing in like a computer or a simulation.
Okay, let's move to another topic of evolution, which is essential.
Hang on. I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You agree, right, that we can start out programs in a random state.
No.
And through environmental pressures alone, converge them into a useful function.
No.
Right?
No.
Meaning that we didn't do anything to them.
No.
I don't know why you say we don't agree when we literally you're holding a computer that
a computer executes commands, Bobby.
Yes, a computer.
We got 10 minutes left.
Does a computer not ever is there such a thing as a computer that definitionally, analytically isn't identical to a machine that executes commands?
It depends on what you mean by that. I mean, technically, a quantum computer is a little trickier.
Does
to
someone make a
categorize.
quantum computer to execute commands?
You run quantum programs on quantum computers.
Okay, so if you're going to use the simulation as a reflection of nature, are you saying that you need someone to simulate nature to direct the execution of commands?
If you're very much concerned about the random state of a program, you can buy chips that literally.
You didn't
pull
even
their
hear my
random-
question, man. Listen to my question. If you're using simulation, which is guided and directed by executed commands given by a mind, are you saying that if that's an accurate reflection of nature, are you saying that nature requires some sort of programmer?
I am not understanding what you're saying. We
Okay,
don't
let's move
call
on then if you don't
nature being
understand it.
programmed.
Okay,
No,
so
I'd like to understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that you're using simulation as something that's indiscernible in data from nature, but simulation is constructed by man, and you're saying man could execute commands inside of a computer to produce or reproduce what ostensibly looks like randomness in nature, but a mind is doing that.
Sure, you could say a mind, but I didn't say all. I don't know why you keep elevating everything from all when there exists an example.
I'm just saying computing requires a mind.
No one looks at Minecraft and goes, there's an example of us learning something about physics, right? But when someone sees a very robust, very large simulation of how a burn rate works for some particular jet engine, right? Then they take that data and they're like, that seems to be the correct way for us to do this. Let's actually go try to build the thing this way.
Okay,
right?
cool. Do you believe that the Pakicetus had accumulated a bunch of accidental property changes through random mutation and in 53 million years produced the whale as we know it today?
Yes. All of the data that we have lines up with that exact model.
Okay, data needs to be interpreted, by the way.
We
I didn't
have
ask
the
for a story about it. Hey, stop
taxonomical
wasting time.
data,
I
right?
didn't ask for your justification for it. I just asked you if you believe that.
Well, this is supposed to be a conversation, Jimbob.
Well, hold on. No, you're just stalling.
I'm not trying to be mean to you, man.
I didn't say you're mean.
It is a debate, gentlemen.
Okay? I'm asking you, is there something essentially different about a whale than a Pakicetus?
I mean, they're different, right? I don't know when the time frame was that a Pakicetus lived. You'd have to tell me the years.
Well, no, they say 53 million years ago. So if there's something essential...
So then they would clearly not be modern whales, right?
Is there something that's an essential property that makes a whale and not a Pakicetus?
Did whales come from a Pakicetus?
That's your model. Pakicetus evolved, dipped its toe in the ocean, learned how to eat a crab, and suddenly found its way further and further into the ocean. And random mutation actually happened, and they reorganized their body plan to add fat and temperature control and mating capabilities and defense models and all these things, right? And it became the whale today.
Did Pakicetus not have any of those?
Well, the thing is, what I'm asking, is there anything essential that makes a whale versus not whale? Is there anything essential about that makes a whale that makes other things?
I'm sure there's a list of taxonomical features that distinguish whales.
That's fine.
Whales.
Let's take one. That's a mammal.
Okay, great.
Is there an essential
example?
Great. In biology, through the evolutionary view, is it true that there's one essential property that makes a mammal a mammal?
One? No.
At least.
There's a bunch, right?
No, at least one.
At least. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Isn't it true that from the evolutionary view that mammals had to be the product of something that wasn't a mammal if you go back far enough?
Sure. Yeah.
So then how could you say there's an essential property to a mammal if the essential property is actually an accidental property that's acquired over time?
What? No, it's a categorization. We live today and we see things in the past, and then we want to give names to these categories.
Do you know what essential means versus accidental?
Are you saying that all the names that we give animals today need
I didn't
to be
ask
perfect?
for names. I did not ask for the name. I'm asking for the referent. Do you know the difference
So
between the name?
the
Hold
word
on. You're not listening. Do you know the difference between the reference and the referent?
I have no idea.
Okay, the referent is the object you're referring to with a name. You could name a whale banana cake. It doesn't matter the sound coming out of your mouth. What I'm talking about isn't the arbitrary sound of the category mammal. I'm talking about the essential property, which would be based in nature. Let's take mammary glands. Our mammary,
there wouldn't be a way to distinguish.
Thank you. There wouldn't be, because there isn't from an evolutionary view. You know why? Because everything you think is an essential property of a whale, in starting with the mammary glands, is actually not an essential property, because it comes from a long process that didn't include mammary glands.
So fine. That isn't how we talk about it in science, right? In science, when we categorize these things, we have to pick names, right? That if you zoomed in on the boundaries would become fuzzy or difficult, right? But overall, we need names in order for people to distinguish what fields they're studying or what particular
nominalism,
phylogeny that they're looking at or whatnot. And so the point is that we've named mammals, and we typically have a very basic set of criteria. Animals that have this go into this category. Now you come across something like the fucking duckbill platypus. Everyone goes, well,
nope, still has mammary gland, right? No, well, it's still, why? Why do we still hold the platypus and the other one? I forget the name of. Why?
That is literally what I just said, is that the boundaries are going to be fuzzy.
No, why do
if you want specificity?
I'm asking you, why do we call a platypus a mammal still?
You'd have to ask the biologist why we
I'm telling you, because it has
why did we name Pluto
I'll
planet
tell you why,
and then
bro.
demote it?
I'm telling you why. I'm literally telling you your own dogma, dude. You call it a mammal because it has the one essential property that all mammals share: mammary glands. The fact that it lays eggs doesn't actually remove it from the category of mammal. Why? Because you assume in categorizing things that things have essential properties. Do you understand my argument? I really wish you would push it back to me so I know you understand it. Evolution holds, Bobby, that in the biological world, there are distinctions between animals. And the distinctions you make between animals, reptiles, and mammals and the rest of these things, at least one of those distinctions would be held as an essential property, not an accidental property. The difference between the accidental property and the essential property is you and I are humans, right? Yes? There's an essential property that makes us humans, right? But you have red hair and I have black hair.
It depends on what you mean by essential. Because for you, you're going in and out of properties that we would talk about today versus properties that go into the past versus properties that cross over taxonomical lines,
right?
Versus the boundary conditions of different words we invent,
That's right.
So like if you're going to swap back and forth between those, you're obviously just going to cause a lot of confusion for people.
No. Don't go that route. Stop. That's well poisoning. That's just total well poisoning.
This is why I made it clear, right? The word mammal is understood. It means to hold these particular criteria. If you need to put in front of those almost always in front of each one, then go ahead and do that.
No, here, I'll get to the process. Bobby,
it isn't meant to be a perfect
This is all
thing.
obfuscating,
man. Perfect word.
I didn't ask if you thought it was perfect, bro. I just asked you if there's an essential property, a singular one, essential property that makes a mammal a mammal. The answer is yes.
Based on how you're using essential properties, the answer would be no.
Okay,
right?
great. That's fine too.
Because you're referring all the way into the past.
That's fine too, because evolution holds that eventually you have to say that a thing that has an essential property that makes it what it is actually comes from a process and a time where it doesn't hold that essential property. That is to say, a thing that, hold on, that is to say, a whale in its illusory state of having an essential property of whaleness actually comes from something that's not whale. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. By what reasoning or method did you determine something that we see today actually it's reasonable to hold that it actually comes from something it's not?
Something that we see today didn't, because we see that happen. We have examples of that happening.
When do you have an example
of that happening?
No, stop it. I don't want a story. Tell me an example of something producing something today you can observe. Listen to the question. Tell me an example of something you witnessed today where you observe an organism that in its production, its reproduction, produces something it's not.
So to be clear, you were at first talking about particular features, right? And the fact that features of a particular animal go back into the past and have to have come from a time in which that feature wasn't available.
Yes.
You then switch to some type of philosophical, definitiveness of what a particular thing is, and that a thing came from something that it wasn't in the past or whatever.
Isn't that true from your view?
This is just fallacious, right?
What's the fallacy?
Evolution. Because we don't use
What's
that type
the fallacy?
of terminology when we're talking about
What's
evolution.
the fallacy?
Evolution states.
What's the fallacy, Bobby?
You don't leave your
clade?
taxonomical.
You don't leave your clade,
whatever it is.
Got it. So that's
Correct.
even cool. Is there an essential property that makes something in one clade and not the other?
We just said
Bobby,
no,
we can hit
not
the
in the way you
closings.
use essential properties.
There it is, guys. Okay, so he says it's fallacious.
No, it's not. There it is, guys. You're literally switching between the two usages.
You couldn't name the fallacy.
You're going
first
between
of all.
a philosophical definition and the
What definitions aren't philosophical?
Non-precise scientific definitions used.
Are scientific
for
definitions
categorizing
philosophical?
animals. No, why would they be
Scientific
philosophical?
categories and scientific distinctions aren't philosophical.
That is not what we call philosophical. When I'm
Great.
talking about biology and cells and whatnot, we
Great.
don't call that part of philosophy.
Bobby, is there anything that's essential?
Can they be talked about
Bobby,
philosophically?
is there
Sure.
any essential?
Why not?
Bobby, is there any essential property that puts something in one clade and not the other?
Based on the way you're using essential properties, the answer again is no.
So there's no real distinctions.
We have taxonomy and possibly even DNA, right? That we use to categorize creatures into particular clades. That is so.
Is
yes,
DNA
we
essential
have-
to the animal?
Yes, we have properties we define for particular clades. That is not what the way you're using essential properties, because you're saying where is something that is a guarantee forever into the past and forever into
I
the
just
future
asked, look,
to
dude,
be a part of this.
this is
clade.
total.
Jimbob, you
all
can
I
do one more question
okay,
and answer. And
all
then I'm gonna
I
let him do
said,
the closing.
all I
I know
asked,
you're trying.
all
you
I
keep
asked,
trying
he
to
just said I
switch
could say.
between the
He just said
two,
I could
dude.
talk. All I asked.
One more question. Then
All I
Bobby, do
asked
your
was,
closing.
do you believe that one animal actually is the result many, many years in a process that's produced from something it's not? The answer is yes. I asked you, first of all, to be able,
False.
hold. I'm asking.
Let
I'm
him
talking
finish,
right
Just
now.
Bobby.
lied
Let him finish.
again.
Does a whale?
You can say that in your response.
You already admitted, and you can rewind it, that you admitted that a mammal, the category called mammals, that has an essential property at minimum, that it has mammary glands, actually is the product of a long process at which far back in time is produced by something that's not a mammal. So I asked you a simple question, Bobby. I asked you a simple question. All I asked you was, can you give an account or a justification why one ought believe that an animal of one category is actually the product of a different category animal, no matter how long the time is? And you know what we got? Nothing. We got nothing from you.
All right, Bobby, if you want to do a quick response and then go into your closing, we're going to do 2 to 4 minute closing statements and get into the Q&A.
Sure.
Start the timer.
I find the disingenuousness here to be a little bit just silly, right? Obviously, we use words to try to categorize animals. To then extend that to saying that we have guaranteed philosophical definitions that go into the past indefinitely is not what was meant by providing those particular definitions. Mammals is a particular category that only extends so far back in time, and in general, the way that we define these things is that anything that is a mammal is going to stay being a mammal indefinitely. That's
a contradiction.
What that word means, and that's also how evolution is stated.
That's
evolution
contradiction.
is that when you're in a particular category, you're going to remain in that category indefinitely.
That
right?
defeats evolution.
Now, for Jimbob to get upset that the category is not perfectly defined because there's taxonomical smearing across the entire animal kingdom.
Literally just
that's
contradicted himself again.
That's just an upsetment of the fact that we cannot be so incredibly precise. There's always going to be edge cases. There's always going to be complexities. There's always going to be fuzziness at the border, right? And so the point is that switching vocabulary words and then saying, oh, so you're saying that something came from some other categorically different thing?
Go
That's
vote for
just
me over
being
there, you guys.
completely disingenuous and
He admitted it.
fallacious. Obviously, that is not what is being said when we define these words, right? These words are just used to try to categorize animals, and that is all that is meant by mammal. No one was saying that when you go into the past and there's some other categories of stuff, that the things that are today aren't called those things too, right? So, like, if there's the category of, what is it, great apes, right? We're still great apes. We're in that category.
Unbelievable,
right?
this guy.
And so, to be like, oh, well, the great apes aren't humans, right? Well, yeah, they're not literally the same thing, right? Because those words mean different things.
He's
right?
literally arguing my position.
I don't know. It's just a semantics game. It
not.
seems really silly.
All right, you gonna concede
Sure.
the rest of your time?
Yeah,
Bobby?
sure.
All right, I'm gonna reset the clock 2 to
What's
4
that?
minutes.
How many minutes? 4 minutes? Okay.
2 to 4. Yeah.
So that last bit was really essential, no pun intended, because when we say a whale comes from something that's not a whale, I simply ask the Evo proponent, what gives you this view that something that exists today as a category that has its essential properties, actually, if far back enough in time, is actually the product of something that's not? He says nothing ever leaves its clade. Okay. Well, now you have to now you actually have to distinguish what distinguishes one clade from the other. Now it just kicks the can down the road. He's saying it's very blurry as far as what a whale is and when it becomes a whale from not a whale. That doesn't mean that we can't talk about a whale. Okay, fine. Let's go to the clade. It never leaves its clade, right? Okay. Well, now you have the same problem with the clade. I ask the same proponents every time I debate them. What's the essential property for a given animal that puts it in one clade and not the other? And you get the same answer. You keep going back and back. They just keep kicking the can down the road. In fact, the evolutionary view can only hold that there's only one true category of animal, and that's the ones that are alive, which tells us nothing. It's a completely regressive definition for living organisms. Now, I want to also highlight early in the debate, the opponent couldn't actually take us through the scientific method. He actually argued sometimes the scientific method is needed, sometimes it's not for a scientific theory. He went into modeling as some sort of substitute for understanding the biological world, which it's not. Modeling is not a substitute for observation in reality. You can model what you observe, but you can't just model something you didn't observe and say it's real because you could model it. That's absurd. That's pseudoscience. The irony tonight is that evolution is demonstrably pseudoscience mixed with some philosophy. And you know it's pseudoscience because for something to be called pseudoscience, you're actually necessitating what I'm affirming, some strict criterion for what constitutes science, the process, the method, right? You can't call something pseudoscience if the scientific method is completely arbitrary and you don't even need it to begin with, right? Now, the defeater here tonight is the contradiction that I produced and I was able to demonstrate through his own position, which is there are essential properties to make one thing a thing. There are no essential properties that make one thing a thing. Things are themselves. They always come from things that they are in reproduction, except for if you go back far enough, there's one sort of divergence that happens that we never observe, but we're going to assume it because I put it in my computer and I built a Minecraft simulator for it and I played games, right? This is absurd. The opponent is actually a pseudoscientist. He couldn't even distinguish between mathematics and science, the activity of science. He couldn't distinguish that math is descriptive versus science, which is explanatory. Math doesn't explain phenomenon, it describes it. He thinks math describes phenomenon or explains phenomenon. It doesn't. Models don't actually develop scientific theories. They help with engineering and that's it. So if evolution is true, everything we are today, by nature, we don't have a nature, basically. We come from a long lineage of things that we're not. This is irrational to say. In really plain, natural English, evolution says we come from a long lineage of things that we're not. That's not intuitive. That's not scientifically demonstrated. That's philosophically incoherent. It violates the law of identity. And the cult of evolution, it produces... Every one of my opponents is a product of mass-scale propaganda that they can't defend in real time. They just assert that it happens. How do you know random mutation built a vestibular system? Because it did. That's all we got tonight, and I predicted it, and I can predict it every single time I debate an Evo proponent. I don't care if you're a mathematician. I don't care if you're a PhD. Give me the best Evo proponent, the one you guys venerate the most. They'll all end up in the same silence.
Okay, that was the time. And if you guys want to take a quick restroom or coffee break before we get started on the Q&A.
Coffee.
Awesome. You ready? Bobby, you need to take a quick break?
I'm good.
Cool. Then we will get right into it, guys. It says there's just under 700 of you in the chat. If you could like the video, do us a solid. That'd be awesome. Much appreciated. And then get your tickets to DebateCon 9 if you can make it to Orlando. That's going to be super fun. And I'll be there. A bunch of the homies in the chat will be there. And then we got water slide attached to the hotel that you'll have free access to if you stay at the hotel.
Bring them over here, dude.
Through the Modern Day Debate link in the description. Okay. We are going to get into it. Lenny Grad sends $10 and he says, I just want one debate where someone is very annoyed to be here and feels no joy about it. Preferably some rage and disgust instead. Okay. Thank you, Lenny. That was not a question. JD for 2 says, whoa, Jimbob, put those guns away. Yeah, that's TOS, bro. Okay, next up, we got Anthony Ferrante for 10. He says, Q for Jimbob. You said a lot about essential properties here. Would having shoulders be an essential property of humans? If so, would you be considered a human?
No, actually. No. You can be born without shoulders.
Do you have any comment on that, Bobby?
I'm working on it.
I agree. You could be born without shoulders. That is true.
All right, now we got a stimulating dialogue here. Okay, Left-Hand Assassin for 5. Sup, Big Mike? Hello, sir. Mr. Jack 79 for 10 says, bruh, this isn't science, let alone even scientism at this point. Literally just scientists incoherently making theories that aren't even coherent with each other. Incoherent theories. With each other's incoherent theories is what I think he meant to say. I'll let Bobby, if you want to respond to that one.
That sounds weird. I mean, hopefully you're not typing on a pocket computer as you're sending in that chat, right? You know, invented by people like me. Like, it's kind of ridiculous to be like, scientists are all trying to lie and deceive us, right? As we literally use their technology every day to do things, you know? I don't know.
All right, Jimbob, would you like to say something about that?
No, I mean, I think there's a necessary distinction between applied science and natural science. You don't need to apply everything you gain from natural science, but you could. You could also develop engineering without doing the scientific method. You could build and engineer bridges just from trial and error, right? And just observation. It doesn't require high-level mathematic descriptions, nor does it require introducing variables that cause anything. You just kind of do stuff. And we've been building long before the official scientific method was formulated in its bullet points today. So, I mean, I just think there's a necessary distinction, like I said, between math and science. And there's also a necessary distinction between engineering itself and the scientific method. That isn't to say that engineering isn't helped a great deal by the scientific method. It is, but they're distinct.
To say that they're distinct is to somehow suggest that they don't have any overlap with each other, and that's like obviously
no, that's
fallacious.
Not true. That's actually not true. That's actually completely false. What you just said. I literally
consult with physicists. I consult with engineers.
You literally just said something false.
Together in projects, right? There are papers that literally cross fields, like you publish in a physics journal. But
so you think distinct means separate?
And so the point is that when you say things like, we can't talk about that because that's engineering, that's silly. Right?
I didn't say that, Bobby. You're just lying about what I said. All I said, Bobby, is there's a difference between engineering and the scientific method. And I didn't say they can't overlap.
No, there isn't.
There isn't a distinction between engineering and the scientific method?
There's a distinction in that they're not identical.
Thank you.
But there's overlap in what
I
it
didn't
is that
say
you're
they're not
describing.
overlap, dude. I said there's overlap. I literally said it in my statement.
When you talk about a broad statement like scientific method, right, there's a lot of components to that. There's the way in which it's approached is different in different fields. There is stuff that is considered, you know, not quite suitable for publication yet. And then there's other things that are like, well, all we have is a model and we need to figure out an experiment,
Bobby,
right? Or over here, we have
dude,
a model and we have the idea
it's
of
really
what the
simple,
experiment
man.
should be,
This
right?
is like not something you should actually argue against because we both agree on this. You're pretending I don't agree with you. Let me ask you a simple question. Can I build a bridge without establishing a cause to what makes things fall?
A cause? What do you mean by cause?
Is there a cause? Is there an assumed cause to things falling?
Is there assumed, you mean gravity?
Yeah. Is there an assumed cause to things falling?
Yes, we build bridges because we live on Earth where there's gravity.
You don't even know what I asked you. Can I build a bridge? Can I build a bridge before we understand any formulation mathematically of gravity? Can I build a bridge without understanding or assuming the cause of things falling? Can I just build a bridge?
Do we understand the formulation of gravity right now?
Oh my gosh, dude. Can I build a bridge without understanding the current formulation of gravity?
I'm asking you a question.
So you won't answer my question, but you want to ask me a question. Why should I answer your question if you don't? No, I'm not answering your question. I just ask you one, dude.
Do we currently...
I'm not going to answer your question.
Questions. I let you ask me so many questions,
I literally just asked you, can I build a bridge without understanding the concept of gravity?
The clarity of that question would be made if you answered a question of mine.
You didn't answer my question.
Is it possible to do it first, then ask the question?
It would make more sense for me to understand and
the answer is yes. People can build bridges and houses and huts without understanding the cause of the thing that they see a phenomenon of things fall if they're not supported. So you can actually look at the phenomenon of things falling and go, wow, they need support. I don't know what's causing them to fall, but it doesn't stop me from engineering. That demonstrates an example, Bobby, of engineering being possible without understanding mathematically or scientifically what's causing falling.
I asked you if, we currently have an understanding of gravity.
No.
According to your definition of understanding.
No.
Okay, so then according to you, no bridges, even today, are built with an understanding of gravity.
No, they're built... this is great. They're built with an understanding of the effect that they observe.
Are they built with an understanding of gravity?
Yeah. If gravity means the effect, then yes. The cause, no.
So, okay. So when you asked originally the cause, you were asking a question in which you believe no bridges are being built with cause. No bridges
need to be built with an understanding or an assumption of causing of gravity. Listen, you're interrupting when I ask you. Ask me a question. I try to answer it. And you interrupt me. Bridges can be built
like 50 times.
Bridges can be
one last back and forth.
Bridges can be built today without assuming an understanding of bending space-time or anything like that. Mass attracts mass. You can build a bridge today based on the regularity of observing what constitutes falling for objects. That's all you need. You could mathematically describe them and you can engineer to high precision bridges and buildings and things that work together just from the mathematical description of an effect. But science isn't about observing just the effect, Bobby. Science is about establishing a likely cause of the effect.
So,
all right, quick response and we're going to move on.
Sure. This playing around with philosophical definitions like cause and effect in this
that's semantic now
way. This is silly, right?
Cause and effect is silly?
That's why it was teased out when Jimbob says we don't understand the
Dude just said cause
of
and
any
effect
bridges
is silly.
built today, or the underlying cause of why we would build bridges today, or however he phrased it.
You didn't even know what I said.
And the point is that this is a demonstration of the silliness of this, right? This is just playing semantics of like, what is the cause for blah blah blah, right? And then you point out, well, are you using cause in some grandiose way so that nothing has a cause? And then apparently Jimbob got upset at that and then decides, I'm going to go ahead and
well, I'm going to go ahead to the next question.
Sorry. I'm rambling on.
Do you have the stream pulled up so you can see the timer? Because I'm going to start doing 1 minute timed.
Dude just said there's no important difference between cause and effect.
I don't have it pulled up, but
just to keep it a little bit more flow in here, so people don't feel discouraged like their question is never going to get answered.
Sure.
Next one is from Big Bad Mama for 5. Jimbob, you believe that a hyperspeciation event occurred after the global flood. What are the mechanisms that drove this speciation event?
If you're saying speciation is variation within existing species, you can have adaptation. I don't deny adaptation. And what we're finding out more and more when you study the field of what you call evolution, what you're actually discovering is that it's rapid. Actually, the variation that's capable of happening inside a population, the accidental, this is an important distinction, the accidental properties that a organism is capable of undergoing is rapid. It's actually speedy. That's why evolution proponents are going back to the drawing board and trying to establish a model that accounts for the rapid speediness of changes that you see among populations. But that doesn't mean the population in its essential nature changes. It just means that the ability for it to adapt happens actually very quickly, which honestly kind of tilts away from the established dogma of evolution, which is with enough time, with a quadrillion billion years. Well, actually, no, you guys are actually, you used to need more time, but now it's what you're learning when you look at adaptation. You're actually studying that you actually need to come up with a theory that happens faster to account for the observations. Nice try.
All righty. Bobby, if you'd like to take a quick 30-second response to that, since that was directed at Jimbob, you're welcome to.
These people don't even know their dogma, man. It's crazy.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think any of that is true, obviously. When we look at papers and such, that doesn't seem to be the case. I just did a whole review on the Parsons paper dealing with mitochondrial Eve, who was 145,000 years ago, or was, I don't know. So I counted the number of authors and co-authors. It was in the thousands, right? And so thousands of contributions over 50, years plus, right? All honing in and demonstrating, one particular thing, which is, mitochondrial Eve was probably 145,000 years ago. Probably some African woman, right?
All right, so that was the time there. This next one is for you specifically, Bobby, and then Jimbob, I'll give you a chance to say something on it as well. Mr. Jax 79 for 10 says, quote, switching definitions. No, Jimbob is using the original definition, not the made-up definitions used by people like AR used in order to get people to accept their pseudoscience. So I got 2 minutes on the clock here if you want to say something about that. Go ahead.
It's weird calling stuff pseudoscience when you publish in journals or whatnot, but I don't know. Like there's a large body of scientific knowledge that is available, from biologists to dendrochronologists to physicists to engineers to mathematicians, right? And they all collaborate and they all work together. And so to pretend that there's a scientific cabal where we're doing blood packs or something in order to lie to people, this is just kind of weird and silly.
Who the fuck said that?
I don't know what pseudoscientists are trying to say when they're saying that.
Are you saying that pseudoscience can't be funded? Are you saying pseudoscience can't be funded by grants?
It's not pseudoscience if it's peer reviewed.
Do you listen to words? What? Is it possible, logically, practically, metaphysically, for pseudoscience to be funded?
Anything is possible, sure. But that has nothing to do with the statement about my particular field and calling me a pseudoscientist.
How do you determine something pseudoscience?
Through testable, reproducible predictions, peer-reviewed literature, the scientific method, right? These are the types of things that are used in order to determine what it is we know about reality.
Cool. How would you know if evolution is pseudoscience then? If it didn't go through the scientific method then, by your own words?
It literally makes predictions. We literally use it in the laboratory.
Can bad models make predictions? Can untrue models make predictions?
Can untrue models? What does true
mean? An untrue model, that means the model that describes reality can make accurate predictions, but it's actually not an accurate model. It's not true. Is it possible?
Well, how would you know any model is true? Models are just approximations of what it is that we're understanding.
Are you admitting that models definitionally can't be true?
I'm gonna
That
add
has
one more
nothing to
minute
do
to
with how
this.
useful
Bobby,
they
Do
are.
you? I didn't care. I understand you're using the useful.
Their utility is separate from their
can something be useful?
truthfulness.
Can something be useful and not true?
I'm unaware of any model that can be categorized as true. And if
Okay.
that is the case, not even your models
Thank you.
can be categorized as true.
Thank you.
right?
real quick,
Thank you.
Bobby,
Excellent.
were you
So the word true there
Thank
is
you.
not the correct word to use. The correct word
I
to
don't need
use is
anything
that
more.
they are useful
I don't need
for how we understand the world.
Is it
right?
true that they're useful, or is that another model?
Well,
It
hold on one
probably
second.
is true that they're useful.
Does that require a
Bobby,
model?
did you get the fullness of the answer out there? Jimbob came in kind of about a minute left, so I just wanted to make sure that I'm trying to be fair here.
Shout out to DeGoth or
Oh,
whoever
I don't
said
know.
that
What was
or
question
who is
again? You have
it?
to tell
About
me.
the definitions.
Who said in the
pseudoscience,
yesterday
if
chat
you recall.
that models are just
Oh,
untrue,
yeah,
and
it's fine.
that's
I
it.
think
All right.
we got
I
it.
mean, yeah, like once we get towards the minute, yeah, I don't mind if you guys jump in because it does create good content when
Sorry.
you're going back and forth over the super chats. I just want to give people enough time
Sure.
to say something themselves before the next person talks.
Yeah. My head's hurting. I
should be.
apologize again for
it
being
should be
sick.
hurting.
I'm not
We're
at the
shooting through
top of
these.
my
It
game.
Should be hurting.
We're shooting through these, but I do take you being sick very personally, Bobby, just so you know.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
All right. We got 5 from Orthodox Phronesis. He says, pick up Genesis, Creation, and Early Man by Father Seraphim Rose, a massive tome critiquing evolution from an Orthodox perspective. So, Bobby, I think he's recommending that to you or everybody.
People can enjoy works of fiction. It's great.
I think that's just more of a critique. I don't know if that's fiction or not. But
Oh, I have no idea. It sounded like it was a creationist book.
no, that's
Then
a
again, it
man
said
who's
Catholic.
alive today who wrote.
Is that if it's a Catholic book, it probably acknowledges evolution. So maybe I have it backwards.
No, it says from an Orthodox perspective.
Orthodox. But seriously, why would you write it off as fiction? Aren't you a skeptic?
Why would I write it off as fiction?
Yeah, before even
What do you
knowing
mean?
what it is, you just literally said it's
There's
fiction.
there's no evidence of a 6,000-year-old Earth. There's no evidence of distinctive kinds.
How
right?
would,
I
that's
think
actually
it's-
hold on. Do you think that you know the age of the Earth?
Yeah.
Is the Earth accumulation of pre-existing matter before it becomes the globular mass that it is?
Sure.
Okay, so
Not
how do
sure
you
where
how do you
that's
determine the birth or the start of the Earth if it's made up of matter that precedes its form?
Well, because matter switches from one form to another, and in general, we're typically dating things based on ratios, meaning that as materials change from one form to another, based on the particular environment that happened in, we calculate out that ratio, and we know that that particular event must have occurred, 2 billion years ago or whatever.
Oh, yeah, cool. So based on your system, you know the age of the Earth, and you know how absurd it is to hold an early age of the Earth, a late age of the Earth, I should say. You're saying that you know the birth of the Earth, which is admittedly accumulated by unrelated particular matter, but what makes the Earth the beginning of the Earth is a change of form of matter?
Well, again, we're not dating the literal matter. We're dating the ratio of the changes that occur in particular pockets.
Cool.
So, like, for example, when we look at C14 decaying into C or whatever it is, nitrogen, right? We're looking at the ratio of C12 to C14 in some type of biological material.
Right.
That is how that's done. No one is saying that those particular atoms are somehow older. How would you date an atom? We don't have any method to do
well,
that.
no. Well, the point is, and I'll just wrap it up real quick,
one
is
dates
when you
atoms,
I
they
understand.
date ratios.
I understand, but the thing is, a ratio is a conceptual analysis, a mathematical analysis. There's no thing called a ratio in nature, by the way. Second of all, when you say the Earth has a beginning, right? From your view, the Earth is an accumulation of gravitational pull of particulars that already exist that come together and through time form a thing called a sphere over time. But you have a totally arbitrary position on when you start the date, right, of the Earth. Because it can start from this big, right? It can start from the fist, right? It can start from the size of the fist, right?
We're moving on here in a second.
You won't answer any question.
Just like you do with all the definitions, right? You're doing the same thing again, where there is a granularity in the definition.
Totally
right?
a cope, man.
All right, we got to move it on.
Okay.
The timer's more for me, guys. Just to be honest, but I just don't want each
It's
question
just
back and
amazing.
forth go on
Like
too
he
long,
never,
so
he
we
just
get these.
obfuscates every
Mr.
single one.
Jax is up next. Thank you for another super chat for 5. He says, quote, random mutations don't build anything, end quote. And then he quoted again, okay, so what built it, end quote.
Yep.
Random mutations.
Yeah.
Bro, science is freaking screwed, dude.
That's an accurate summary of what happened. Random mutations.
I
no-
literally said, right, not only do we witness it in the laboratory,
Where?
right, not only do we cause it. What do you mean?
Where
we
did you
have
witness random mutation building something useful?
We literally did that with bacteria. We had the long chain of bacteria where we eventually had a strand that was able to eat citron, right?
No, sorry.
That was a completely new,
hold on.
completely new ability.
This is
didn't
totally
exist before.
No. How do you
right?
determine a bacteria being fed something, an external stimuli, didn't already have it in its system to be able to adapt to consume it? How do you determine that?
For the last several decades, none of the bacteria had eaten or could eat citron.
Oh my gosh, dude. You don't listen.
They then went through the DNA of each generation, right? And they looked and analyzed where the mutations occurred. They were able to categorize, here's where these particular mutations happened, and they were
How do you
meaningless.
know?
They didn't do anything.
Quick response, Jimbob.
And then eventually,
oh my gosh, you don't answer the question.
Occurred where there was a new functionality achieved.
You literally
that
don't answer the question.
That new functionality was the ability to eat citron, and that bacteria took over the entire dish because it could eat twice as much food.
You literally
or 10
didn't
times
answer
more
the
food.
question. You just said in a different form. You just wrote it.
said we had no.
It's my response. It's my response. It's my response. It's my response.
Let him respond.
I asked you, how do you determine from a methodology whether or not the bacteria already had it encoded to respond to the stimuli and be able to adapt to be able to eat it, versus if it was the mutation that did it. You said, I found the mutation. I didn't ask if you found a mutation. I asked you, how did you determine a random mutation is at the cause of that ability?
Because that's what we observed.
Unfucking believable.
That's what we observed. We're gonna observe the next super chat here. Left Hand Assassin for 5 says, in a determinative universe, there is no true randomness. You agree with that, Bobby?
I don't know. I mean, maybe there is no true randomness. That isn't really relevant to the way the word random is used when we're talking in scientific literature, as I pointed out to Jimbob like 10 times.
Is it random? Would you say it's a random incidental effect that our brains are capable of reasoning?
Which word of random are you using?
The one that I granted you, like the process that produced a brain, would you agree that it's merely incidental that the brain is capable of thinking, but it's advantageous, but it's incidental that it became capable of thinking? It's incidental.
I'm not sure why you would say incidental. There appeared to have been a huge evolutionary advantage to having a thinking brain.
No,
right?
dude, unbelievable. I didn't ask if there's an advantage once you have a brain. I'm asking the process of building the advantageous thing called a brain. Is that incidental?
That is the process. If it's an advantage, it sticks around in the species.
How can it be an advantage if it's not fully functional?
Well, did you think that things didn't have brains and then they magically got brains?
From your view, yes, that's what you're arguing.
No, that isn't what happened.
Oh,
the
eternal brain always existed then.
What? No.
Did a brain exist?
Challenge him to a
Things
fight.
built
Enough
up over time.
What? But what are you talking about? Things built up. What is this? What is this? A kid's story?
Right?
The brain built up over time.
Model,
dude.
Right?
Listen to what you're saying, Bobby.
We do not see any missing stuff in the taxonomy of the animal kingdom today.
What?
We see things
irrelevant.
With big brains, small brains, tiny
irrelevant.
brains, very, very incredibly.
That's
teeny,
irrelevant,
tiny brains.
bro.
We literally have things that are so small that don't have any
That's
type
irrelevant.
of thinking at all. We don't even categorize them as living, like viruses.
That's irrelevant,
right?
Bobby.
Well,
So the point is.
That wasn't okay. You got one more point?
You have to actually say that random mutation produced a process called the brain, right? That produced a thing called the brain. I know you just say it did. Yeah. That's literally your position. It just happened. But the thing is, when I ask you, It has to build it first before it becomes an advantage, right? And you go, what do you mean? It is an advantage because it builds it.
Happens.
You demonstrate a build
brain, but we demonstrated it with eating citron. Do you agree that eating citron was a new feature of the bacteria?
Is eating citron is a brain?
We get into on that question.
Unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable.
The point is that you're pretending that new features are not able to be acquired when we literally can demonstrate
I didn't say that.
Happens.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Bobby.
Where is the breakdown in your position?
I'll tell you, Bobby.
Where is it that
I'll tell you right now.
These features are no longer able
I
to
told
be
you.
accessed?
I literally told you. I didn't say it's not possible. I said it's your position that you have to explain how random mutation builds a functioning brain that can reason. You know your example? Bacteria is capable of reacting to some type of stimuli so it can digest it. Therefore, a brain can be built.
All right. Okay. We're moving on here. Leningrad sends 10. He says, Axio, you literally went from saying random mutation produces features to saying random mutations don't do anything. And that something else makes the features. So,
some.
Jimbob, you can unmute at around a minute. Go ahead, Bobby.
Sorry. Some, not all. Some. I don't know why. There's this constant conflating of like, something could happen, or sometimes this thing, or we have examples of a thing, right? And then that's immediately turned into, are you saying all possible? Like, no, that isn't how that works. That's not what the word some or sometimes means, right?
If you end early, he can jump in sooner. Just want to point that out.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's still back to the same claim. The mechanism is random mutation. Before natural selection takes its approach on what's built, you didn't even get out of the factory part of the building. You didn't get into the quality control called natural selection. Still to this day, not a single proponent of evolution that I debate can explain to me how random mutation builds actual things that are hyper-specific and functional.
We do it in the lab.
No, listen to me.
We did it in the lab.
No, you didn't do it in a lab. You literally, what you did in the lab.
We literally
I'll tell you what you did in the lab.
A random new mutation.
It's my turn to talk. What you did, you didn't develop it. You didn't develop a random mutation. What you did is you put bacteria in a lab, right? And what you did is you introduced an external stimuli to it, and you watched it. You watched it react and adapt to the external stimuli. Similar to this, Axiomatic. If I put a baby cow, listen to me. If I put
it's just like evolution.
No, that's not the same, dude. If I put
yes, it is.
I'll tell you the distinction, dude. If I put a cow in a freezer and it responds by making thicker hair in response to the external stimuli called coldness, does it follow that the cow itself will fundamentally change over time into something it's not?
The cow is not a species, and taking a single organism.
The cow is not a species.
It's not akin.
The cow is not a species.
A single cow is not the species of cow.
Is a cow a species?
Right? No, a single cow.
That's a species.
Not a whole.
What's
species.
A cow? What's a cow?
What do you mean? It's got 4 legs.
Does when you put a cow, any cow.
Do you know what a cow is?
When you put any cow in a freezer, will it likely produce thicker hair in response to?
Is that what evolution says happens?
That's what you're saying.
No,
is a bacteria is one bacteria the species of bacteria? Nice work, dude.
Oh my god!
All right, we got another $10 here from.
You are stating that if you
do you know what epigenetics is?
Taking a particular member of a species and you're putting it in a refrigerator and you're pretending that it will develop new features. That isn't what happens. You take a whole species.
How do you take the whole species of something?
And like bacteria.
How do you take the whole species of bacteria, dude?
What do you mean?
How do you capture the whole? What do you? How do you? No, hold on. How do you? No, wait. How do you capture the entire species of bacteria in a lab, dude?
What do you mean?
You just said you capture bacteria, these species,
30 more seconds
in a lab.
Yes, they did that.
All of bacteria. All of bacteria was in the lab. Unbelievable, man.
Bacteria.
All bacteria.
No one said all.
You just said the species. That's all.
Like, Is this your entire shtick? Is you just pretend that people go between there exists and all 24/7?
When
Like,
you say the entire
seriously.
species was in the
No.
All
lab.
right.
I would actually.
Sorry,
I would
guys. I got to
actually
move
love-
on. Sorry, Bobby, I muted you. PS2 Chirper, what's up, man? Thank you for being in the chat, dropping some memberships, hopefully.
Dude, this is crazy.
Okay, we got next one up here. We got a question from Arborg for 30 shekels.
Dude,
we got
this is like the
Axiomatic.
worst.
Can
This
you
is
give
worse
me
than
an
Boomerang.
argument for
Randomly
evolution
mutate.
without failing the Gettier problem, using a tautology post hoc, and violating the law of identity? All right, I'm gonna start 2 minutes here. Jimbob, let's go with that. Once the first minute's up, you can hop in.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what it is the person is asking exactly, but in general, with any large model, typically there's going to be evidence for the particular parts of that model. So when you have a large theory like the evolutionary theory, there's typically hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of individual parts that have been verified through different types of experiments over an incredibly long time. Like I said, we literally have an entire, collection of scientists that have looked at only mitochondrial DNA in human beings alone, right? And that particular analysis has led to the fact that all of us have our mitochondrial DNA from a single African woman about 145,000 years ago. This exact same thing happens across the entire animal kingdom, from how eyes develop to where particular, types of bones came from or what they're used for, to why we have nerves that travel around
Dude,
in
are you
particularly
serious what he
weird
just
ways
said?
or whatnot.
Dude.
Literally, even on a cellular level,
Bro.
our cells sometimes or
Dude.
most of the time behave and do things in a completely dumbass fashion. They literally like move a
He
bunch of
just
material
said-
from one location to another, and then they move it back, and then they move it back again, and then they move it back again, and then they finally do something, right? And the point is that everything
can't believe
from
you just
the
said
literal
this, dude.
DNA to the mechanics to what's to the taxonomy, everything is suggestive of common descent and the fact that everything is related to each other. A simple example.
How is that not
is
a minute?
We all have the same chirality. Why the fuck do we all have the same chirality? That makes no sense. It's a completely arbitrary choice. All the chemistry behaves exactly the same with the other chirality.
All right, that was 2 minutes. If Jimbob, you want to say
Sure.
anything
Yeah.
uninterrupted for a minute or
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
questions, I'll put another minute on the clock. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, no, this whole story, it literally demonstrated the guy's question, which is post hoc rationalization storytelling. He just said the first human was a black woman. Did you know that a black woman, definitionally, based on essential properties, needs to come from a man and a woman? Is there any event in history, axiomatic reasoning, where you can actually argue that a human being who's a black woman comes from something that's not a woman, and a black man, in this case, maybe mixed, I don't know, but comes from a uninterrupted, dude.
I'm sorry. It's just
Shush!
no one
Shut
said that
up!
She was the only woman.
Shut up!
He wasn't the only woman.
Great. That all that does is kick the can down the road, right? Because you're now saying, oh, 145,000 years, there's the first black woman. Praise her. Let's give her
He wasn't
reparations.
the first one.
Stop interrupting!
He let you talk for 2 minutes.
Shut the fuck up!
I'm sorry. It's just I didn't
Mute
say
him!
it was the first black
Shut
woman.
the fuck up.
All right. All right. I'll give you
I want my time back.
Yeah, I'll give you 20 more seconds, and then he's muted.
That
And then
doesn't tell
we'll
us
go on.
anything, because what's in question is the evolutionary process that says a human being as a category is produced from something that's not a human being. So him going back in time and taking this approach that we come back to one woman and one woman alone. And it's like, okay, they're a part of a population. So all you're doing is kicking the can down the road, right? What's before that? What's before that? Eventually you have to get to this absurd position, right? That women or man or human beings in general are produced. They're products, they're byproducts of something that's essentially not human. That's the argument against evolution,
All
right? That's the whole bit right there, dude.
Let's go on to the next one here. Bobby, you can unmute. Just try not to respond to that right at this moment if you could. All right, so we got up next, Patrick Law for 20. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you. Hope if you're a lawyer, that's going well. Abiogenesis must explain how chemistry gained persistent genetic information, preserved it through noisy replication, linked sequence to function, and ultimately evolved the cross-alphabet code that maps nucleotides to proteins. So that all makes sense to you, Bobby, as just, I guess he's implying it's kind of impossible.
Sure.
That's what I took from that.
Yeah,
Sorry for cussing.
We, again, demonstrate different parts of the entire model, right? Different parts of it get demonstrated. We literally do this in the computer. As was pointed out to Jimbob several times, we make neural networks, we start them in random states, we give them particular, environmental pressures, and lo and behold, they converge to particular functionality. We can literally, cause particular functions to emerge if we wanted to. This can be seen in a variety of different ways. I literally, teach people about like how convolutional, neural networks work and whatnot, and go over the difference between like, a convolutional neural network that we develop like mathematically and then apply it, right? Versus one that is converged to through some type of stochastic gradient descent, and the difference between those. And one is quite literally a randomized function that has been converged to having some type of usefulness with respect to the environment it's in, and it doesn't really have a particular name. Whereas the ones we engineer, like in Photoshop and whatnot,
just ready for my socks.
We give those names. We
Photoshop,
call them blurring, or line
evolution,
edge detection, or whatever. It's. The point is, it's just silly. Like, we're very much aware that you can start things in random states and converge to functionality.
That's a contradiction
all the time. We have more than just neural networks. I could do it with like a Markov model. Like, it's the same thing.
All right.
Yeah. I would say
a solid minute there.
Cool. I would say that no, even the statement "we can start things in random states" is already an engineered intentional position. So whatever you're calling random, you're just using the random. I just want to make sure, colloquially speaking, random just means you're coding something to execute commands that produce ostensibly events that your mind can't comprehend the production of, even though you're literally executed the commands through coding to do so. Further, you can't look at models in a computer and say that they're in any way, shape, or form identical one-to-one to what biology is, right? It's a completely different system. Computing and modeling and simulation, it might reflect some referent in the world. The fact that we can do biomimicry to do engineering, right? We engineer around something an evolution proponent would say is not engineering. That doesn't even make sense. We simulate things using our mind, simulate coherent, practical things, right? And we model things that from the evolutionary paradigm, we hold, the evolution proponent holds is completely randomly produced incidentally, that the workability. He also said we code the environment, right? The natural selection process. No, that's not natural selection. That's literally Minecraft, dude. Natural selection, we didn't even get to natural selection. Natural selection is itself, by your own metric, full of randomness, right? It's not.
Since that was a 20, Bobby, if you want to take a minute and respond to some of that, you're welcome to.
Tell me one scientific fact, Greg.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe take the natural selection bait.
Science doesn't even produce facts, you retard.
Natural selection bait.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Just conflating ideas or whatnot.
Which ideas?
This is kind of silly.
Which ideas, dude? Don't be so cryptic and vague, man. Help me out.
It's clear you don't know what we mean by random, right? Do you know what a random distribution is?
Yeah, that's a colloquial sense. That's basically a term you use for something that you actually formulate mathematically or in a modeling system. You actually produce all the numbers.
Give me an example.
Of a what? Of a what?
Random distribution.
A random distribution model? I don't know. You'd come up with like a 15,000 names and code it how 15,000. 15,000.
What's the most common one?
What are you talking about? You asked me a question and you're interrupting me.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
I didn't ask. I didn't say anything.
Random distribution model.
I don't know. Tell me tell me how it applies to evolution.
Normal distribution curve doesn't ring a bell.
Go ahead. Tell me how it applies to evolution. It doesn't.
We don't have time for a pop quiz right now, guys. We got more super.
It doesn't apply, dude. It doesn't apply at all. It's literally
Rich
mathematics.
Rich Torres
Says the
Richie
guy
Torres,
who's literally critiquing
MMA.
what random means.
Distribution models
Sorry,
is
guys.
mathematics,
Sorry.
dude.
No, I got to move it on. Richie Torres MMA for 5 says, AR, why are you dismissing the fact that science is an enterprise and that most scientists have a presupposition of uniformitarianism? This is a 5, so let's give you only a minute to respond, and then Jimbob can jump through towards the end of that minute. Go ahead, Bobby.
What's Unitarianism?
Uniformitarianism.
It's a geological
so
principle.
I'm going to pause it while they have a vested interest in being uniform as a group of scientists or industry enterprise.
No. It's a principle It's a principle.
So, most scientists become incredibly famous by going against the status quo, right? And coming up with some grand new theory that explains things that people didn't understand.
You got to be kidding me.
So it seems weird to say that like everyone's trying to like be on the same page. I'm a scientist. I never.
He's
got
a scientist. He doesn't know the scientific
I'd love it
method.
if people sent me the memo to let me know to like join the blood cult or whatever, because like I didn't get it. So like I feel like I'm left in the dark here.
Unfucking believable, this guy. Forgive me.
Still muted, Jimbo.
Yeah, the question was about uniformitarianism, which is like the principle assuming that the regularity of nature goes all the way back equally, uniformly back in time.
I took that more as the context of the science as an enterprise. My bad.
No, well, science as an enterprise
Explained
actually has a philosophical presupposition of uniformity of nature and the regularity of nature that goes back. But what we're saying, the questioner was basically positing why would, based on his philosophy, why would he assume that to be the case? Further, what he mentioned, I forget what you said, Bobby, there. You said something about people lying or something about that. Like, what did you say? You said
blood cult.
The cult.
I didn't get the memo.
You didn't get
to make all of my scientific inquiries and publications in line with
you said you're a scientist,
grand conspiracy to lie to people.
I got it.
Like the theory of evolution.
Well, no, it
right?
doesn't. People don't have to lie to be wrong. It's totally possible, and it's definitely in the scientific history where we thought things chemically maybe applied that didn't and caused harm, and later learned that it actually caused harm, and we didn't know at the time. And so we figure things out over time. That's so the scientific community can be very wrong about things without lying. But you said you're a scientist.
Individual level, sure.
You said
like,
no. At a collective level, you could be wrong.
10,000
I thought it was my turn. I literally thought it was
incorrect.
my turn to talk. I actually thought that. But I guess I was wrong.
I stopped the timer. So if
okay, axiomatic reasoning. You said you're a scientist. You said you're a scientist.
You asked me questions.
You declared yourself a scientist. Can you tell me
I am a scientist.
Can you tell me the first step in the scientific method?
Formulating a hypothesis.
Nope. So you're not a scientist.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Okay.
I'm not a scientist. I'm sorry. Where have you published?
How could you be a scientist if you got the first step of the scientific method wrong?
Oh my gosh, you haven't published shit. Okay,
that's irrelevant. I could publish a paper on Nazism and how it applies to science.
Anything.
You don't even know the first step of the scientific method, and you're humiliated now.
Random distribution? Can you name the random distribution?
It doesn't matter. It's a mathematical distinction. It's irrelevant to biology.
Because you don't know.
It's irrelevant to biology.
You don't know what random means.
It's irrelevant to biology. You're embarrassed you don't know the first step of the scientific method.
I just educated myself there. Thank you, Jimbob. Doctrine of uniformity, or the uniformitarian principle, is the assumption that some natural laws and processes that operate in our present-day scientific observation operate or have always operated in the universe in the past and apply everywhere in the universe. So it refers to invariance in the metaphysical principles underpinning science. So that is something that I explained there, thinking that the context was the enterprise of science being the main part, but appreciate the little learn there. And I just also wanted to show that I wanted to correct myself on stream, not double down. All right. Next one here is from Mr. Jax again, another 5. Thank you for the 3rd or 4th super chat. Considering string theory is peer-reviewed AR and called pseudoscience by most theoretical physicists, literally incoherent, bro.
Well, string theory is a very complicated model, right? That is attempting to try to unify general relativity and quantum mechanics. It has trouble coming up with experiments where we may be able to verify it. There are many, many models of string theory, and many of them have been, demonstrated to not be correct. So the idea of like exploring string theory and then coming up with experiments and then hypothesizing about those and then publishing papers on how well those comport with other models or don't comport with other models, this is all part of the scientific process, right? And so, yes, we don't currently we are not all currently taught the string theory model as a known mechanism for how the universe works, right? But the idea that like string theory is not part of the scientific inquiry, that's just silly, right? Like that's what we mean by scientific query. We're trying to learn about the real world, right?
Okay, I'll reset the minute there.
Yeah.
If you want to say something, go for it.
Yeah,
Jimbo?
it's just pure theoretics. It's like that's the distinction. That's what I argued this entire time, is that you need a strict criterion for what constitutes pseudoscience and what constitutes not pseudoscience. And I would argue that's an experiment. In fact, Bobby just admitted it in his response. He said, we don't have the experiments for it. Well, lo and behold, as I argued from my opener, that the arbiter for two competing hypotheses in proper science is an experiment. If you can't experiment, you can't verify, you can't null it, you can't do anything. You can't manipulate anything. It's all in your head. So string theory and all of these math on paper has nothing to do with physics. It's gone so far that people are now arguing that a singularity is a physics distinction as opposed to a mathematical distinction. Bobby here is the epitome. He is the poster boy of collapsing math and science. He really is. The idea that anything descriptively mathematically has some validity scientifically is absurd. You can mathematically describe something that literally doesn't exist. It doesn't follow that it's valid because it's mathematically coherent or consistent, absent, let's say, Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So the thing is that's like he really does represent the entirety of the collapse that we've seen in the last 100 years, where people are substituting experiment with simulation, substituting experiment with modeling. He really is the poster boy of modeling. And guess what? It's pseudoscience.
All right, Bobby, I'll give you 25 seconds to respond. We're going to move on to the next one from Qtard.
What's Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
Okay. I don't know if that's relevant to what we're talking about exactly right now, so we're going to move on.
He brought up Gödel's incompleteness
Kurt Gödel, there's two theorems, and essentially...
Oh, Gödel. I thought you were saying something different.
Essentially that mathematical theorems themselves, logical systems, are not complete within themselves and appeal to at least two or more other things that you can't verify within the system.
So that's not correct, right? It's only true of arithmetic systems. And
so it's partially true?
So it's aggravated murder.
So
it's aggravated.
There are plenty of complete and consistent logical systems that have been developed. Propositional logic, geometry,
unbelievable.
What is it? Commutable algebra, right?
Yeah.
Those are all one of those is a first order logic system.
That's
so
great.
Only first order logic arithmetic systems must be incomplete if they are consistent. Now, we don't know if they're consistent. They could be inconsistent. So it could be the case that there's a proof that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 from the axioms of arithmetic. That could be the case. We don't know.
Bobby, Qtard says for 5, Bobby, so if I make a sandwich with expired ingredients, the sandwich is perfectly fine to eat because its form changed when it became a sandwich.
With expired ingredients? No. I'm not sure why that would even be related or have anything to do with what was being discussed.
Okay. All right. Qtard, sorry, that didn't go the way you planned. All right. Next is Richie Torres MMA again for 5. AR, what is a cow? How does evolution account for identity? I told you we'd get back to this.
Yeah.
What is a cow? I mean, a cow's a farm animal, domesticated, has 4 legs, gives milk. We also eat the meat, right? That's what a cow is. Did they want
jump in
more?
there, Jimbob?
Yeah. Under the evolutionary view, a cow is actually not an objective thing as a category. There's only particulars under evolution. And there's nothing from the evolutionary view that binds something called a cow to some essential property. The reason is is that the essential property that you're pointing to that makes a cow, and all things that are not a cow, not a cow, are things that could change, which makes them not essential anymore. It makes them accidental.
Okay. Next up, we got a quick shout out to PS2 Chirpers. He did drop a membership on you guys in there, so hopefully whoever got that's happy. And we do have memberships on the channel if you wanted to watch the debates that are coming up in DebateCon 9.
He really wasn't. 4 minutes, y'all.
From the
7,
final
3
word
more.
Level.
3 more.
Just want to do that plug real quick because we
3
got
more.
a 10 from Gravios up next, and he said, "Damn, dude, we can wipe out all sorts of infections with this new method of capturing the entire species of one bacteria." I think that's towards you, Jimbob.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. I actually don't know if it's referred to me or not.
I don't either.
The point is, bacteria, insofar as evolution is concerned, when you study bacteria and you introduce things that harm bacteria, or if you introduce things that bacteria responds to, nothing, no introduction of anything is ever going to change the category that it is, which is bacteria. The capabilities that bacteria is capable of reacting to and doing things. The question of what causes that or what's at the source of that is still irrelevant to the grand scheme narrative of evolution, which is to say, with the aggregate of accumulated effects of random mutation, the bacteria will graduate out of bacteria and go into a new category at some point. That's false. So you can study bacteria all you want. Nothing you introduce to bacteria will actually make it graduate and move and jump categories. Why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because there is something that's essential as a property that makes bacteria, and other things that aren't bacteria, not bacteria. Otherwise, we can't study bacteria.
All the descendants of bacteria will be bacteria.
Before you go any further with that, Bobby,
except for when you violated that, yeah.
There was a comment on that from Tengu VPR. He says scientists use really tiny lassos and wrangle them up by the dozens. It's incredible. You got to see it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let me. I just want one more thing here. You just said all the descendants of bacteria will be bacteria, right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that there was a thing that wasn't a human that eventually turned downstream from the evolutionary process?
What direction are you going? Right?
Forward.
Are you going backwards or forwards?
No, forward.
Right. So you're not, right? Because humans is a word for today, right?
Oh my gosh,
humans is today, right? So if you go back to, let's say, our common ancestor with chimpanzees, right? Part of the great ape category, we're still a great ape. We never left the category of great ape. We will always be great apes.
Is the first category bacteria?
We never left the category.
Is the first category
apes.
Bacteria?
I don't know the exact definition of
okay,
what bacteria
so you're
is,
saying
let's say it was.
Dude,
let's say it was.
I'm clarifying a question.
What you're talking about is a distinction of modern bacteria versus ancient bacteria.
Okay, cool.
Let's suppose we all came from ancient bacteria. Then we would all be part of that category of ancient bacteria. That ancient bacteria doesn't look anything like bacteria today. It doesn't have anything even remotely the same. Okay. Modern bacteria look nothing like ancient bacteria.
Is it still bacteria?
Ancient, yes, modern bacteria would be
are you bacteria?
Inherited from ancient bacteria.
Are you bacteria?
I'm related to bacteria.
Are you an ape?
I'm not sure that bacteria is part of our taxonomical line.
Are you an ape?
So why don't we just say amoeba?
Let's go more recent. Are you an ape?
I'm a great ape, yeah.
Am I a great ape?
Yes.
Was George Floyd an ape? Was George Floyd an ape?
George Floyd was a great ape, yes.
Okay, got you. So
all of us,
how did you determine
great apes.
Was an ape a category that actually came downstream from something that wasn't an ape?
Say that again.
Was an ape produced downstream from a category that wasn't an ape categorically?
Again, if you're going in that direction, that's how things get redefined.
You're not answering the freaking question. Yes or no?
The apes, right? The category of apes means this particular set of criteria.
I know.
This particular set of taxonomy.
I know. I'm asking you a question.
apes and dogs have some common ancestor.
You didn't answer the
right?
question.
Apes and horses have some common ancestor.
And you didn't answer the question.
There's a common ancestor to all mammals.
And you didn't answer the question.
Call it a mammalian. Right?
You didn't answer the question.
We're all from the mammalian group.
You didn't answer the question.
Okay. All right,
Look. No. Hold on a second. He didn't answer the question. Did apes, great apes, come from a category that is not great apes? It's a yes or no question.
All right, then we're moving on. Yes or no?
Again, it doesn't go in that direction.
Unfreaking believable, man.
Chunka Funka sent 10
What do you mean
and said,
unfreaking believable?
It's just amazing.
Chunka Funka sent 10 and he says, question for AR. How did life come from non-life in your worldview? Was matter already here for eternity or did it come into being? The Evo position seems to be an unprovable infinite regress.
Okay.
So
the entire theory of abiogenesis is technically not part of evolution, right? It's a separate category. There are people that specifically study abiogenesis. Now, why is it a separate category? Because the study of abiogenesis... From your worldview,
I just want to remind you. Is what the question's asking specifically is from your worldview. How did it come?
I don't know what worldview means. I would be happy to reject evolution.
Because your personal belief.
It doesn't matter. I would be happy to reject evolution. I will take any position if there's evidence for it. So that doesn't mean anything, right? So anyway, the point is abiogenesis is the study of non-living things and how they would arise to being something that is living, i.e. a self-replicatory living object that has some type of information and it takes in the environment and expels the environment in some particular way, right? So the objective is typically to try to produce something like a protocell or the various stages of how a protocell might come about. This is why we've done things like experiments where we create different types of proteins, different types of amino acids, spontaneous cellular shells, various other types of mechanisms. Wet and dry cycling is also done. There are literally thousands of experiments on the road to understanding abiogenesis.
On the road, yeah.
And in general, this is studied quite thoroughly. It's technically nothing to do with evolution. Evolution isn't in there. This is all about chemical reactions, right? Autocatalytic reactions and stuff, right?
Cool. So to that response, is there an essential property that distinguishes non-living organic material and organic material? And if you say metabolism, anabolic and catabolic, isn't it true that there is a necessary set of preconditions for metabolism to exist?
So, Jimbob, I don't know why you keep doing
Please give
this,
me my
right?
freaking question back to me, you
Dude,
yapper!
Why do you keep yelling at me when I go to
Because
answer?
you're an obfuscating fool, bro. Tell me my question
Like,
back to me.
Is this what you do?
Tell me my question back to me.
No, what is your objective here in just screaming at me, man?
Because I get pissed when people don't actually get my question. I'm going to scream at you. That's fine. I'm biased. I'm going to scream at you. So tell me what my question was. Tell me my question.
Stop screaming at me.
Tell me my question.
There was no reason to do that.
Tell me my question.
So, again.
Tell me my question.
Again, right? The thing that you keep making the mistake of doing.
See, he doesn't tell me my question. Bad faith.
Oh my God!
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude?
Bad faith. You can't repeat my question.
Christ.
I think it's fair. Look, moderator. I use my time. Moderator. I use my time. I use my time instead of. I use my time instead of saying something. I asked a very pointed question. I simply asked. See, I simply asked him.
You don't want an answer. That's what it is.
I wanted you to tell me what my question was.
No, you wanted to scream at me. No, that's what you wanted to do.
I'm sorry I screamed at you.
The moment I start talking,
Bobby,
you just scream.
Bobby,
that was your objective.
Bobby, I apologize for screaming.
Oh, it is. No, it's clear your objective.
He apologized.
Bobby, do you forgive me? I screamed at you.
Sure. Do you want me to answer then?
I want you to.
Okay,
No. I want you to tell me my question.
Right?
No,
let me answer.
No, I want you to tell me my question.
Oh, you don't want the answer.
See, this is bad faith. All you have to do is repeat my question.
I'm positive.
This is so unfair, by the way. I asked a question, and he didn't give me back what the question was.
I get that, but this is about the audience questions right now. Just to be fair to them. We got one coming in from Xander Geese Cat for 10. Axiom, what are we as humans evolving into? It's a dumb question, I know. Haha. He said that, not me.
there's no direction in evolution, right? The types of there's no particular direction, right?
Okay.
There will be random mutations, and the random mutations that are useful will that they will go on, they will propagate, and those that aren't, they won't make it, right? In some sense, there's a little bit of difficulty with human beings, especially when we start engineering biological processes and stuff, because, for example, we might have more and more diseases continue to be within our own species when we have the technology to eradicate those. And so that may continue on in our species, which is not normal for most species, in the evolutionary tree, right? And so it'll be interesting with human beings, right? There's a couple of people in China, I think, that are CRISPR children, right? And I imagine that their genomes will eventually, go throughout the entire population. So technically, within 1,000 years or so, the entire human population will have synthetic genome in them, right? So, I don't know.
Cool. You said there's no direction of evolution. Would you agree that that thinking, the biological process that's happening in the brain, is included in the evolutionary process?
Yeah, it was incredibly advantageous.
Okay, just yes or no, please. I'm trying to consolidate my time here. If there's no direction of evolution and the thinking is a part of evolution, would you agree that it follows that there's no directionality for thinking?
No directionality for thinking. So again, the thing that was advantageous was selected for.
I didn't ask for the story, dude. I didn't ask for the story of how it came to be.
Other things died.
Unfucking
they died
believable,
because
bro.
they didn't have as much of an advantage.
I didn't ask about that, dude. I asked you a very.
This is so easy to understand.
Axiomatic reading.
It's like it's so.
This is so unfair.
Right?
I literally said a very pointed question. Let me do it again. Axiomatic reasoning. Evolution has no direction.
You literally have asked me a
You're interrupting
questions.
again.
I asked you one.
You're interrupting again. Mike, please.
All right,
Please.
Axio,
please.
If you could just succinctly answer.
I'll ask it again.
And then if we could keep the questions more to a minimum in the audience Q&A, that
Premise
be a
1,
little bit easier.
Evolution has no directionality. Premise 2, thinking is included in evolution, the process. Conclusion, there's no directionality toward thinking.
False, right? So you're using the words on different categories. There's a difference between talking about the fact that random mutations don't have a directionality to them versus the species as a whole under natural selection and, evolutionary mechanisms, right? Selecting for things that are useful towards propagating the species. You're trying to conflate those two together and use the exact same terminology in both cases. It's silly. Like, I don't, just stop it, man. Just stop it.
You literally didn't actually refute any of the premises.
I just have to do
All right, we're gonna
it.
move on here. Kyvan Roos, I did not miss your comment, just haven't got to it yet. I learned how to say your name. Ukrainian, I got it.
He agrees with the categories
so
1 and 2, and then he
off
denies
on it. Chunkafunka, I believe. Work Academics sent 2. He says lion breed with tiger, a horse and a mule. Why lose? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Jack 79 for 2 says, quote, we see that today because we see that happen. Bro.
Exactly.
Follow
Great
that up with
epistemology.
We see it happen.
Yeah, great epistemology.
I know. It's almost.
How do you know what? How do you know what you're? How do you know what you're summarizing? What you're seeing is happening. We see it happen.
They had no idea that light traveled at a finite speed before.
You don't know the speed of light?
No idea.
You don't know the speed of light. You don't know the speed of light.
It's like 300,000 kilometers.
Is that one way or two way?
There's no such thing. That was a tongue-in-cheek joke by Einstein.
Wait,
now, you don't know that.
Do you measure it?
Here, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
See, you dodge it, bro. Dude, you're such a weasel, dude.
Maxwell's equations, right? Do they suggest that the speed of light is the same no matter what direction you're traveling or what speed you're traveling at?
The same.
You always measure the same.
The assumption is that it's the same round trip. The assumption
because of Maxwell's not round trip. Because of Maxwell's equations, the speed
equations
of light is
aren't
the same
physics
for all observers.
Cool. Equations
no
aren't
what
physics.
Direction they
That's
are.
great.
There is
That's
is
great.
no
Equations
gradient
are in
time
physics.
bubble that the
That's amazing. Equations are in
You're
physics.
literally supposing that there's a gradient time bubble around the solar system, right? In which, and to by
Are
the
equations
way,
physics?
with almost literally a singularity, where it's like an extreme stretch all the way out to the edge of the universe.
Are
right?
equations physics?
So, yeah, so those are obviously dumbass
Cool.
ideas.
Cool. Are
right?
equations
Because
physics?
We imagine that there's a uniformity to the way physics works. Plus, we've sent shit out there.
So the
and
answer
it
is
didn't cross
yes.
into the time bubble.
Wow.
Right?
So the answer
So,
is
like,
yes.
That didn't happen.
So the answer is yes.
Again, right? Maxwell's equations demonstrate.
No,
not
equations don't
from
demonstrate.
Experimentation. The equations.
Equations
that
don't
the
demonstrate.
Speed of light is the same for every observer, no matter where they are, or what velocity
Is light a
they're
physics?
traveling.
Look. Is light a
No,
physics?
that is what
I let you
that
talk,
is
dude.
What the
Is light?
conclusions are.
I let you talk. Is light a physical phenomenon?
So were we going to get back to evolution with that question, Bobby? Just wanted to.
Well,
No,
the thing
I don't.
is, if evolution
He doesn't
if,
know
if,
Maxwell's
no,
equations.
dude, look,
he doesn't. The one-way speed
I just
of
let
light
you
thing
talk,
is literally
dude.
A joke.
I
He
literally
thinks-
let
he
you
thinks
talk.
That it
guys.
was
All
like
right,
a ref-
sorry.
How do I not get a
Don't take
say
it
in this,
personally when I
Mike?
had to hit
This
that
is
mute
so
button
unfair.
for the audience.
Literally unfair.
I'm sorry, Jimbob. We just got to hit through these.
Unfucking believable,
questions.
man.
It's okay.
I
just
literally was
read
about
up
to
on
correct you,
Maxwell's
right?
equations.
And the mod saved you. I literally was about to
I'm not
correct
trying
you.
to save anybody here.
Go
I
read
just
up on
trying to
Maxwell.
save the audience. That's all.
Unbelievable.
Pix Paradox, since 10, he says, MDD, Mike, thank you. Appreciate you. Alchemist for 10 says, the only winner tonight was Pacacetus. Good for him. Through the power of almighty evolution and 50 trillion years, he was able to lose his legs and grow flippers. Jimbob running from Pacacetus.
That's right.
Ooh, rebuttal?
That's right. Now, well, I mean, let's look at the storyline. 53 million years, a land animal that's totally adapted to the land, defending itself, hunting, and doing all that stuff, or whatever it does, right? Finding food, foraging. The claim is that in 53 million years, it actually produces, through some mechanisms of mutation, it produces a completely categorical distinction between itself and what is a whale. And it reorganizes a body plan with specific things that do things like body temperature, like depth awareness of the ocean, and so forth. Hunting, sex, the rest, right? To be able to actually incubate underwater and give birth. All of these things are included in this transformation in 53 million years. Meanwhile, when we study basic things like, I don't know, 2 regulatory genes changing inside of a fly that require 1 million years for a change, and the fly doesn't change its nature of what it is. It's just 2 genes that change. But in 53 million years, an entire category of an animal shifts and shapeshifts, right? This is Hinduism applied to naturalism. That's all it is. Evolution is Hinduism and naturalism put in a Vitamix. And these people slurp it up, dude. They get it all on their red beard. And they don't even care. They're like, I don't know, it just happened. That just happened. A wolf land whale turned into a whale.
You literally suck off the teat of scientists. You're there with your microprinted clothing, your cell phone, your signal processing, your error correction codes, using your pocket computer. Like,
what does that have to do with a whale?
Know nothing.
What does that have to do with
All you do is use the technology.
What does that have to do? What is technology?
Like Jesus, dude.
What does technology in a cell phone have to do with a land animal turning into a whale?
Give up everything invented by a scientist.
That's a category
I
distinction.
challenge you.
That's an engineer.
I know, because you're an idiot. You know
you don't need.
That would be
do you
impossible.
wait? I'm sorry. Do you need to hold that a land wolf turned into a whale in order to make a cell phone?
These people collaborate
It's a yes or
together.
no question, you sophist
These
pig.
people collaborate together.
Is it required? I asked you a question, sophist.
Oh man, that apology of yelling.
Is
wow,
it?
Jesus.
Is it
Yeah,
required?
That was clearly bullshit.
Listen, do I need it in
Clearly
crayon?
fake.
Is it necessary to believe a land animal turned into a whale for you to make a cell phone?
So these people collaborate.
It's a yes
together.
or no question, you sophist pig.
There he goes yelling again. Oh my god.
I'm done.
You can't handle
Gravios for
yourself,
20
man.
says, axiomatic reasoning. How would you have felt if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
How would I have felt? I don't know. Probably hungry.
All right.
Why would you ask though?
It's just a typical
That seems
question.
dumb.
Typical question. Pool GTDB for 5 says, you guys should do a twerk off to end this debate. Most joules generated in 30 seconds wins.
twerk.
No.
I don't know what twerk is.
None of you want to
What is
see
a
that.
twerk?
None
Who
of you want
has
to see that.
the tools to measure that? Lenny for 20 says AR is the practice of science defined by the method that is applied, i.e. the scientific method, or by the group of people who say they're scientists and do peer review?
Good question.
In general, we have knowledge about how the world works, and we want to categorize that. And our objective is to be as accurate as we can be.
Doesn't answer the
We
question.
do this by tabulating information. We do it by doing peer-reviewed research.
doesn't
We do
even
it by
know the
having
question.
schooling so that people can learn what other people have learned from in the past, right? In general, there isn't going to be a perfect definition for every single thing that you want to talk about. There isn't going to be a perfect definition of the scientific method, right?
Oh.
So the point is that different fields are going to approach things a little bit differently. In medicine, a single example could be sufficient to understand how a particular phenomenon happens, right? In
Right.
other categories like physics, you expect things to be at like 10 sigmas before you declare that you know what a particular measurement is. Like when we're measuring something about an electron or something, we're like, yo, I want 6 or 10 sigmas, right?
Right.
If you're in biology, you're probably going to allow a little bit more less certainty. You'll be like, well, it's, 99% certain that this particular mechanism works this particular way. I know Jimbob doesn't have any idea how these probabilities are calculated.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't have any idea, like,
Actually, that's a good point.
Right?
That's actually a good point. Axiomatic reasoning. Can you tell me what's necessary to determine probability? What you have to have access to?
Measure theory.
Do you have to have access to favorable outcomes and unfavorable outcomes?
What? Measure theory doesn't have anything to do with probability.
Okay,
the word
so
probability,
bro,
the word probability is
you're a
invented by
sophist.
us.
You're a sophist.
The word probability is invented by us to describe how we understand these particular mechanisms.
How do you?
In reality, we model it with.
I
measure
literally
theory,
asked you the
right?
question of what's necessary to determine probability.
And I said measure theory.
And what is that? What's the necessary preconditions for measure theory? What do you have to have access to?
It's a math topic. We made it up. I don't know.
So we made it up. Cool. Can you tell me what the question was to you from the super chatter?
You said what is the necessary thing?
No. Can you tell me what the question was? Listen to my words. Can you tell me what the question from the super chatter was?
Oh, I don't know. He'd have to repeat
You don't
it.
fucking
I'm
know.
sorry,
You don't
Mike.
know. You're not listening. You're a waste of time.
Well,
You're literally a waste of
I'm
time.
a waste of time?
Since you paid 20, I'm going to repeat it.
You're
but
literally
I'm
a
gonna
waste of
move
time.
on. He was asking, Bobby, is the practice of science defined by the method, or is it defined
by the people who
the
agree?
group of people who say they're scientists? And
Yeah,
do
I
peer
gave
review?
a clear answer to
You
that.
did not.
I thought it was clear.
Not even
I did.
close,
It was
bro.
very clear.
No, I'll tell you
Yes,
the distinction
yeah.
right here.
The
I'll tell
point,
you.
The point, no, this is the thing that you keep
He's gonna
doing
do
is
more
you try to
sophistry.
keep- you keep trying to take these definitions and act like they're perfect
We're not talking
words.
about definitions. We're talking about arbitration,
Yes.
you fool.
Yes, you are. You're using the word method and
No,
whatever the other one was, and
arbitration,
you're trying to
dude.
say, is it this one or is it that
Can I
one,
answer to the
right?
question? Can I answer
That is
the super
not-
chatter,
that is
please?
not accurate.
Yeah.
Right?
Let
I'm
me
gonna
answer the
put
super
a-
chatter.
Put a solid minute here,
Okay.
and then we'll go on to the next
The
one.
super chatter is asking, the arbiter for competing hypothesis in science, is it a method that's strict, absent agreement of a group of people, or is it a group of people who claim they're scientists? The answer is the former. The only arbiter for competing hypothesis in science is the method itself. You didn't give an answer. You said, well, it's really blurry, and sometimes it's blurry, and sometimes you use it, and sometimes you don't. No, the clear answer is an aggregate of people who call themselves scientists, who claim something's true or claim something's a scientific theory. They are not they don't get to declare something's actually a theory absent an arbitrator. And the arbitrator is the method itself, not the group of people. Simple answer.
All right, let's move on.
Amazing.
Let's move on.
Oh my God.
Standing for Truth Ministries. Oh, hey, is that Donnie?
What's up, Donnie?
He says,
Thanks for watching, Donnie.
Yo, Donnie.
He says, for Dr. Bobby, what is your quantifiable model accounting for the massive differences between human and chimp Y chromosomes? Less than 30% the same.
Again, as I did the debate with you, Donnie, repeatedly over and over again, I tried to show you what it would be to do a kinds model, right? And I think maybe this was missed past you or whatnot, and I apologize that maybe I didn't make it clear enough, right? The fact that there exists a metric
11
that
minutes,
allows
y'all.
you
8 to go.
give
Support the
larger
destruction of
distinctions
evolution,
between
y'all.
chimpanzees and humans is irrelevant to whether or not your kind's model is able to work out. The issue is that there exists metrics in which those two things are basically can be made nearly the same, right? The existence of metrics that puts them close together shouldn't exist. That isn't how data works. Like I can't just have random data that came from random starting places that are separated by random dimensional difference, and then somehow magically those end up with metrics that are able to make them highly distinguished to each other as though they have a common ancestor. So you can come up with whatever metric you want. I'm just pointing out that the existence of metrics that make them similar is a detriment to you. Why do those even exist? They shouldn't exist under your kind's model.
All right. I'm going to read some of these $2 ones till Jimbob gets back, since they don't really have a lot of questions. Mr. Jack 79 for 2. Thanks for all the super chats, Mr. Jax. He said, Christians invented computers, not you, sophist. All right. Let's see. I think we got maybe a couple more here.
Can I say one? Oh, I just wanted to say something.
Well, this one's relevant. This one's relevant real quick, and then you can respond to both.
Oh, okay.
Christopher Scott for 5 says, AR, do you know what sophistry is? So that's a 1-2 right
sophistry?
there. Yeah. First guy called you a sophist, and the second guy asked you, do you know what it is?
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. I'm not a philosophy person. Is it a philosophy thing? I don't know. Anyway, I wanted to point out to Donnie, I did do a review of your Parsons paper. If you want to go watch that on YouTube, it's very good. I go through the mito tree and all of that. And in particular, I go through the thing that is done in the paper that you seem to completely ignore, which is where they separate the data sets and demonstrate the incredible high variance that's around the particular calculation.
This guy was one of the worst, guys.
I even went ahead and separated the data sets in two other directions and demonstrated that
by a lot. This guy was one of the worst. He's incapable.
The point is that there's an incredible high variability with that particular calculation, and the mito tree even confirms this. If you go look at the mito tree and you look at the calculations that they've done, right? Anyway, I highly recommend that. I'd take a look. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to add one thing real quick. Is that I put this in my opener. When you try to make the claim that chimps and humans have some commonality and maybe they have a common ancestor and you keep going back, you're going off of similarity, and Donnie brought up differences. Now, if Donnie continues his inquiry back in time, the argument that you think is strong in the here now for similarity eventually has to turn into dissimilarity. Do you understand? Like, so if you go back far enough in time, Bobby, you have to actually argue that something that's entirely dissimilar is also the ancestor of humans. So this brings up a big question of methodology, of how you utilize similarity arbitrarily in the here now to distinguish connectivity and similarity and ancestry. But then if you go back far enough, you actually eventually have to argue dissimilarity is also a symptom of ancestry. How do you have both?
Again, no, that is not how the words are used. They are fuzzy on the edges of their definitions. This is why asking a question like, when was the first human, would be impossible to state. We don't have an exact time of when the first human was. We just have like an approximate range of where we say these are who we'll call humans and these are no longer humans or whatever, right? But you pretending as though there's like some guaranteed perfect criteria is not correct. Evolution doesn't say that. We are simply coming up with words that are approximatory. That's all we're doing. And again, you weren't here for what I just told Donnie about the Y chromosome or whatnot. The issue isn't that he can find a metric that separates them with some high difference. The issue is that there exist metrics that allow you to show that they're incredibly similar. Those things shouldn't exist under a kinds model, and I demonstrated that in the last debate. I literally generated out kinds and then merge them together and then attempt to taxonomically sort them into the past. And you know what?
Right,
it fails.
Gotta land your plane,
right? It fails. It's not possible.
Can you tell me what I asked you?
What?
Can you tell me the question I asked you?
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot you asked a question too.
Yeah.
You want verbatim?
What? No, not verbatim.
I have no idea. You want to ask it again?
No.
All right, I'm gonna move on here. Mr. Jax, 79.
What question
Sorry, Bobby.
did I ask
Sorry.
you?
All right, Bobby. Derailing.
What
Mr.
question
Jax
did I
says,
ask you? No,
are
just
we
give me the
bacteria?
words.
Unbelievable.
Are we
Oh, you
bacteria,
can't remember?
AR?
Must be you're an idiot. My bad.
Decorum. Are we bacteria, AR? We are descended from bacteria, after all, according to you.
We descended from bacteria? I don't know if we descended from bacteria. I'd have to ask a biologist.
Well, Tengu
but
VPR
again-
says he's an ancient fish. So
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay, so the difference is the terminology.
Nope.
There are ancient bacteria and modern bacteria that don't have anything to do with each other. I don't think that we're part of the ancient bacteria line, if I remember correctly. I think it's better to just say an amoeba. I think that that's easier. But if amoebas are considered bacteria, and I'd have to ask a biologist this, then we do come from a bacteria. But I'm not sure. I don't know where the lines are because I haven't looked it up. Right. But again, these are just words we invented to talk about these categories now, right? That
Are the
doesn't mean that
categories
there's any
objective?
fixed lines, right?
Are there
There's no
up-
fixed lines?
Great. Are there objective categories?
What do you mean by objective?
In biology, are there any objective categories?
So the word objective just simply means, right, that we have
Fucking
things based on
L.
facts, data, and evidence. So the words that we invented are used for communicating particular ideas. So we
Are
would
those-
call those objective because they're not based on someone's opinion.
Are there objective categories in nature?
We would call those categories objective if they're not based on our personal
I didn't ask you
opinion.
what they call them. I asked a yes or no question. Are there objective biological
You
categories?
literally said, are there objective categories?
Yeah.
And I said we would call them objective if they're not based on our opinion. You then said I didn't answer you.
Are there any objective categories that are not based on opinion?
You just like yelling at people. I really
Axiomatic.
think that that's your
Are there
entire
any
objective.
Look, dude, I asked you a simple question. Are there any objective categories absent human opinion?
If you're using the word objective that I use, the answer is yes.
Cool. What's one objective category in biology that's objective, that has a
Mammals.
criteria? Mammals.
The word mammals is objective
And what
because
makes-
it's not based on my opinion.
Okay. And what makes it objective is at least one essential property called mammary glands. Would you agree?
Again, these are approximatory
You can't answer a single
statements
question,
and
bro.
properties.
So
I just answered 3.
So they're
You
objective,
wouldn't
but they're
answer my
approximate?
question.
They're objective, but they're approximate?
Can I ask you questions?
Well, no, because it's evolution under fire. So I just actually
I'm not allowed to ask you questions.
you
got
just
it.
Clarifying
dodge,
questions
dude.
would be
You're
great.
just-
You
Hon-
literally
oh,
dodge.
honestly, sure.
That's all you do
This
is
I
is
see
dodge
the
and
how it
audience.
works.
obfuscate.
I see how it works.
That's all you do, man.
This
No,
is the audience
no,
section.
Literally,
does not
all you
give a
do is
shit
obfuscate
about
and
having
dodge,
a
bro.
conversation. No shit's given.
You
I
just
gotcha.
contradicted yourself. Approximate, objective.
Well, Bobby, is reasoning just a chemical reaction, like farting is a chemical reaction? Richard Torres, MMA for 5, would like to know.
Is what a?
Is reasoning just a chemical reaction, like farting is a chemical reaction?
I mean, I guess I don't know. What is, not all things in physics are quantified as chemical reactions, right?
Chat,
We
I'm
have
not
things
acting
that
like you
happen-
don't enjoy this. I know you
Just
enjoy
said
this.
We
sure.
Chat.
have things.
You literally just said your own thinking is farting.
What?
You
would
literally
we
just
say
said
that?
your own thinking tonight as a debate is farting.
Jimbob, are your farts made of atoms? Are your farts made of atoms? Jimbob, are your farts made of atoms?
Brings a whole new meaning to brain
Are
fart.
you made of atoms? Oh my God, Jimbob, you're made of farts. Oh my God, you're
All right, we got
made
some-
of farts.
We got some $10 to get through here that came in here just after I read Alexander Medeiros. What's up, Wi-Fi?
See how dumb that is?
He says,
Are
was
you-
George
you
Floyd an ape?
amused?
We actually got
You're
that
made of
answer
farts,
already,
Jimbo.
Wi-Fi. You're going to have to rewind.
You know
So
what
Andrew
they don't
Whitgriff
they don't
pretends
understand the
says,
consequence
AR,
of their
are you
position.
capable of restating any of JB's questions, or are all your answers determined?
All of my answers determined? I'd love Jimbob to tell me a verbatim question I've asked him. Like that's not how discussions work. Our brains don't operate on verbatim. Our brains operate on how things make us feel and how the conversation is flowing. That's typically the way our brains work. We latch onto particular ideas. We have a particular flow. I could approximate what it is that Jimbob and I have talked about. He has repeatedly, for example,
he doesn't know the question
tried to say that definitions have some guaranteed perfect.
What was the question, Bobby?
He keeps trying to use that in an effort to try to.
What was the question?
He was asking, right, whether or not I can restate any question.
No, that's not what he asked, you buffoon.
What? Yes, it was.
No, it's not.
Well,
he's asked about determinism, whether or not ultimately,
dude.
Ultimately, he's
what
asking.
What is your problem, man? Like seriously,
you don't listen. That's my problem. You're my problem. You don't listen.
I do listen. You literally think it's literally behave like a second grader and make a fart joke and then laugh hysterically.
No, it wasn't a fart joke. You don't understand the joke, dude. Like you don't understand that what the person asked.
Don't understand the joke? The joke is that you think you're made of farts.
No, dude, he's actually doing.
Are you made of atoms?
You won't let me talk.
Are your farts made of atoms?
Holy fuck, dude.
Let him ask this question and then we're going to move on real quick.
If under your view, there's no categorical distinction between gas going out of your body and gas coming out of your mouth, propositions versus farting, then under your view, there's no real distinction of what a proposition is insofar as its truth value. And so if everything is a deterministic, mechanistic, epiphenomenal event coming out of your mouth or your orifices, and there's no real categorical distinctions, then you just admitted that your own reasoning is identical to a deterministic involuntary action, biologically speaking, called a fart.
False.
What do you mean
That's
false?
Just
you literally conceded.
Because again, you did the whole thing again, where it's like, do these things share things in common? Therefore,
what's the distinction?
They are identical to each other.
Let me ask you the distinction.
One is.
What's the symmetry breaker?
One is a gas, right? And the other one isn't. Like, so there's obviously properties that distinguish these two.
Axiomatic. Listen closely to my question. What distinguishes the thing coming out of your
brain gas?
Fuck, dude. What distinguishes?
Does gas contain neurons?
I'm not asking what things are made of. Propositions. What's a proposition made of?
What's a proposition? It's a statement in
What's
logic.
it made of? Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. What is a proposition?
It makes no sense to say what is it made of.
Thank you.
It's a thing we made up.
What's a fart?
What's a
fart composed of?
It's a gas.
Great. Is a proposition a gas?
No.
Great. What's a proposition under the evolutionary view if you're going to reduce it to biology?
So the evolutionary theory is a large model with a lot of
You didn't answer my question, bro. Obfuscate machine. What is a proposition under the evolutionary paradigm? What is it? What's the category? What is it? Is it a biological effect? Is it a physical effect?
Evolution?
Oh, holy shit, dude. I give up.
Again,
what's up?
Evolution is a large theory.
What is a proposition? Proposition.
A proposition is a statement. It's a statement in a logic system.
Cool. What is that in the evolutionary view? What's the category you put a statement in?
There are. Do you know what zeroth order logic is?
I give up. He's not going to answer a single question.
Yeah, give me a statement in zeroth order logic. You don't fucking know. So you're literally just making shit up.
All right.
Again, propositions are logic statements
like
P and Q, P or Q, P and Q. These are propositional statements. Propositions are in propositional logic.
Aren't they physical states of affairs in biology? A proposition comes out of our brain and utters out of our mouth?
The word proposition used in
I'm
the
saying the
scientific
effect,
or
not the word, dude.
sense,
no.
right, is going
the effect.
going to simply be a statement about stuff that we're talking about.
Is a statement an effect of physics that come out of your mouth? Yes or no?
Is a statement an effect of physics?
That comes out of your mouth.
Out of our mouths, yes.
Cool.
Words come out of our
what
mouths.
Distinguishes one effect of physics having truth aptness and another effect of physics, a fart, not having truth aptness?
There's no such thing as truth aptness. You just made shit up, dude.
We got like 10 questions left. Let me get through these.
There's no such thing as
Let me get through these.
Literally just making shit up.
Axiomatic. This one's for you. This one's for you.
There's no such
What do you have to say about the coelacanth and other Lazarus taxa? Why hasn't it changed over time, given that time is the variable that allows for evolution to occur? Or is time irrelevant?
I have no idea what that particular biological thing is.
Okay,
Is
Jimbob,
that a
if you'd like
biological
to say
thing?
something real quick, and then we'll move on to the next one. We got like 10 left.
No,
Let's try to.
No,
okay.
I don't want to say anything.
Okay.
Of course
Mr.
not.
Jackson,
You don't know
another
anything.
10. Bobby. Mr. Jackson, another 10. He said, Christian scientists created them, AR. Quit taking my people's achievement as your own, you sophist dog. Talking about the computers again.
I can't even believe that.
You were claiming
oh my gosh.
we made computers.
We made computers. Humans. I'm sorry, I'm not following the question.
You were saying scientists specifically earlier, I think. That's what he's replying
Scientists
to.
are the ones that made computers, yes.
He's just saying Christian scientists created them, AR. Anyways.
Was Christian Science around in like the 1920s and 30s? I don't know where that.
Goes back a little further. Gregor Mendel. Ghoster Mix says for 10, AR, would James Clerk Maxwell have to give up science and cell phones because he rejected evolution? He wrote against your exact position.
Why would I care if he wrote against it? Like, this is the weirdest thing ever, is like a guy figured out, the equations of electricity and magnetism. Therefore, everything he thinks is somehow certified as legitimate theory. Like, that isn't how science works in any way, shape, or form. You don't say, hey, this person did a thing once that's good, therefore everything they've ever thought about is also true, right? That's completely fallacious.
Okay. Jimbob, you want to take the last minute?
Yeah, no, I was just giggling still about the statement, there's no such thing as truth aptness. Does that statement have any truth aptness to it?
As far as I know, yeah.
All right.
I know. You don't know anything about truth or logic or how that stuff works. You could define truth for me if you'd like. What does the word true mean?
Got a minute left on the clock here. If not...
Or do you just want to invent new words? Truth aptness.
I'll read the next one.
Truthiness. Truth-a-bomb. Truthful. Like, you just make up a bunch of words, I guess. I don't know. Say that they all have different meanings.
Gravio sent 10 and he said, the chat has coined a new nickname for you, Jimbob. Meaner Timu J. Dyer. Lol. Great debate. Going to watch the whole thing later. Can't wait to watch more.
Happy to be a Timu Meaner J. Dyer.
Yeah.
So low tier, dude.
Fascinating.
Arborg for 15 shekels. Bro, AR just admitted that it's all a guessing game and they have no answer for the phenomenon.
As he says and types that comment from his pocket computer. Smart, bro.
Okay. Christopher Scott for 5. Please, for the love of all that is holy, AR, Steelman, anybody's question.
Steelman, anyone's question? I didn't even get to inquire with Jimbob. He refused to answer questions of mine. He literally from the start
do this one.
Was antagonistic and said, I refuse to even talk to you. So the only thing he wanted to do was just ask questions repeatedly and then didn't give a shit about the answers of them and scream at me. I think it's like, silly, but it's like second grade, right? Like, do you give a shit about the truth at all? Like,
the thing that you said doesn't exist because there's no such thing as truth aptness, you mean?
I asked you to define what the word truth was. You said you said truth aptness or whatever, right?
Could you
tell me what that is?
Truth aptness refers to the property of a sentence and whether or not it corresponds with reality in correspondence theory, you dumbass.
Okay. So is it based on evidence? How do you justify that?
It's based on correspondence and coherency. This gets into the theory of truth, theory of information, and the rest of things. But the question that the questioner asked, which he paid for, can you tell me what he asked?
I don't have the chat open. I'm not reading it, man.
You freaking dude, you're unbelievable. You don't listen. Has anyone ever told you don't listen?
And you're reading it?
Has anyone ever told you? I'm trying to help you. Is it possible that Bobby, is it possible?
Open and you're reading it.
No, I'm not. Is
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
have his
Yes,
stream
it's
open. I have
obvious.
my stream open,
So
you dummy.
listen, oh, shut the fuck up.
Is
Of
it
course you have
possible?
open.
I
We
don't
both
have his stream
know
open.
it. Like,
Is
it's
it possible?
obvious.
I
Look,
don't have his stream open.
Asking people to regurgitate verbatim questions over and over again is not.
Is it possible that you don't listen?
Down demonstration.
Is it
that
possible?
someone doesn't know what they're talking about?
Is it possible that you don't listen?
This is silly. This is not how people converse.
Is it possible? Why is
if
it?
you actually gave a shit about the truth,
Why
you
is
wouldn't
it?
do this.
Why is it? I can recite from memory what the question asked.
Really? You want to try?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we
can
have
you,
it open. So
no, I
no one can
don't.
believe
No,
you.
I don't. I have my stream open. Can
we
you
both know that you're lying? So it doesn't matter.
Can you steel man any question at all?
Oh, dear Lord.
You don't listen, man. I'm trying to help you. You don't listen. You have a habit of not listening.
You won't even allow questions to be stated to you. You don't know any of this shit. You don't know what random means. You don't know you literally pretend like words have some type of guaranteed specificity to them.
So what you're saying isn't guaranteed?
Exist in their
to be fair, Bobby, you don't need to know the question verbatim to steel man someone's question. You just need to know what the underlying position is. And then you
give me
try
a
to
position.
strengthen it to.
I literally asked him if the Earth was 6,000 years old, and he refused.
That's irrelevant to evolution, dude.
Most people would think that we were going to have a discussion with each other and that we were going to just talk. But it appears Jimbob was highly interested in just screaming. Right? He wanted to ask questions.
I'm sorry.
The moment you go to answer, he just says and screams at you that you're not answering the question.
You should have been screamed at a lot more as a kid. So look, if can you tell me the relevance?
Jesus.
Can you tell me
No, what the fuck was that?
Can you tell me? Can you tell? That's called rhetoric. It's called rhetoric.
Got 6
You're
questions
not good
left.
at it.
You call that rhetoric?
It's good rhetoric.
Like
so
behaving like a bully? Wow.
Yes, actually. Yeah. So the thing is,
okay.
Can you tell me what would be relevant to the truth of evolution if the person questioning evolution held basically a young Earth position?
If someone held a young Earth position, they are typically under the impression that there are kinds. Correct?
No. How would the relevance of the person's belief of a young Earth change your ability to defend the affirmative of evolution? How is that relevant?
If someone had testable, reproducible material and predictions, and they published them in peer-reviewed literature, and it was demonstrated that everything came from kinds and that the Earth is 6,000 years old, I would, in a heartbeat, switch to that method. That theory?
Oh my gosh,
I
dude.
wouldn't care.
It's amazing.
You act like I care.
It's actually
that
amazing.
Evolution is the one that's true with all the evidence.
Do you know there are people who are atheistic and hold a very ancient Earth model as proposed as the scientific community holds today that question evolution? So I'm asking you a question. If someone holds to the age of the Earth is 400,000 billion years old or whatever, how is it relevant to the truth and the ability for you to defend evolution? How is it relevant?
There's a lot of evidence to the age of the Earth, and there's a lot of evidence for the evolutionary model. We do it in the laboratory.
What did I ask you?
We have experiments.
What did I ask you?
We can literally see how it's done.
What did I ask you?
We literally have done experiments of abiogenesis.
What did I ask you?
We have thousands of individual things. We have taxonomical ordering that lines up with the fossil record.
What did I ask you?
We have dating methods, carbon-14. We have argon dating methods. All of these things align with each other.
Cool.
We literally calculate in physics models the decay rate of how C14 is going to behave. This perfectly aligns with how we calculate out what it does based on when we pull it from the environment.
Okay. What did I ask you?
You're making it out like these things don't
Bobby,
corroborate
Bobby,
each other.
what did I ask you?
We got 8 questions left.
Hold on. Let me just ask you. Wait.
And then we'll move on.
Are you going to stop doing the verbatim shit?
What did I ask you?
Well, stop asking the verbatim shit.
I didn't ask for verbatim.
Stop asking the verbatim shit. It's getting very annoying.
You don't know what I asked.
I'm not going to verbatim.
I didn't ask verbatim, dude.
Oh my God.
What did I ask you?
You were simply asking me about the what a young Earth creationist would think about the evidence of evolution today or whatnot, right?
Wrong. No.
Yes, that's
not what I asked you.
In line with.
Literally not what I asked you.
Verbatim, I can't recite it verbatim. Neither could you.
Yes, I can. You want to give it back to you?
No, you can't.
I'll tell you right now. Let me
do-
try it.
No,
if you're going to challenge
you
me, I'll
either
do
wrote
it.
You either wrote it down. Or
I
you
have
read
a good
it.
brain.
I
You
care,
don't.
dude.
Okay,
right.
I'll recite it.
Wait, let me
What
read
relevance?
Shut the
Let me
fuck
read this
What
one.
relevance?
You're
Recite it.
such a
What
bully, dude.
relevance?
Is this how you talk to everyone?
Yes.
You just treat people like this?
Yes. What relevance?
My Lord.
What
you
relevance?
literally know nothing.
What
oh my God.
What relevance does someone's position on the age of the Earth have to the truthfulness of evolution?
Excellent. What are you looking down at?
You really think I don't remember that? What is wrong with you, man?
Of course you did it. That's why you were reading
You
it.
can't remember a question from 20 seconds ago, dude?
Wow.
That's
why you were reading it.
Bobby,
'Cause
Chaw
you couldn't remember it either.
I
Bobby,
literally
that's
formulated
That's
the
gonna make a
question
great
myself.
clip where I zoom in on your eyeballs as you're looking.
All right.
Co-parter,
Sorry,
bro.
I don't like to mute, but I have to do this just to get this one out because then you guys could have kept
What a
going.
cope,
Hey,
man.
Bobby, Chaw XDD says, my mom is a fish and my dad is a slab of limestone. I just wanted to thank you for speaking up for us.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, see, told you that was gonna be quick.
It's my
Kung
question.
Fu Jo3 for 10 says to Dr. Bobby, if evolution was a slow and gradual process, would you say that there are humans today that are phenotypically more similar to our last common ancestor primate?
Phenotypically similar? I have no idea. The normally we categorize the species as a whole in where it's moving, right? And all of us are human, right? I just in the last debate, right, I pointed out that in general the human species propagates its genome on approximately a 2,000 year cycle or so, maybe 1,000, 2,000. So like everyone today is a direct descendant of everyone whose lineage didn't die off about 2,000 years ago or so. There's a couple of papers that went over this, right? Like there's a number file video on it. I always bring that up. It's what every baby is a royal baby. It's a very good paper. Really enjoy that one. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I would add to that. Could you
minute left,
tell me what the question was that he asked?
He was asking about phylogenetic, whether or not there are people that are more closer in phylogeny to our ancestors than other people, right? And I pointed out
phenotypical.
I pointed out, right, that we don't really measure in that particular way because we normally measure on the species level. I thought my answer made perfect sense. Are you being an idiot and saying it didn't?
No, I just want to make sure that you understand the question. The question was, are there existing humans in the category of humans who are phenotypically more
How is that different from what I just said?
You're not letting me
dude?
talk, dude.
How is that different from what I just said?
I let you talk. Why don't you let me talk?
Did you just read it again? You must have an auto transcriber.
Mike, can you please?
That's what you're doing.
Please.
Yeah.
It's
oh my God.
turn.
That is brilliant.
Bobby,
You have an auto transcriber.
He can't believe there's a functioning brain beside him.
Let him finish this up and we'll go to the next one.
So when the questioner asks if there's something phenotypically similar, right? Can you tell me what he means by phenotype as opposed to genotype?
I do not know the differences between.
Why would you
phenotype
answer a
and genotype.
question if you don't know what phenotype means?
Because I know it has something to do
Get the
with
fuck
our
out of here,
relatedness.
dude. You're a
among the
joke. You're an
species.
absolute joke.
Oh, then please explain. Teach me, please. What's the difference?
Phenotype is referring to the physicality in the anatomy, what's similar. Genotype is the genetic similarity. You don't even know the distinctions. You
So
just shut the
is
hell
that
up.
not? How is that not even the same as
Co-parter,
what I
next
just
question.
said?
It's an embarrassment.
Is it related?
You're an
So it is. It's
embarrassment.
related. It's how people are related.
You're
in
an
their own
embarrassment.
species. I literally said exactly what you just said, and you are saying that I didn't say that. Okay. What are you doing?
You didn't know what phenotypical means.
You didn't know what random data is.
Endosymbiosis of mitochondria having their own separate DNA is evidence against your claim. They are not distinct. Bobby, don't interrupt me, please. Sorry. They are not distinct. One engulf the other. Steve 2520 sent that for 5. Endosymbiosis. Mitochondria. Separate DNA. Jimbob, do you think this is towards you?
Say it again.
One last time from Steve. Endosymbiosis of mitochondria having their own separate DNA is evidence against your claim. They are not distinct. One engulfed the other.
I actually don't know. He's not being very specific, so I'm not sure who's that.
He's also not really asking a question.
Yeah. I wish it was. It sounds interesting. I wish he was more clear on it.
Steve, there's no timestamp or anything that shows when you sent the super chat, so we don't know what you're referencing. Yeah, but I do want to read this one. Kyvan Roos thought I skipped him. No, I just didn't. Your chat didn't show up in the thing. For 10, he says, scientific theories have been disproven because they were first questioned. We don't deny science. We simply reject the story of evolution. Change in the species has, but not complexity coming from random mutation. I know English is a second language for you, Kevin.
Thank
No,
you
it's
so
Kevin
very
Roos,
much for
the
doing
Ukrainian,
business. I
name
do
that
business
learned
on the
in
side.
Kevin.
I'm not following the last part of the
Kevin.
question. Something about random.
I'm calling you Kevin now.
Was that
okay.
a question or was it a statement? Maybe
It's a statement saying the only reason scientific theories have been disproven is because they were first questions. It's not about denying science. We're simply rejecting the story of evolution.
Yeah, when things are published, like frauds or like this particular taxonomy was done correctly, those are done by other scientists. They're done by anthropologists. They're done by biologists or whatnot. So like the idea that science is like not aiming for the truth is just silly. Like we obviously are going to scrutinize even when other information turns out to be incorrect. We will retract papers if they're wrong, right?
Okay. Jimbob, you want to do a quick 30-second minute?
Yeah, to determine something's wrong is to assume that there's an arbiter, a methodology for what determines. Why are you fucking not let me talk, dude?
Sorry.
You don't even deserve that beard. It does nothing. Okay. So the only reason you can correct, revision, to take an approach to science that you have revision to your disposal means that you have a methodology for revision. Methodology for revision is the very thing in question, and the person who paid the super chat knows this. My group of people actually know this, which is you can't actually correct a scientific theory or refine it without a methodology, the methodology being the strict arbiter for two competing hypotheses, the thing that nulls something and the thing that affirms something to a high degree of likelihood is based in experimentation. It's not based in adding more data. It's based on actual science being done. This is an action. Science, the methodology is an action. It's not a modeling process. It's not an examination of more data and interpreting more data. So the person is asking a really good question that ends my opponent's position, which is revision is only possible if you have an arbiter and a methodology for revision.
All right, we are at the final stretch here, gentlemen. Just got a couple more. Looking like we might be able to finish this before 11:30. Right, Mahoney UK for £5 says, "What's the Evo advantage of a two-sex reproductive model? Can a man be a woman? What is a woman? What percentage chance that Axio will answer less than one of my questions?"
He's not going to answer any.
I'm sorry. What was the first question?
What's the Evo advantage of a two-sex reproductive model?
My understanding is that it's incredibly useful to be able to spread around the genome.
Okay.
And
next question is
when you're multicellular organisms typically did very well when they had more than one sex. But again, we do see this spread across.
We got three more. We got three more. We got three more, Bobby.
Sorry.
Second question is, can a man be a woman? He only sent £5, so I just want to get through these with the shortest possible answers.
I guess technically no, right? Because a woman is
that's a good answer. What is a woman is the next one.
Themselves with what they think femininity is, right?
Thank you, NBC.
What is a woman is the next question.
Yeah, someone that aligns themselves with what they
I thought you were attacking that onto the last one. And then what percentage chance that Axio will answer less than 1% of my Qs? Well, he answered all of them for you there, Mahoney. Next one here, unless Jimbob wants a 30-second on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he just said at the end there, a woman is anything a person aligns themselves with femininity, which is a regressive definition. It doesn't tell me what a woman is.
Then what's a woman?
A woman is a biological human that has the biological developmental pathways of ovaries and reproductive capacity that are aligned with ovaries. So there's only two pathways into biological. Hold on, dude.
A penis and ovaries.
There's one that's dominant in so far as the pathway. A penis and ovaries.
What happens if one is
dude, I'm
born
trying to
with a
fucking
testicle
answer
and
your question. Shut your fucking mouth, dude.
Put 15 more seconds up there.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to
and then
answer
can
you,
ask
you prick.
And then I'll move on.
So, the developmental pathways are still dominant. So what you're pointing to is an external phenomenon where there's two of the same appendages. That doesn't change what's internally happening. So you're looking at something outside of the body that fools you, right? I'm sure you've been fooled a lot at the bars that you go to. So the thing is, internally, there's an actual direction of pathways, right? You either go to the developmental pathways of the female, or you go to the developmental pathways of the male, regardless if on the surface, multiple appendages are confusing to you.
So what happens if someone's born with a penis and they develop boobs, right? Because they have XX chromosome.
We don't determine sex by merely X or XY. I just told you.
You said the pathways.
That has nothing, dude. Are you retarded?
No, you said pathways.
Pathways develop.
How do you determine what someone's sex is before they've developed boobs?
Dude, unbelievable. The pathways of sexual developmental pathways are determined in the embryonic stage.
If someone has a testicle and ovary, what do you call them?
What? There's only a developmental pathway for the ovaries. Or
what is a person with a testicle and an ovary called?
A mishap?
Are they a man or a woman?
Internally, you will find one dominant pathway, whatever that is.
So they're a baby. They have a testicle and an ovary.
A testicle is external inside the pathway.
Great.
You have to determine.
What are you going
you have to
categorize
look,
them as?
I told you have to look inside of the pathway that's dominant.
Great. Why? So you're saying that every child born with a testicle and an ovary needs to be determined in advance?
Well, no. I just told you. You go inside the body, and you will see the developmental pathway.
So we stick something up in the child in order to do a microscope and figure out what gender
did I just tell you? There's no equal pathway that's developed.
I'd have to move it on. Getting a little too out of in the weeds here. Thanks for all the jewels, guys. I see James is probably watching the debate, sending 6-7 jewels. Homer. Okay. We got truth value does not exist, in quote, has truth value. Do you not realize that is an incoherent statement, AR? Do you know anything about logic?
Yep.
Yes, I have literally lessons on logic. I'm a mathematician. I know about logic. I doubt Jimbob knows anything about logic. Great. He misquoted Gödel's completeness theorem. Probably couldn't tell me what zeroth order and first order logic are, right? He didn't know what a proposition is. I doubt he could give me a propositional statement, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, so the list goes on. I do want to acknowledge Jimbob did point out that there are 3 categories of gender. What was it? Male, female, and mishap was, I think, his
No, that's phrasing. That's not what I said at all. Yeah. You're a liar.
You did use mishap.
When did I use the term gender, you idiot?
Gender? Or sex? You want to use sex?
Oh, is that different than gender? You dum-dum? You big dum-dum?
Big dum-dum?
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
You mad?
Is gender different?
Mad?
Is gender different than sex?
Clutch.
Is gender different than sex from your view?
So I'm happy to go back and forth between sex and gender.
Is there a difference?
There is a technical difference between the two.
Cool, you just owned yourself.
But I'm happy to go back and forth between the two.
Cool, you just conflated them. Cool.
Right.
You conflated them.
Yeah. And
Alchemist,
you acknowledge that it's non-binary.
Listen, you're
Thank you, Jimbob. Yes,
Bobby,
I know.
Binary assumes pole. Do you know non-binary?
Yes. Excellent.
Right, non-binary. Okay, so if gender, let me ask you a question. If gender
30 seconds, I want to hear
if
this.
gender and sex are different, can a biological female be a trans woman?
A biological female be a trans woman?
Yeah.
So again, if we're going to go into the specifics of sex, right, which is typically going to refer to the physical things that a person is born with or what they're maybe assigned with at birth, right? Then someone may be categorized, right, as a female, right? And then their gender, right, is part of our culture. It's part of the society that we live in.
You didn't answer the question,
and
right?
so someone may decide to align themselves with what they feel femininity.
You didn't answer my question.
Sorry, masculinity is.
That you didn't answer the question.
So yes, someone can be a man, right? That
I didn't ask for a man. Oh, you don't listen to anything, Dodo Bird. I asked you if a biological female can be a trans woman.
Oh, I didn't hear the question.
No shit! You don't listen!
Wow. Why would you ask? Why would you
You
ask
deserve no food or water!
all right, Jimbob, don't hurt my ears a little bit.
You just screamed at me. So
okay, stop, Bobby. I muted you.
Your dad should have used
and start talking. That's very disrespectful to the mod. I get it. Keep it to yourself for a moment. Let me read this, and then you can respond and take your criticism, what you're going to say into it. Alchemist 9 for 5 says, "My wife tells me I have a distinct fart smell. How did I make a distinct smell if we're all the same species?" This is important.
I cannot comment on your wife's nose. For all I know, it's a specialized, nose of science that needs to be studied. Because
so the distinction is in the nose, not the fart.
240 left, y'all. 4 to go on the goal. Yes. I delivered tonight. I delivered.
Could be a miracle there, right?
All right, Jimbob, you want 30 seconds? Nope. All right. That one stinks. Got it. Right. We got Arborg. I think we already read that one. Christopher Scott for 10. He says, "I'm going to extend an olive branch saying there is no such thing as truth aptness is a performative contradiction." That was in quotes. That's a performative contradiction, meaning that statement can't be true. Now, can you steel man what I just said?
Yeah.
Was that to me?
Yes, that's to you.
Yes.
Have you not been here the whole time?
Dude, for fuck's sake, man. I am sick. My head is hurting like hell, right? I don't know why you'd have to literally be a piece of crap the entire time in this conversation.
It's good for you.
Is it? Really?
Yeah. Kind of like a detox.
You know what? You need to be more educated. You need to go back to school. You need to learn some of this shit. Because when you're talking to someone like about logic and you don't know anything,
you don't know the question.
Really annoying. Right?
You don't even know the question.
So, Mike, can you please?
I'll restate the question. Want me to do it?
I know we all know that you have a transcript.
I don't.
Dude.
I literally listen.
No one
listen.
Cares. No one cares. No one cares. I do not care.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. I will restate it one last time, then we'll get to Arborg's 30 shekel question. Christopher Scott for 10 says, "I'm going to extend an olive branch saying, quote, there is no such thing as truth aptness, end quote, is a performative contradiction, meaning that statement can't be true. Now, can you steel man what I just said?"
Well, so the fallaciousness that you're stating is that I'm stating that that is absolutely true. And that's not true, right? In general, every statement we make is going to be based on the evidence and data we have to justify it. Meaning that any statement we make can always be overturned, right? Even the statement I just made could be overturned. I don't know, right? In general, I justify the statement I just made as well as the statements in science that we develop through evidence and, data, evidence, and facts, right?
Wow. So, first of all, he asked you to steel man his question. You didn't do that. What do you think truth aptness means?
Jesus. You just defined it.
What does it mean?
Did you not? Did you not define it like 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, what does truth aptness mean?
As basically truth based on evidence or comporting with reality?
Not
For
exactly.
Fuck's sake, I'm tired of this verbatim shit, man.
It's not verbatim. I didn't ask for verbatim, dude.
What is Gödel's incompleteness theorem? I stated it to you verbatim.
Okay, so truth aptness is referring to the.
What is Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
I'm trying to tell you what truth aptness is.
State it verbatim.
We already went through that. Okay?
Just say the exact words.
Steel manning is different from verbatim.
Yeah.
Can you state it?
No, I can't.
He's steel manning it right now.
So I want to stick to the question because you paid for it.
His objective was to ask me directly to state it verbatim.
No,
And
I
every
didn't say
time I
verbatim. You're a liar.
Every time I literally state things that are incredibly close, he just says no and then literally restates the
I
exact
didn't
same
ask
thing
for
over
verbatim,
again.
dude.
He's done it multiple times.
Truth,
right?
truth aptness. The question, person asking the question, you didn't even understand the question in the statement. What he said was, from my memory, is when you say the statement.
As he looks down,
I'm not looking down, dude. Nothing is truth apt, is a statement. Truth apt is referring to the property of a statement insofar as how true it is. That's truth aptness. And so when you say, as the person who donated, thank you, he donated and said the statement, there's no such thing as truth aptness, it's a made-up term, is a type of contradiction, because in order for it to be true, the proposition would have to be truth apt. That's what he said. Do you understand?
The way in which you were using truth apt had nothing to do with this particular definition being put forth.
He doesn't
by
understand.
Truth apt.
So that's a no. You don't.
So
understand.
like this is just silly.
All right, we're gonna go to Borg's question for 30 shekels. A, we don't deny science.
I know.
We deny your philosophy of science. B,
'Cause you don't
I'm
know
not your
anything.
opponent. C, how come a scientist doesn't know what a Lazarus taxa is, let alone a coelacanth? Why bother debating?
I'm a mathematician. Why
Got him.
am I expected to know everything?
I thought you said you're a scientist.
I am.
Is math science?
I don't work on only math.
Is
I know
math
this is
science? You don't answer a single damn question, dude.
Math is science.
Math
yes.
is science? Okay. Okay.
What is it called when you go to the university? What do they put it under? Natural what? Natural science.
I'm sorry, math is natural?
Holy fuck. Math is called natural science?
Is math
I know you didn't know
natural?
that,
Is
right?
math natural?
Math is considered a natural science.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
We have two
I know you
super
just got
chats
educated.
left.
Yeah.
Two super chats left. We're right there, guys. We're right there. Octavian
Dude,
33 for 2. Axiomatic double chin mass is less than his gray matter. How does this mean, Octavian?
Was that a me? I suppose.
Chaw
My red
XDD for 5 says, Bobby, can you just tell us what it means to steel man a position? Let's go back to basics. This is the last one, unless someone is feeling generous right now. And keeps
steel
this
manning
going.
is typically you're supposed to argue the other person's position, right? Like how they would argue it, right? Normally, though, steel man is simply used as a mechanism of like pointing out that someone doesn't know this, doesn't know that, or doesn't know how to argue, or can't, talk in good faith or whatnot. It's normally used in a pretty fallacious way, right? For example, when someone is presenting a completely pseudoscience position and then they say steel man me, it's like, how the hell am I supposed to steel man that? It's like completely fallacious. How do you steel man that the mito tree that we literally developed is completely fake or something? That makes no sense, right? Like it's silly when people just keep saying steel man over and over again.
Real quick,
that's like
Bobby,
a gotcha. Right?
Even Lord asks, Axiom, do you still believe academia should purge all young Earth creationists from their positions?
There are many young Earth creationists that probably shouldn't be in a position at university anymore. I don't know if I could use the word all. That seems a little ridiculous, right? There's, lots of people in lots of different positions. This has to be weighed heavily with the concept of tenure. How much do we respect people in a tenured position? Because if we consider the concept of tenure pretty important, then we might, feel compelled to leave people in positions, even if they are young Earth creationists, right?
I have something to add to that. I want a quick answer, because you said earlier in the debate, a model isn't true, it's useful. If creationism was a model to investigate the world as if it was true that it was created, if it was more useful, it was demonstrated to be more useful to look at it like a created thing, like an engineered thing, would you advocate for adopting a creationist view if it was useful?
What? No.
Holy fuck, dude.
All right,
So the
our
word
Borg sent
I
word
can't
more.
even. It's
Go
like
ahead.
visiting like a vegetable. It's like I'm like literally like, maybe he'll wake up. Maybe he'll understand language. Maybe he'll open his
Dude,
eyes.
what the fuck is your problem? I'm sorry that I don't have a transcriber and that I'm sick and that I'm trying to talk
You need
to
a
in good
helmet,
faith.
dude. You need a helmet.
You don't need to talk to me like you're in second grade. This is
You
ridiculous,
need a
man.
helmet.
I know. You got cooked on this debate because you didn't know shit. You literally know nothing. And it's probably hurting your feelings, and that's probably why you started lashing out.
You're
have
like,
feelings. I need to start just screaming at this guy
Our
because
board,
I'm an idiot.
You
That literally knows
you can't
nothing.
even tell me what I asked you.
Looks like there's one last.
Not anymore.
set
After
here of
my
super
brain
chats.
has been thinking about,
I'll
trying
read
to
our
fucking
boards
yell
first.
at you.
He said, "Buddy did a Mott Bailey on a super chat?" ? And then the very last one that came in from Burning Bush's channel said, "Glory to Jesus Christ, axiomatic reasoning. I hope you come see an Eastern Orthodox church. I know this debate was tough on you. Truth is Jesus Christ."
Oh, I've been to them. No, sorry.
Orthodox specifically, you did, or earlier
I've
I
been to
thought
a lot
you
of
thought
different churches.
Orthodox was Catholic, so I just want to make sure that was.
Well, that's because I didn't hear the word Catholic, or the word Orthodox. I heard the word Catholic, but that's just my brain, But yeah, I've been to lots of different churches.
Okay, now they're trying to keep us from ending. Borg said, AR came to debate Jimbob, lost to the chat. What a world we live in. Tel Aviv is not impressed. Then Seth Meyers for 5 says, what are the 3 laws of logic? Both JB and AR. Let's let Bobby go first.
Law of identity, excluded middle, and non-contradiction.
Yeah, those are just the philosophy definitions. All of those are tautologies in propositional logic, right? Typically, propositional logic is defined with slightly different axioms, right? Dear Lord, dude, I'm so sorry that I hurt you so badly. My apologies.
Go on.
You must just be crying deep inside.
Go on.
Like, Octavian just sent $10 and said, if any claim you make can be wrong,
you're like
next
a child that's like you just never learned how to converse with other people.
All right. Let's not go on too long, and keep in mind that we're reading these chats. Octavian 33 doesn't want us to go to bed. He says if any claim you make can be wrong the next day, as you stated, then science, as you describe it, doesn't exist because it always changes.
So what I was trying to say before, but Jimbob didn't give a fuck about, was that the word true is, when used in science, is to talk about, in some sense, a probabilistic understanding of a particular statement. Like, we believe the Earth goes around the sun, and here's all the evidence associated to that particular position, right? And then we present that information to other people, right? We present it to colleagues and such, right? So, can you stop?
No, you're the one doing it.
You're being a fucking bitch, dude. What the hell, man? Like, you could calm down.
Like,
you know that's a
that's a manipulative tactic to say right over and over again.
It can. There are words people use when they string sentences together. So this is something.
No, how about it's not right? How about maybe it's not right what you're saying?
It's kind of like you screaming, right? Yeah. See, there's no reason to talk to people like this. Oh my God.
Am I right, you guys?
Is this your objective? Is just to make fun of the other person?
Yes.
Like that's your entire objective?
Yes.
Like, this is so silly. Like, my God, dumbass online knows literally zero science. Just goes does debates to make fun of other people. It is so interesting that you have literally no concern about knowing what is
blah,
true.
Blah, 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 blah. That's all I heard this whole night. Yapathon.
NA the first. Anything above $2, I'll ask. I'm gonna end it at 11:35, and I'm gonna have them shout out their channels. So if you send one in the next 2 minutes, I'll read it. That's the right fallacy. Is what I'm above 5 says.
He didn't want me to talk. That's what it was. I was telling him what truth was and how truth works and what we
How does
use
truth
it
work?
for.
How does truth
what
work?
What does the word mean, right? Truth in science is used to talk about the
you got it.
Just doing it.
You got it.
Octavian 33 says,
you can fuck off, dude. You can go fuck yourself.
You got it. You can do it.
So listen.
Sorry, Octavian, I don't know if that's
truth is in science is refers.
The word truth is used to talk about our confidence in particular statements. Like the Earth goes around the sun, is called true because it has a lot of evidence to justify that particular position. That's how we use the word true when we're talking about scientific statements or scientific papers or whatever the case may be. If you want to go into abstract modeling, the word true there could literally be called an absolute truth, right?
Right.
Because like in propositional logic, we have statements and we call those true. We define them to be true.
Hit it.
Jimbob, I know you can grow up, man. I
Hit it.
know you can behave like an adult. I know you can. I have faith in you.
And
please, for the fuck's sake, behave like an adult, man. Just try it. Just try it.
Arborg just
you know
sent
what?
60
Your
shekels.
relationships will improve substantially when you actually...
What?
All
My
right, he just sent
relationships?
60
Are you a life coach now?
I just gotta read this at 60. I don't know what that translates to. Someone tell me what 60 shekels is in USD. But he said, "Yo, Mike, if you think it's funny, just laugh. Don't hide behind the shirt." I'm not like hiding behind his shirt. I'm just trying not to interrupt because it is funny.
Right.
And then Octavian said, "How do you quantify we believe in science?" I think that was his question, but I might have missed. Oh, how do you quantify we believe in science was his question, and these were the last two that came in before 11:35. No more super chats, guys. I'm gonna end it after these are answered. Okay,
right.
You guys can answer that quantify we believe in science part.
Quantify we believe in science?
Like, how do we quantify we believe in science? It's $20, Arborg. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, quantify is typically referring to numerical calculations. I guess you could do a survey. You want to do a survey of how many people say we believe in science? I'm not sure.
So I think you answered the question.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you think that science is the best way to truth?
Science is, as far as we know, yeah.
Okay, so the statement, science is the best way to truth, does that utilize science itself, or is that a philosophical claim?
It appears to utilize science, yeah.
How do you take science is the best way to truth through science?
Again, when you're using the word science, which is referring to a broad category of a lot of different fields and a lot of different methodologies, right? And so if you're just saying that is just one particular thing, that doesn't make any sense.
So again, you didn't answer the question. When someone says...
Yes, I did. You're lying. I did answer the question. I answered it correctly.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I did.
Are you
lied.
talking? So
there's one last question.
So when someone says science is the best way to truth, if that's a truth statement, that statement would need to be produced by the science that you're referring to.
No, I distinguish between those two usages of the word true. One is the word true as used to talk about our confidence in a statement. The other one is a word true as used in an abstract model. You could say in an abstract model, things are absolutely true because we make up all the definitions up there. You could literally make up the axioms. You can make up the theorems. You can make
up axioms?
Yes, we make them up. Yes.
Did we make up the laws of logic?
Yes, we pick those. Yes, we declare these to be true.
Can you declare?
I have a logic book right here, dude. Can you pull it out?
Can you declare the laws of logic without
You've never read a logic book, have you?
Dude, can you declare the laws of logic without first
Tell me the latest logic book you read.
Can you declare the laws of logic without assuming first the laws of logic?
You declare the statements in the language to be true. Yes.
Dude, yes. You don't listen to a damn thing, dude. How did anyone parent you? Honestly, how did you grow up?
How did anyone parent you? You scream at everyone.
Very last super chat here. Christopher Scott for 5. He says, "Seems like bad faith to come to a debate while sick and be an incoherent sophist." Right?
My bad. I should have canceled. You're right. That would have been so much kinder on modern day.
We picked the laws of logic.
No, of course, I'm going to get my ass over to here. I appreciate modern day debate.
We appreciate that.
Can we pick new laws of logic?
Trooper.
What?
Can we pick new classical laws of logic?
Yes, we have quantum logic. Yes, we have first order logic. We have zeroth order logic.
Are those distinct from classical?
Well, typically classical would be considered zeroth order logic. Yeah.
The question was, can we pick new laws of logic, classically speaking?
We can reject those laws and create a new logic that doesn't contain the same tautologies. Or it doesn't contain all the tautologies, I should say.
Rejecting a law of logic would assume one of the three, right?
Rejecting the law of logic would be assuming one of the three.
To reject one of the three laws of classical logic would be to assume at least one of them.
We make up the laws of logic. We made them up.
So they're not absolute and universal?
No, they're not absolute and universal.
Cool. Can you change the law of identity? Absolute? Can you change the law of identity?
Yes, you could change it.
How?
Because you could just declare that statement is not true.
That's a law of identity. That's affirming the law of identity.
You could take a different axiom that doesn't comport with that particular statement.
And by you mean an identity, right?
Again, propositional logic defines a language of symbols, and the axioms in that language, those are propositions. And when you talk about the classical laws of logic, those are propositions within zeroth order logic. This isn't hard to understand.
Are propositions?
They're literally Googleable statements. Those could be rejected. You could take different axioms that don't comport with those.
Are propositions a unique identity?
A unique identity?
Yeah,
what the fuck does that mean?
Like, is a tree a proposition? A
tree? No. Propositions are statements that are evaluated as either true or false in a logic system.
Does that affirm the classical laws of identity?
I shouldn't say evaluated true or false.
Does that affirm
first order logic gets more complicated?
Dude, you don't listen to a damn word anybody says.
I know, but you don't even know any of this. You literally didn't even know that the classical laws of logic are propositions in zeroth order logic. You didn't even know zeroth order logic is called propositional logic.
You can't make a proposition unless the laws of logic are already in effect, dude.
All right, I said I wasn't going to read any more super chats.
That
Bobby.
Sorry.
I said I wasn't going to read any more, but Octavian...
He's such a sophist
He's
pig,
good
dude.
at this. He sent $50 and he said, bro said, we believe. How do you quantify? We believe. Even when you survey people, how do you quantify their belief? Even when you know all there is to know about their religion and upbringing, how do you quantify belief using the scientific method?
Again, quantify means that you're going to do some type of calculations with respect to whatever the thing it is that you're talking about. So if you are surveying people and counting up the number of people that say a thing or don't say a thing, or counting up the number of usages of the particular word, or counting the phonetics, or going over the waveform of the particular speech, I don't fucking know, man. There's all kinds of different ways in which it could be analyzed, and we could analyze those in a bunch of different ways, right? Like I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. Although I do appreciate you giving, Modern Day Debate $50. I think that's very helpful to the platform.
Big W for Octavian in the chats, guys.
Yes.
Okay, everyone's commenting on that one, saying they want to see your katana.
My katana? I don't have a katana.
Sorry, chat.
Yeah. I have a
thought that 50 was going to get it out of him. Is that what the gun? It's in the gun safe behind you? Don't pull anything out. No, this is not TOS, but I just saw a lot of speculation. I've seen streams get taken down for just a brief flash over it.
Really? But there's whole YouTubes that are dedicated to like shooting ranges and stuff. Live streams. I got you. Good to know. That's good advice. Yeah.
Well, yeah, since you did just recently start your channel, that is something to learn early, I guess. All right, guys. Well, this has been a lot of fun. We had some good times. We had some laughs. All right. Shout out your channels real quick, Mr. Jimbob, and then we'll go over to you, Bobby. All right, good Xbox 360 lobby tonight, says Benjamin Pictone. Go ahead, Bobby, and shout out your channel, blog, whatever you want people directed to.
Yeah, thank you
again to
Modern Day Debate for having me. Thanks to everyone in the chat for all the donations and everything. I think it's great supporting this kind of content. I am Bobby. I run a channel called Axiomatic Reasoning. I debate, or discuss. I like talking with people. I don't necessarily enjoy the whole screaming stuff, but
shut up!
I talk about politics, religion, ethics, morals, mathematics, physics, engineering, whatever it is that's of interest to people. I got a whole forum of math question channels. If you want to ask math questions, topology, real analysis, complex variables, integration, whatever, you can ask questions to me. I'll help you out if you'd like. We're a growing community. I have YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all the stuff. And I hope to continue doing more of these. And I guess I should thank Jimbob. Thank you so much for agreeing to talk to me. It was kind of you. I think it was very entertaining. I'm sure the chat loved it.
Oh yeah. One's in the chat if you had a good time. Let's see. And then while they're doing that, I'm gonna try to do something I never did with this real quick. How do I?
Dude, this guy got completely demolished. That was...
I don't know if it was Octavian who asked me to do that, but I am trying.
It was an absolute disaster. I believe in science right is measured 30% after it went through my scientific method.
All right, it looks like there's a lot of ones. They had a good time. They had a very good time. Jimbob, how did you do a raid?
You have to go to your, basically your backend, your dashboard, your studio, and you have to click on one of your live streams, the one that's present. And then you have to go to customization. And then under customization, you scroll down, and you're going to see basically the raid is called a transfer chat or something like that. And then you have to pick a stream that's present and accepts raids.
Okay.
I
never knew how to do that, so I appreciate that.
I will be hopping onto my Discord if anyone wanted to come by and chat, maybe for like an hour or something. I don't know.
Good to know. Okay, thank you guys. I'm gonna hit the outro. You gentlemen have a great night. Thank you, chat, and y'all have a good evening.
God bless y'all. Thank you so much. Oh, there it is, you guys. That was one of my more brutal ones, honestly. That was brutal. That was something. I have questions. I'll be going to my 10-year-old nephew to get more coherent ramblings. GJ, good game. Thank you so much. Had the Evo goobers seething in the chat. They can't deal with it. They're in like this like weird state of, I don't even know, man. It's actually horrifying to me. It's horrifying. There was like let's go through it. If I had a longer closing statement, which 4 minutes was fine, I did fine, but I would have really pressed on like nothing in his opening affirmed or defended evolution. Nothing in his argumentation or defense actually verified any of the claims under evolution. The philosophical essential property angle was way beyond his capability, the poor guy. Way beyond it. Way beyond it. It was like just hitting a baby seal all night. I have no idea how you didn't jump through the screen and slap the stupid... Well, it was close. Honestly, he did get me. I did... it was performative, so it's kind of like humorous losing my cool. But I was starting to get a little bit pissed because when you talk to someone, he wants to have a conversation, but he doesn't listen. He wants to have a conversation, but he can't repeat literally 15 seconds of what was just said to him. That's just like... To me, that's even beyond bad faith because that's not even intentional. That's literally his brain and how fried his brain is from whatever he does after his live streams. He literally can't think or see or hear properly. And then it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? He could, every time, look, that's his weakness. Anybody who engages with him again, don't waste your time in saying a question. Unless you're going to say, oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question I just asked you? Not true, Jimbob. He said evolution was a process, and evolution we observe over time. That's all he said. Yeah, the affirmative. Okay, fair enough. He just restated the claim. Fair enough. We didn't even get into the made in the image of death part, right? Well, no, that wouldn't come up because he's not a Christian, so it's irrelevant to him.
He's going to cry into a sandwich after that. I am going to poop in the Ganges. I been pinching one for 2 hours.
He didn't know the first step in the scientific method. He couldn't recite the 3 laws of logic. He said truth aptness doesn't even exist. There's no such thing. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Where are you? You guys just transferred. They're going to... Listen, anybody who just transferred for modern day debate, bring it. Bring it. Seriously, bring it. You can't do better than him, okay? It's not personal. Nobody can do it. A PhD can't do it. Richard Dawkins can't do it. Nobody can do it. It's not because I'm special. I'm just aggressive. It's not because I'm special. It's because evolution is philosophically incoherent. Evolution is not scientific because they don't utilize the scientific method at all. Evolution affirms essential properties of animals and then denies them. It's a contradiction. Evolution has arbitrary standards for everything. It's such a disaster and a mess. I just hope more people feel like they can actually say it out loud, because you gotta understand that there is a social aspect to this. There's a bit of a stigma. Thank you so much. There's a stigma to this, and it's starting to break. Glory to God. And it exists. It even exists inside Orthodoxy. There's a stigma where you think, well, I don't want to be the dumb one in denying science, and I don't want to be the dumb one denying that I came from a fish, and everyone else believes it, and I'm stupid, and they're going to leave me. Look, just be the outcast, okay? Christ calls you to be the outcast anyway in the times you need to be. Stop flirting and negotiating with an insane proposition. Evolution is an insane, logically incoherent proposition. And not a single person I've debated, I'm up to like 20 at this point, can actually talk about evolution in a way that doesn't make them sound like an insane person. And we get gaslit. Oh, are you... Right out the gate, this guy. Are you a flat earther, by the way? What is wrong with you, dude? What is wrong with you? Yeah, he should have been yelled at a lot more, for sure. Not enough firm guidance. It's insane. Where are you guys in the chat? You guys came over. What are you, running? Come on. Bring it, dude. I'll take on 7 of you at the same time. You guys can't. You guys have nothing. He didn't even understand the entailment of the fart being in the same category as the brain spouting out a proposition. He didn't even understand it. Thanks to you and Jay, I went to my first Divine Liturgy. Glory to God. Thanks for all your work. God bless. God bless you. That's amazing. Keep going, okay, John? It's such a mess. Shout out to Dr. Nathan Jacobs for eloquently laying out this distinction of essential properties and accumulated accidental properties, and why levying this against the Evo proponent completely destroys their entire narrative. It's like they had a book that's made of a binding, and the binding is the assumption of categories. And you rip the binding out, and all the pages just fall to the ground into the wet snow. They don't know what to do with it. Fart Cry 5. Maybe he's right. He just proved that it's possible to exist without logic. He's debating. Yeah. He just said you can make up new laws of logic by affirming a bunch of the classical laws. He said that science is the best way to truth is a scientific proposition. It's not. They're not prepared. They're not prepared. Math is science? No, it's not. Math is not natural science. Crazy people, man. I earned this other beer, by the way. Who's with me? Who's with me? Rise up. Yeah, why say math and science, right? Math and science? No, just science. Well, are you doing math? No, science. Well, at least he was partially cheerful in me yelling at him the whole time. He deserved it, man. Seriously, I don't care. I'm so tired of this. Be nice. Shut up. Somewhat worried that the evolution is trying to unalive me. I mean, it's a part of the deal. EBT, it's a part of the deal. At least he didn't hesitate with the George Floyd question. I got to give him props for that. He straight up was like, yeah, totally. 100%. I'm confused. Did he say we came from a black lady? Yes. Black queen. Jay Dyer is the first. Jay Dyer was the first human. Who's with me? Oh, gay beer. In China, they have the Raz of Rajik. Raz of Rajik. I wish he did a Cope stream. That would have been good. I would have picked up on that. I was received into the Orthodox Church on Saturday. Glory to God, the Hunster. W's in the chat, everyone. Big thanks to Andrew J. and you helping me lead me to Orthodoxy. Beautiful, man. Keep going. Multiply. Multiply. That was the only question he answered directly. Pretty much. Wasn't that frustrating, though? I know it's a kind of a own, and it gets like, it's funny. Like, oh, we couldn't even... To me, it was getting old. I was like, are you listening? He thought I was cheating because I listened. That's what's crazy. That's how crazy and scrambled these people's minds are. They think if you listen with your brain and you have a sharp mind to go, what did you say? And I'm listening. They're like, you're cheating. No, I'm just listening. No, you're cheating. You're reading. No, I listened to you. It's just fried, man. Totally fried. Have mercy on him, Jimmy. He's retorted. Also, we believe, coming from a Fedora enjoyer, is entertaining. Yeah. We love Israel. We love Israel. He wasn't ready, dude. He thought that, a creation tard? I mean, I'll just out the gates try to out him as a flat earther. Nope. Wrong. By the way, what's an auto transcriber? Now I want one. Yeah, he thought it was insane. He was like, that's crazy. You listen to someone's talking points and statements from 20 seconds ago? Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. It's like, it's rampant, though. That's how, like, it truly affects me to know that the majority of people, our own children to some degree, because we can't control everything, this terrible, heretical, anathema philosophy of our origin story is so rampant. I know everyone focuses on politics. I know that, in the grand scheme of things, we live our daily lives. Most of us don't even think about the consequences of being raised in a culture that collectively still, I think, even so-called Christians still kind of go, yeah, I mean, I was an ape. That makes sense. No, it's horrifying. Pastor Mike says, that's right. I get happy. That's right. When Axiomatic, right? He was so mad when I kept doing that on time. Like, I nailed pretty much like 6 out of 10 of them. The timing, right? Right. 27-year-old taking my catechumen classes at my Orthodox church. Thank you so much. Amazing. Thank you for telling me that. I have you, Jay, and Andrew to thank. Beautiful, man. Keep going. It's awesome. That's where it's at, you guys. That's where it's at. My stupid question, with the expired ingredients was supposed to be about measuring the age of the earth. Well, yeah, I kind of grabbed that. He doesn't understand. I mean, the age of the earth thing was so funny. Like, I'm like, isn't the earth accumulated, from your view, a bunch of unrelated particular pieces of matter? He's like, yeah, but we're talking about the transformation of matter. Okay, is it still matter with an age? If something transforms, is it now younger, or what's happening here? I mean, it's crazy. People are crazy. Flexing my 2-year milestone. Good job tonight. It was painful, but you're always bringing the laughs. That's what I try to do. Walk through the pain and try to make you guys laugh. Honestly, I have to make myself laugh because it's so painful. You know? It really is painful. They really did a number on us, you guys. Darwin and those people. Oh, man. Right to the gallows. Right to the gallows. You know? Right to the gallows. Dude said truth aptness doesn't exist. I just come on. Just sit with that for a second. You understood my entailment, not just my question. He couldn't even repeat the question. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Are they actually brain fried? What is it? Is it porn brain? Is it just video games and porn and or drugs? What are they doing? Poor guy. Unbelievable. I knew it was bad. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I didn't think someone could actually do as bad or worse than Ron, the boomer. Don't you guys think that was the worst one so far? Ron the boomer? He really was. He was the worst. I'm trying to think of the other ones. Dr. Greg sucked too. He was terrible. Yeah, that was the end of the debate. I mean, dude, I need a clips person. Someone out there, please. Like, I can go through it. I can download it and go through it and watch it. I don't want to watch it again. Someone do it. Someone help me. Make an absolute epic montage of that. Someone creative. Don't be a shitter, though, okay? Someone who knows what they're doing. Can you guys help me out? Because that one was just... That was just rich. That was like the gold rush. That was like San Francisco gold rush before all the gays moved in. I was looking at a shelf too, actually. I was like, what's going on behind you? If you're eating cereal after many cereal debate wins, are you a cereal debate killer? Yes. Thank you, Octavian. That's always a gold nugget every time. I think I'm up to 7. I think I'm up to 7 people doing the George Floyd bit. It's painful, though. Good night. Thank you, Darth. Appreciate you. Someone make a bridge. Man stares at a question. Oh, that was another part, man. It was like, is it possible to engineer something without the understanding of what causes gravity? He couldn't answer that. It was a simple yes. That's all you have to do is say, yeah, actually. That's a good point. Content? Well, it's my content because I streamed it too. So I will, but I'm concerned about, yeah, don't worry about that. It's mine too. It was great when an obvious sarcastic super chat came in against him. He didn't understand and you stole the time. I know. Yeah, this one I'll keep up. I'll keep this one up. He definitely had Nerf guns in that safe behind him. Yeah, I was wondering. I wanted to ask a little bit. Hey, Evan Lord, I haven't seen you in a bit. Nice to see you. The last debate, he went mask off about removing an openly Christian professors at the university he works at. Exposed that with my question. What a little snake, dude. A little ginger freak. Yeah, that's a good point right there. If beavers engineer a dam, do they know the scientific method? Do they know the mathematical descriptions of falling objects and the force of water? No. Not even close. He shouldn't debate. He should stick to being an absolute douchebag. You know? That's what he should do. He's really good at that. Good job. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. He knows he didn't do well. He knows it. He was like, what the hell is this? Who is this creature? Why is this guy so aggressive? I'm all, oh, hey, I'm going to have a great debate. I'm going to do great. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming, little guy. He has Pokemon cards. 100%. Without a doubt. Where are they? Where's the loud ones? That's what the thing about the modern day debate. You go over to their chat, bunch of scientists, they're just freaking out, and then they never make their way over here. Where are you guys? Why are you so quiet? Ed Dutton was really bad. Yeah, Ed Dutton was bad. Wild. Well, I'll continue my path. Clearly, evolution is my gig. That's where I perform best, I think. I don't give them anything. They're such nonsense machines. If you really listen to what they're saying, blah, 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 they never really contend with what you're asking ever. This blah, blah, blah. Is there an essential property to a whale that makes it not a whale? Blah, blah, blah. That's all they do. That's all I hear. That's all I hear. Oh, they're in his Discord. I couldn't expose myself to that again. I did my duty. I did my job. I'm surprised he answered the breakfast question, yeah. Yeah, he was answering a ton of questions that weren't asked. Absolutely. It's the most annoying thing. That's why you have to say, can you repeat the question? Dude couldn't even do it before he went on a rant. I tested it. I let him rant. I asked a question. Hey, can you tell me what the question was? I tested it before he went on a rant. Hey, before you go on a rant, can you tell me what the question is? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know sounds. He didn't even, yeah, exactly. That's a brutal one. Can a biological female be a trans woman? I asked. He said something for 5 minutes straight and came back around to, well, no, she can't be a man. Mike Tyson of Jehovah debates. Echo chamber, it could be. I think it's spiritual. I think it's totally spiritual. Like, it makes so much sense, especially when you get into the practice of orthodoxy, theology, and metaphysics. You see it with yourself. It's not like something you're free of because you're orthodox or anything. It's just that you see it with yourself and other people so clearly where you're like, this is not an intellect issue. This is not a matter of like, using your rational faculties better. It's spiritual. There's just like this like constant rebellious state that has you constantly shield what's being said to you. Like, like a kid talking to his father he doesn't like at the time or whatever. Just don't listen. It just doesn't get in. You're not talking to like a person, actually. It's weird. No, he definitely lacks intellect too. Yeah. Even as a mathematician, it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're smart with math. A person usually can't answer questions when they did not arrive to their belief through logic. Well, he denied logic at the end there. That was crazy. He like completely didn't understand the consequence of the bullets he was biting. And my whole chat did. Like, that's what's so fun about this, with like doing debates with you all here, is I could see in the chat some of you telegraphing what I was like going to say. Like we're seeing the moves and we're like, oh my gosh, is he really going to do this? We was started with the black, beautiful black queen woman. That was our beginnings. Wild time. Anyway. Sometimes they have, you know what they sometimes have, actually? Sometimes they have post-stream debates. Who's that one dude?
Who's Max? Remember Max? He is the guy from Ecuador or El Salvador who talks like this. And what he does is he does after debates. He does reviews of after debates.
I forgot his name, though, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it. He said all humans descended from Jay Dyer. That's right. That's right. That's right, R2. Let's finish up this goal so we could all go to bed and go to sleep with a smile. Okay. Jimbob, his incredulity is off the charts. When asked about the application of the scientific method on belief, he said, I don't know, man. He could potentially be ripe for an actual reason and belief. Yeah. I don't know what to do with him, man. I honestly don't. I don't know what to do. I'd put him in a cage. To be completely pedantic, your hair was better. Thank you. He's not debating on his Discord, just crying about the teleprompter. It's amazing. He couldn't believe I could remember something. I work on that, by the way. That's a practice. You guys could all practice that. Here's a way to practice. If someone's talking to you in real life, listen to them so intently with the intention that no matter how long they're talking for, try to repeat every single thing back to them. Try it. Meg Bob's all rolling her eyes. You don't do that. No, I know. I don't do that with you. Like, I'll just be like, what? What did you say? But you can do it. You can do it. I ordered rock and sand. I had asked you about what to do if I don't have an Orthodox church in my town. You told me to move. There we go. Yeah, I'm still holding to that. Move. It's that important. I'll just tell it to you straight. Move. Anyway, what do we got? 14 minutes, 5 on the board. Not with the wife, obvious. Well, I mean, to be fair to the men in the chat, wives, they narrate, and you're not sure which of the narration you're supposed to be listening to. Like, they almost want you to listen to the narration, but they would just want to know that you heard them. But you don't need to say anything about the narration. You're like, you want me to be in the character in the book you're narrating? It's like, yeah, I went over there and I went to Walmart, and then I have this. It's 2 o'clock. And you're like, okay. Do I need to do anything? No, I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just telling you what's up. Oh, okay. Women talking sleepy time. I drive an hour. See, Rusty drives an hour. I know people who drive 3 hours. Yep. It's even, some of them are even, it's like some of the people's, they have to make basically a day trip. Like a full day trip. Going to liturgy changed everything. It really does change everything. It just gets you out of like the consumption and propositional world that YouTube and the rest of the world is. It's still fun over here, you know, don't get me wrong. But knowing that you can go to the spiritual hospital, you know, through the week and certainly on Sunday, it just completely shifts how you come back out of it, you know? Completely. It's beautiful. You should go. You should all go. It's just amazing. There's no words. They don't ask for any steel, man. Caesar says for $5, thank you so much. Notice how many times steel manning was explained to him, but he kept repeating, you expect me to repeat verbatim. Yeah. Evo's dead. They have to come up. What do you guys think's the next thing? Like, I actually think that the Evo crowd in our lifetime are going to adopt a creation, intelligent design, I should say, an intelligent design model. And they're just going to reject God, but they're going to maybe try to necessitate like an alien or like some intelligence. Maybe NASA will be like, oh, let's pull his master's voice, you know. You guys know that novel? His master's voice? Stanislaw, I don't know his name. Stanislaw Lem? Stanislaw Lem. I could see NASA pulling one of those on people. Like if COVID worked on everybody, that whole crap fest, certainly, oh, NASA told me they're talking to a voice in the neutrino star. It's communicating. Bro, it's time. Yeah, they'll go back to panspermia. They'll do something like that. They're like, we have the intelligent design view. You guys were wrong. We have it now. Crazy people. Is it just going to be panspermia? I think so. Let's go back to that. Which is funny because the two people, was it Watson and Crick? One of them was like looking at DNA and trying to kind of decode it, was like, this doesn't just arise out of chemical reactions. This has meaningful, conveyable data in it that plays a part in instructions. And then he was like, God? No, of course not. You know, there was probably a moment with that guy. Was it Watson or Crick? I don't know. I forget which one. I bet you it went like this. I bet you he was sitting there and he was looking. He was looking at the DNA and he was making sense of the fact that it had information embedded in it. It wasn't identical to the material and it blew his mind. And he's looking down at it, right? And he thinks just for a split second. He goes, I have to re-examine whether God exists. And he's focused on that. And maybe he's overwhelmed with emotion, perhaps. Oh, great. Right as I'm going to get...
Jimbob, Snaggle Beast again.
You're going to be a priest?
I forgot to mention the great news. My father is going to join me for liturgy this Sunday.
Hallelujah.
It's our Dormition celebration.
Beautiful.
Pray my mother is well enough to go and that their hearts are softened to orthodoxy.
We will pray for that.
God bless.
Thank you, Snagglebeast. That's amazing. I brought my parents to liturgy once. It was good. So there he is looking at the DNA, and he thought, in a deep moment of perhaps a potential change in his heart and mind and soul, he goes, maybe God exists. And then he hears the faint sound, the rebellious sound coming from the trees. Or maybe it's something else.
Maybe it's not Jesus Christ. Maybe it's the aliens ejaculating into the universe and it landing on Earth. Don't worry about God.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Thank you so much. And he was like, panspermia. Why not? By the way, panspermia precedes that guy. There's an ancient version of that. Who was it? Was it Plato or something? Who was it? Where are my nerds at in the chat? Who was it? Someone ancient philosophy crafted that before that. It's always anything but God. Every time. So pathetic. Hey, Jimbob, I notice you like using that microphone, but you won't admit a wolf pulls off some Transformers sheet into a whale. Can you reconcile this? That was the funniest part. What's funny is you're literally using a microphone. Why do I have to believe I came from a fish for the microphone to work? Dude, you don't even understand evolution, brah. By the way, JB, I've been rewatching your Evo debates lately. Your arguments are devastating. Out of curiosity, have you ever picked apart claims of quantum physics? Not really. It seems to be pretty inaccessible to me, but I might be just kind of retarded. Seems like another nonsense science. I think it's all theoretical, all of it. Like, I don't examine it because mathematics can exist in your mind. You can do math in your mind. Science can't be done in the mind. That's the distinction. I'll use that next time. Instead of being like math is descriptive and science is explanatory, I could just ask someone, can I do math in my mind if I have the capacity? They have to say yes. Even some complex things, right? Some like Asian people stuff. And then you say, can science be done in my mind? No. Why? Why? Well, because of the necessary criterion that separates math from science. Even if you just say aliens panspermia, you just shift endless regress. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could grant them that, and it's a trap anyway. You're right, because a creature still has to have its origin. The alien has to have its origin. Have you heard about QT45 RNA research that was published? No. Can you tell me what it says? You don't have to give another super chat, but is it something that's applicable in the debate? Their God is a black queen of randomness. That's right. Yep. It's a fatherless, husbandless black queen doing her own thing back then. Bro. Hey, bro. Anyway, what time is it? 11? Yeah, it's a school night. All right, y'all. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate all of your support and your humor in the chat. It gets me through these things. I'm reading the chat almost the whole time because it's just so damn fun. So it's a big old party over here. Really, it is. It's the best chat. Everyone says they have the best chat. That's a lie. I have the best chat. This is the best live stream. I'm just going to start saying that until I believe it. Evolution is math because you can come up with theories in your mind. For real, dude. Wild times over here. Anyway, I'll be debating. I actually have not a super challenging, but it's more of a challenge. A debate on evidence for God against Culture Cats, who's a proper British man, and then evolution. So it's like a I really don't like these because I don't like multi-topic debates. I don't like them. Now, if it's long, it's fine. If it's like 3 hour, it's just like a marathon. I'll get beer. But one section is evidence for God, which will be fun because I'm going to actually push on what constitutes evidence. And I'll get some preliminary training with Chase Haggard in exchange for me writing him an icon. And then we get into the good stuff, evolution itself, which is, as you've seen today, a disaster. Just an absolute disaster of a philosophy. Truly. I really appreciate all your donations, memberships, super chats, Bob chats. Shout out to Joey for making me wear socks every day this week to bed. Trying some new things. I really appreciate that. What if I like it? What if by the end of the week I'm like, you know what? Joey Pyle changed my life. Now, it's only socks to bed. Socks in the shower. Screw it. Let's go all out. Why? Why even stop there? Who even cares? Socks are lame. Look, I made a deal. You should have saw me. Like, I think I went to bed. I don't know if it was 11:30 or 1:30. I can't even tell anymore when I go to bed. Let's say it was 1:30. It's more funny. I walk into the dark room, and I actually walk around in the darkness just to find socks in my drawer, just to put them on. Thinking of Joey Pyle. and his commitment. He never gave up on me, you know? He never once gave up on me. Socks in bed fallacy.
I don't see the big deal. I always wear socks to bed. I happen to wear them on my hands.
Actually, I still have a beer, so I'm going to just finish this beer with y'all. It's expanding. I know, with the socks you're talking about. I know. I'm starting to understand it, Joey. I get it. I was so just shut off from it. It wasn't even in my periphery. It was like, what? That's stupid. That's like ice skating. Why would I ice skate in bed? They took a bunch of RNAs and modified them to the point of self-replication. I think the methodology itself defeats evolution proposition of mutation being mind absent, right? Because it requires the intentionality. Another thing the guy didn't get. They called the RNA that was capable of doing it QT45. I'll look into that. That's a good one. Thank you for that. That's a good one. I had an old meme. I sent it to James Tor, that little Jew. He
Cool it with
loved
the
it.
anti-Semitic remarks.
And it was two scientists looking at a petri dish, and one says to the other, wait, how did I structure it? We finally figured out how to make life. And the other one's like, something like, well, so it required basically a mind, basically. It was like, I promise the comic was better than I just said it. I swear. You guys trust me, right? Fully clothed? That's wrong. That's wrong. Look, I draw the line. Socks? Maybe elbow pads. That's it. Fully clothed? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Talmudic? It's actually more Hindu. I think it's more Hindu. I believe it's more Hindu. Suit and tie. I'm going to start wearing a suit and tie. Someone like AI'd a black suit on me, and I was like, that's sharp. Like this background of black and doing like a live stream and me in a super spiffy black suit on black, just my floating Italian head. I'm going to start doing, I can't wear pants, but you know, I think I'm going to try it. I think you guys will really take me seriously if I do that. You know? I think you'll be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's serious. I'm so late, but I watched when he tried to appeal to other scientific theories, which are equally flawed, as if that excuses evolution. Yep. Black holes, that was funny. He's like, black holes. Where? Someone told me. Anyway, I have to turn up I need this music. Where are you? Where are you, special music? Where is it? Where is it? Well, thank you for that $5. Hold on. This isn't the music. That's the Jew music. I want the nice music. What the heck, man? No? Am I retarded? Sharpen iron, violin, scud, pig snake, new jam. Nope, that's not it. Mindless, mentally retarded. That's the name of all my things. You guys are hearing the names of all of my assets. Retarded. There's so many things called retarded. Based on the bones. It's weird. I don't hear it. Huh. Look at that. Oh, piano. Here we go. Let's jam out. This time next year, Peel will have JB in a onesie. How many whiskeys? Just one. I had a one big one. Thank you. Haven't seen you that fired up since the old guy Ron. These people piss me off, Tengu. I mean, I still keep it cool. I try to make them smile while I'm yelling at them. I have a real gift of that. People are like, I hate you, but I'm still smiling with you, Jimbob. That's why even my haters show up in the chat. They're like, yeah, but we like you, but we don't like you. We hate you. You're a creation tard. You believe in God. We think you're archaic and dumb, but we like you. Nope. Nope. Of course. I can't stop. Dude, I need to work my buns off. I'm still streaming from the edge of my bedroom. I need like an iconography studio. I need like a proper setup. I need to give my kids their own bedrooms. I can't live in a hobbit house forever. I need to grow up. You know? I need to grow up. It's time to put my big pants on. It's time to put my big socks on. You know? No, I'm not going to leave Colorado. I told you there's a, next to Megan's mommy's house. Mommy, did I say mommy? That just sounds weird. Megan's mommy's house. Something popped up that's not listed, and it's like one of those, like, you know, off the map, not off the books ultimately, but like, it's not going to be a bidding thing. So I don't know. It'd be pretty cool.
Megan's mommy. Mommy.
Yeah, I need to shoulder. Yes, I need to shoulder. Look, dude, I went to the. I injured myself at the gym. Oh, it's feeling a little better actually. Couldn't even say mother-in-law. I know. Look, that was the concern, by the way. You guys know. You can love your mother-in-law. It doesn't matter. Living too close, you got to figure out those boundaries. You know what I mean? So is that a concern? Yeah, it is. But is there enough boundary? Yes, just enough. Barely just makes it, though. Yeah, it is expensive. It's expensive. But right now, it's a buyer's market. And but the problem is that the interest rates don't really accommodate the buyers. So it's like this weird scenario. That's all. Live in Oregon? Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, and the places that's not expensive, there's a trade-off. Like, you can go to Missouri and be miserable. You're just eaten alive by giant mosquitoes that are the size of bats. Okay, chiggers in your... Chiggers. Oh, what is that? Oh, Missouri's beautiful. Oh, except for there's bugs literally building flesh caves in your feet. Yeah, but I got my house. I mean, look at my house. I don't care. Ticks, Lyme disease, get out of here. Beat it. Do the Vagina alerts distract you? Not too much. They're usually short. The big paragraph ones are annoying, but it's not a big deal. I think it's kind of funny. okay. Hey, thanks for the sub. Anyway, I think I'm about done, you guys. What we have? We have Mega Bloodbath. We have Rob. Not much going on out there. Boodity bomb. Ba-doo-ba-dee ba-ba-booty bee. Ma-ma-ma moo. Yeah, there's a lot of libs, but it's spread out. It's still very beautiful. You can't beat the weather. It was a little hot this summer. It was a little lacking in snow in the winter. But today we have an El Nino winter, so that we're supposed to get, like, eventually, maybe, like 6 feet of snow, which would be cool. Because I like sleighing with the kids. And then it's like 75 degrees after it snows. Like you can't beat that. It snows, you get that sense, that sort of seasonal, fun, Christmassy coziness sense, but you could walk outside in shorts at 2 p.m. Nice. Can't beat that. We just have to get these liberals and these gays out of here. Do I ski? I used to snowboard. I grew up on Hunter Mountain in New York, so I grew up on a ski resort. I snowboarded. Like a douche. Anything else from you guys? Love y'all. About done with my beer. I gotta close down my shop because this is my bedroom and Megan has to go to sleep. Shout out to Jimbob. W's in the chat. She's probably snoring right now downstairs on the couch, but it's the principle. W's in the chat for Jimbob, taking care of the fam while her husband gets a little bit toasty and yells at a fat ginger. I'm so mean. Dude, I'm a mean drunk. That's funny. Saying fat ginger is funny. You guys should try it. Fat ginger. What a fat ginger. All right. Well, we did it again. Another massive defeat. Another massive destruction of the most absurd worldview that I've ever encountered. I'm going to live a full life doing everything I can to undo the harm and damage and confusion evolution has brought to my great nation. You Evotards are my enemy. And with that, I bid you farewell.
Jimmy crack on and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. It's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you're saying on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught. I don't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.